your indoctrination. It's blatant. You're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in my shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These impulses are
Alright, this is Dystopia, Allergic Bullshit featuring K33. You can find all of the music linked on this channel over at infiniteplane.info. I just sent out notifications. Thank you everyone who, those of you who subscribe to the Patreon and the newsletter, which basically enables this channel, and also it's an effective way to get everyone on the same sheet. So if we have to move without any sort of forewarning, it gets everyone to the same place. So right now we're scattered across 3 YouTube channels, a couple Facebook channels, Twitch, and also Odyssey. So if you use Library, it became Odyssey. They recently opened up live streaming, so that's another option I have over there. You can find all of these at the link below. I'm going to go ahead and open phones right away, 833-311-1984. I believe I have a voicemail. Let me go ahead and play it. Nothing. Okay. I have plenty of voicemails about the McAfee thing, but this thing has been moving so fast, I'm going to have to jump into the most recent information on this. And one of the things that I've noticed as of like the last couple of hours, more videos are being posted to the channel that's, well, it's Rusty Shackelford, but it's believed to be a McAfee front. So I've been looking through these videos and they're trying to insinuate he's alive. Perhaps you're hearing his voice in the back. I'm not sure who's behind it. Quite a few questions, but it looks like a lot of, if you ask me, bad hopium. I also was watching a lot of these videos from the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th PSYOP. I mean, what can you say about it? It's one of these things, it's like, it's almost jarring. It's sort of like Starman, where they perpetrate an obvious hoax, just so blatantly fake, and they just don't care who sees through it. They're shameless about it, and we're left looking like the crazy ones. Well, from their perspective, from the mass media perspective, because we don't buy it. And in this case, you know, we're left looking like, well, hateful is how they would describe us. Commenter says, have you seen this MMA fight in space? Yes, I have. This whole space tourism thing is the new space age, where they've opened it up to everyone. I think it's a big flop waiting to happen, intentionally. Again, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Today I went over a whole lot of, I can only call them crisis act whores, and spell crisis C-R-Y. Really bad performances too. So let's go ahead and go through some of these crisis act whores going on about this 1/6 event. The event was a hoax. And you know, before we go any further, we have a video that tells you everything wrong with the Capitol shooting in 21 minutes or less. And you find evidence here of fake tear gas. I mean, the whole thing was a big movie set. Even the people yelling racial epithets, the woman getting shot in the neck, the one getting trampled, sick Nick, all these little stories, the guy that tased himself in his genitals and died, all fake. We have the evidence. It's a video called Everything Wrong with the Capitol shooting in 21 minutes or less. If you want that link, I'll put it on my Minds account at the very top, just so you can correct the record for anybody who thinks that it was real. And it matters. You know, this is one of those things where if you accept one narrative, it has significant consequences over the other one. So you have to really consider carefully, was this real to you or not? Now, to objective reality, no, it's fake. And the frame by frame reveals the fakery, the acting, the overacting, the staged blood, the choreography. From start to finish, it's all, there are no outsiders here. It's pretty clear. It's an operation. So given that, now here we are watching these hearings where, like Harry Dunn, for example, crying on TV or fake crying. And a lot of the fake crying is what you would expect, no tears. Usually they're just plucking at their eye when the camera's watching. Like camera's looking, it's like they used to be put your mask on. Now it's, in this case, they're plucking their eye just when the camera's watching. And this is an individual, Harry Dunn, who they have endless justifications for the riots of 2020. Burning things down, for the beatings. I mean, the double standard is on full display. Shouldn't shock anybody here. But what I want to show you is I want to go through some of these crisis actors and their crying. I mean, it's just pathetic. It's like, is an overt display of weakness supposed to change things? Whoever can just cry the hardest wins. Like, this is pathetic. It's like it's a loser's game. Who would even want to play like this? Play the bigger victim. Here's Adam Schiff pretending to cry.
Driven by bigotry and hate, that we attack our fellow citizens as traitors if they're born in another country or they don't look like us.
Little sniffle, but the face is completely dry. And I brought this up the other day, how we've never really seen tears with crisis actors, except for that one who was holding an onion in a rag. But this is pretty much typical of what we see with this type of thing. No real crying. Looks good on TV. Here's some great dramatic acting. And this is Michael Fan1, DC Metropolitan Police Officer. And one thing that stood out about this individual here is his suit seems like it's a little too big. His beard is way out of reg. He's got a Charles Manson beard. And you never see generals, highly decorated generals or people with these many awards with their Class A's on, with some mangy beard. So this guy looks fake. His performance is rather clownish. Let's go ahead and play a moment.
And the people in this room. But too many are now telling me that hell doesn't exist, or that hell actually wasn't that bad. The indifference.
It wasn't hell if you watched it, but this is how they're trying to describe it. And the description is worse than the thing. We saw how they held Jake and Jelly by the hand and walked him around. If they thought he was a threat with that spear, they would have shot him. The 33-year-old crisis actor with a Democrat dad for a judge, the whole thing's a charade. And everyone should know this, but let's just continue. This is just really bad acting, in my opinion. I'm just not convinced. I mean, if you think that I'm wrong, if you think this is convincing, correct me.
Shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
Like, what movie did he watch to get that from? Who's he trying to be? Jack Nicholson?
The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
All right. Again, I think the beard throws me off. This is Where It's At TV says insurrection play coming to Broadway. Well, this pretty much was Broadway. Lily Bell says, I didn't know the Capitol Police were so emotional and weak. Oh, that's the other side of it. They're so weak. And this idea that the left wing is just pining over these poor cops who had a really bad day. It's like you didn't give a damn about them getting beaten in the streets, spat upon, tear gassed. I mean, it was pretty terrible if you watched the non-censored media. They had nothing to say about that. Or the security guard in Vegas who was shot and left to die while people were looting all around him. So anyway, the double standard's hideous. Now, check this out. This is great. Here we have a group of panelists wiping their tears as they talk about this. And these are the ones who are very conspicuously plucking their eyelids. Like, this is just really bad method acting.
They're going to have direct access. At least this Capitol we can defend.
So they're playing the sound effects from the riots, which are really cheesy compared to the real riots that we've heard. And you just have people breaking down and crying. There's so many examples of this, just really bad crisis acting. We'll move on. I have so many more. It's just, to me, at this point, this is all just theater, and it's just so obvious, like this Ashley Babbitt fake martyr character. And now they've invented this bad guy, the guy who should have cuffed her, but he shot, and his name is Michael Leroy Bird. So they're creating a dynamic here. In fact, I'm seeing memes floating around. I'm the guy that murdered her. Like, I don't believe she's dead. I think it's wrong to impugn this individual, but again, he's just a character in this play, if you ask me. I don't think it's a coincidence that his initials, you know, the way they play games with names, MLB, BLM, again, it's BLM versus Western Derrick chauvinism. I mean, that's the story. Stranger says, reminds me of the Kobe death, some sort of crying psyop tied into things. Interesting. Yeah, that whole thing was very interesting in how TMZ had broke the news before anybody. The thing was still burning, and they're telling us the 9 people who died. I'm like, 9 in one chopper? And what really kind of stood out to me, though, was how are they making positive identifications at this stage? I mean, it was clear that there was just storytelling, that TMZ does storytelling. And one thing about TMZ, and I brought this up yesterday, is that they put out the stuff that needs to really be saturated among those who don't consume the usual fake news but still pick up the celebrity stuff. And it seems like TMZ is really pushing the asteroid angle. So just something to look forward to. And more indications that we're looking towards some type of blackout, probably temporary. Someone is asking for a link to the European Commission's 18-page report on memes and how they're not funny anymore. It's called the Radicalization Awareness Network, or RAN. Again, I'll put this on my Minds account. I'll put it in the chat if you want to read it. We went through this yesterday, and it borrows heavily from Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. And this is the part that surprised me. Memes aren't funny anymore. Far-right extremists are using humor and memes, which are cultural units of meaning. Goes on to say that memes are essential means of communicating online, and they can influence how we see things, and anybody can create them. So it's very democratized. They hate this technology. Meme tech is so easy, and that's what they fear about it. But it goes on here about the Dogecoin, and this is the part that surprised me. The Dogecoin is one of the most famous internet memes. It's been adapted in various ways to tease outdated humor. In far-right circles, it's been combined with Nazi memorabilia to trivialize the violence by the SS. So I didn't know that the Dogecoin had this dark past, but according to this magazine, it does. It also warns against funny and ironic memes. 18 pages of this. And this is the infodemic. This is the real reason for 2020. And what's going on now. I mean, I'm hearing talk about future lockdowns and remasking America. Like, if we go there, well, it wouldn't surprise me, actually. I'm just assuming it's probably going to happen. I mean, people are in the cult. Okay, and again, oh, by the way, if you want a press pass, I'm going to put them over there at infiniteplainsociety.com right on top. So make it a point to go there if you want a press pass. Therefore, you're no longer inessential. You're actually an essential part of the workforce as media. And there's a lot of things that we'll be reporting on as this thing develops. I think there's going to be some interesting things in the coming weeks, specifically because of all the provocations with regards to this election thing. The media is calling it the big lie. Trump isn't backing down. In fact, he's doubling down on everything, which it's obviously reckless. I'm kind of curious, strangely enough, for good or ill, all of the QAnon nonsense is being vindicated by this. And that's one of the things that I keep picking up on, is that, yeah, they are actually taking this notion of Trump's emergency broadcast coming out sometime next month. In fact, Mike Lindell says that Biden's going to step down on 8/13. I mean, they're giving specifics. Jump67 says, I need a press pass, mail it too. Yeah, just message me. Now, I've been keeping up with a few different Telegram accounts. Lynn Wood's one I've been following pretty closely. Then, of course, this new McAfee. And then, of course, we have this Michael Flynn. And I'm trying to figure out what his actual purpose is. Is he setting up the right wing for some kind of another McVeigh attack or something? It just seems like a little fishy that he gets to go that far with the things that he says, ostensibly in the name and with the agreement of everybody who supports Trump today. And the most recent thing was his suggestion about, maybe the gun could be used on somebody in Washington. Now, obviously, that was a joke, but, the wisdom of making a joke at this time, out of that's kind of the part that seemed a little, I don't know, almost like, they're trying to open the window of discourse a little bit so that when they pull off something egregious and fake, it's more believable. I mean, isn't that the basis for predictive programming? In order to make something more believable, you kind of saturate their mind with it in advance. You go right into the culture first. You give them the lexicon to describe it, and then people are more inclined to accept it. And hey, I called this. If you've been following my channel since COVID broke out, I said they were reintroducing sin for the atheistic New World Order, that they were presenting a devil that the atheists would believe in, and that would be COVID. And I said that the injection is nothing more than the new communion wafer. It's a schism to divide the believers and the non-believers in the establishment, media, and science. Well, here's an article. Only vaccinated people allowed at the Pope's upcoming Mass in Slovakia. A vaccination requirement to attend the papal Mass is unprecedented. Well, I don't really think so. Because again, I'm suggesting that the archaic notion of sin has just been rebranded as the virus, and that the vaccine is in fact the communion wafer. These are identical. In fact, it's redundant. If you're vaccinated, you're saved. Jump 67 says, can I call in? Yeah, go ahead and call in 833-311-1984. I will put the number up on the screen. I had to rebuild my OBS, so I don't have any of my graphics up anymore. So I'll take care of that this evening. We're constantly under development here at Infinite Plane Radio, and we're also focusing on other things as well. For example, we do have a lot of these reporters I mentioned, people who, like last year especially, were just fact-checking, reality testing the claims of the media. And that's why we have these press passes. So if you want one, I have one on the screen. I'm going to make these available also at infiniteplane.media. I'll make them very conspicuous. I mean, we had a lot of them going out last year. And what happens is the people who go do the reporting call, and it becomes part of the regular live streams where we have people out in the field. Like we had someone that was maced on our behalf to get a story at Yorba Linda, which included live coverage of the angry Antifa running over the Trumpers. So many things I want to go look into. Even Dinesh D'Souza, this guy's very blue pill. Very, very blue pill. Has no idea how fake anything is. And listen to this. Schiff pretends to cry. Kinzinger pretends to cry. The cops pretend to cry. We know they're pretending because they're grinning and smiling a few minutes later. This is a massive theater of fraud, which should only inspire laughter and derision from the rest of us. And I gave that a heart and a retweet. And I really mean this one because he's right. And I think that this should be said for everything, every single theater of fraud that the MSM perpetrates. And it's not limited to 1-6. I could probably list several hundred things. But that's what I mean by blue pill. You know, they're selectively aware of things. Okay, a couple of things here. Someone pointed this out. So this is the Economist cover from 1988 that says, get ready for a world currency, and it has a phoenix atop the world's paper currency, and it's burning the paper currency. This was just one of many indicators that we're looking at, a scripted future that we're living in, something that was plotted out in advance. So the person who uploaded this mentioned that the cover will be 33 years old on September the 1st. So Tyler Bradley is just suggesting that September the 1st, you might want to mark your calendar. They're probably going to do something then. I don't doubt it. I responded with this. This is an Economist cover from December of 2017. Sharp Power, the New Shape of Chinese Influence. All of these covers from The Economist are prescient. When we talk about this idea of there being an overarching script, a meta script, I include a number of magazines, and Economist would be one of those with a pretty good record. Because here you have what is obviously a COVID, but it's covering the whole Earth. I mean, it's a globe made out of a COVID. And then New Shape of Chinese Influence. Obviously, you can hear it, you can see in the words here, new novel, Chinese influenza. So the new coronavirus it's just encoded into this cover. And again, this was 3 years before. Now, there are coincidence theorists who will say, oh, that's just a coincidence. And, what can you say to people who are that willing to just be dismissive of obvious patterns? Truth Loop says, happy Taco Tuesday. Matt M says, I love this channel for real. Yeah, that was Infinite Jack was over there in Yorba Linda, fending off the Antifa with the baton and the mace. What else did she have? The car. I mean, real people got damaged. Legs got ran over. It wasn't a psyop. Ivar says, I want 322 bottles of IPS adrenochrome. Oh yeah, there's a few things that we're promoting on this channel very soon. Press passes right now. I'm also in the process of... See, if you look on the top right of the screen, that little boom box, we're having some Bluetooth keychain boom boxes created that say Infinite Plane Radio. But you have to have a minimum order to make it cost effective. So those will be out this summer for sure. And if you're on Patreon, you'll be the first to know. Let's go ahead and continue. I want to go through a few more of these articles that I had linked here. Okay, so this is from 9 hours ago. Astronaut watches space station module fall in a fiery demise. The astronaut said goodbye to a cornerstone of the ISS and captured images of the compartment burning up in the Earth's atmosphere. It says, quite a strange feeling to see part of your ship fly away in midair, the ESA astronauts wrote in a prepared statement. So they're dropping modules from the ISS. I think this is possibly foreshadowing. I thought the use of the term cornerstone was noteworthy. So this is one of many articles floating around that are bringing up this really upcoming eventuality. This is going to be necessary. They're going to replace the ISS. It's pretty much a jalopy. And they'll say it's because they'll have various reasons why. Maybe Russia's going to the Chinese one. Maybe it's outmoded. But the real reason why is that the graphics are terrible and they're not aging well. And I think they want to upgrade their presentation. And so they kind of have to get rid of it. I have some people doing coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Summer Olympics. I'm following a number of channels on it. And we do see some of the usual symbolism. So you have a pyramid with a stairway. And so you have 22 steps on the pyramid. So 11 steps on the pyramid, 22 on the stairway. And anyway, at the top is a phoenix with a torch. Just the usual stuff. Worth watching, though, because the 2012 Olympics pretty much predicted Corona. In fact, it had a Burning Man, it had the Corona, it had a phoenix. Phoenix is a reset symbol. Anybody else getting the new CDC recommendations? I saw the Simpsons meme, and it pretty much describes how most people have been responding. They're like trying to turn off the TV. It's like, oh, we've got a fourth wave. They just turn off the TV. It's how you stop it, which is actually true. It's kind of like with War of the Worlds. If you have one single source giving you all the info, and you're all on the same sheet, you could create a panic. And that's kind of what they have done. But if you can turn it off, or if you're distracted, it doesn't quite work the same. Ivar says, IPS Ghetto Blaster, awesome idea. Oh, it's going to happen. In fact, the reason I actually tested one out. So I have to create the logo. We're going to put it on a few hundred of them, probably 150. And basically, it's a keychain boombox, a Bluetooth with like a 33-foot range. So the idea is if you're driving, you would just tell Siri to play Infinite Plane Radio, and boom. And the one I've been testing has like a 12-hour battery life, which is very, very useful if you walk or whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. Arizona audit and audit war room accounts are being suspended. A lot of suppression going on with regards to this idea of this recount. And my take on it, again, is that if they flip it, which it looks like they're trying to do here, it seems like we have two presidents, if you really pay attention to both sides. I think it's scripted that way, and it seems to fit the bigger picture that we've been kind of discerning. Take a look at this. This is crisis actor Sergeant Gonell delivering a tearful testimony, quote, "This is how I'm going to die." Describing how he was nearly crushed. Now, there was another one who was crushed in a door, and it was very unbelievable because he had more body armor than RoboCop, and he was crying like a baby. And then outside, he says, "I was happy to be crushed," in defense of wokeism or whatever. I mean, it's such a clown show. But my point here is that, yeah, you might think this is just bad crisis acting. I mean, it actually looks like he's gouging his own eye out, which might cause a tear. But anyway, I think this is actually just an Illuminati shout out to the god, the one-eye cult venerates, Lucifer, Satan, whoever it is. But that's what I think it is. One-eye symbolism right there in the open. I mean, it might just be a genuine tear, but I doubt it. When have you ever seen one? Here's some examples. The shills have eyes. This is Greta Thunberg, one-eye symbolism. This is Lil Nas X, same. Again, you could pretty much any celebrity out there you can think of. Every celebrity athletes for sure. Even Mickey Mouse. They're all in the club. Okay, I just turned the ringer back on, 833-311-1984. I hadn't had time to go through all of the voicemails, but I will. And this is getting to be very interesting. I have to find it. There was this TV show a couple of years ago where part of the plot had to do with the father being like a Trumper. And his son is about to go to school for the first day of school. And his son says something about hopefully there's no school shootings. And his dad says, "Oh, those are all fake." And his son pulls a knife on his dad and says, "Don't you dare say crisis actor again." So it was this TV show where son chastises father over crisis actor conspiracy theory. So now we have this story about a Parkland survivor who says that his QAnon Trumper father likes to trigger him by testing to see if his PTSD is real, because he keeps telling him that the massacre is a hoax. So this is a story that's been building. People thought it was fake because it originates on a Reddit thread. And the Reddit thread is for the QAnon affected, people who've had issues with QAnon casualties is the actual forum. But the person comes out and he says, "Yeah, my dad says you're a real piece of work to be able to sit here and act like it wasn't a hoax. Shame on you for being a part of it and putting your family through it." So in other words, dad is accusing his son of being a CIA operative or a crisis actor. So this story is spreading. It's kind of going viral. And the son talked to Vice about it, basically snitched on his dad for not taking him seriously about this whole thing. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, caller, can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Okay, there we go. Sounds like your window's rolled up.
Can you hear me all right, IPS?
All right. Yeah, you're clear now. Hey, what's your take on this topic we're discussing with regards to the Capitol Hill? Do you think it was real or
You
was
break. You sound very echoey. Sorry about that.
it... No, that's
But
cool.
anyway, what's my take on what?
The Capitol event of 1/6, the riot.
The whole event?
Yeah, broadly speaking, real or fake?
I think that it's a major crock, to be honest with you. I mean, clearly we all saw what happened. I mean, unless we're living on another planet, or plane, I should say. I mean, they fired the first shot. It was, I mean, if that's what you asked me, I think you asked me what I thought of the whole in the Trump rally that went awry. I think it's kind of interesting how they have flagged all those people at the airport just for facial recognition, just for being at the event itself. They're flagging them at airports and not letting them fly on planes. They're on a no-fly list. That's rather interesting, isn't it?
Isn't it exactly like what I've been saying? After 9/11, we had all these new ways to defend us rolling out, to defend us from the terrorists, and all these same things are being used to defend us from the QAnon terrorists. They've just rehashed the post 9/11 response.
Yep, it's crazy. Did you hear about the Cuban people waking up and having their bank accounts empty? Everybody, all the residents in Cuba, did you hear anything about that?
I have not yet, but when was this? Was this just recently then, I take it?
I'm not sure. It was on a Rockfin video I was watching that Eric Dubay was part of. And they were saying that the entire Cuban people woke up and everyone's bank account was drained. There was nothing in their bank accounts, and obviously that's communism for you, I guess. I don't know, but I was just repeating what I heard, and there's a blackout about it within our media, of course, and not letting us know anything. And that's the number one thing to our republic is freedom of the press. Hang on, let me see. I'm hearing myself. I got to close this.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
hearing
thing.
myself.
You're right about this, the freedom of the press. And we have been watching the systematic destruction of anything that's not copacetic with mainstream. If it doesn't fit on their screen, if it doesn't fit within the parameters, they just burn it. And that's all they do. We have nonstop censorship. Cancel culture is just an extension of it, just like tearing down statues and tearing down idols. And it's an ongoing thing. But yes, we're watching the destruction of the old world. It's the reset thing.
Yep, it's depressing. And I work with people that they're all so completely clueless, and I just have to keep my mouth shut because they're nowhere near. I mean, it's 90% women where I work. I work in inspection. I inspect flexible circuit parts, and they're so just. I mean, they're decades behind the truth movement right now. Anybody that's within our group, they just. I mean, they're still watching CNN, MSN, NBC, and it's like, I'm pulling my hair out. I'm ready to, they're like, whoa, the news said the mask is coming back. I'm like, that's about the only truth you're going to get out of it. It is coming back, but they're not telling you why. It's just, it's so depressing.
It's wild, though. It's like, up until about 2017, you could have all-night open discourse with anybody on YouTube. It was just live streams, and there was a viable community of thinkers and ideas, and it was evolving, and they just closed the door on it one day, and it's never been the same. It's like, I think they actually did pretty much honeypot the thinkers, marginalized them, ghettoized them, and then look what they've done. So, yeah, mission accomplished for the most part.
You're right, exactly. Like that CIA guy said, when everything's, like you said, when everything everybody knows is wrong, our mission is complete. But I was trying to do it, even the internet, I remember back in the 90s, it was great, man. You could find anything, anywhere. And if two things popped up in the same category, like now, you'd be like, wow, what's this? Excuse me. Just heading home from work now. I sent the message with my address because I don't know how to message you. So I don't know. I'll buy one of those press passes or whatever off you. I put my address in there. I'm pretty stupid, but whatever.
Oh, no, it's cool. I'll send it.
I'm not worried.
I sent it from a third party. I use a few different printers, but yeah, I'll have one sent right over because last year it was just like they tell you can't go out. I'm like, well, if we don't trust the media,
Yeah.
and alternative media is all co-opted, there needs to be independent reporters out there, even if it's just the weather. Tell us about the chemtrails.
We have to be the press. You're right. We have to be, and I'll use that thing with 100% confidence in it. Because I'm gonna report the truth regardless of what these people say. I might not have a big audience, but that's the plan.
Well, exactly. You can.
I live on Cape Cod, but
everybody here listening, that's the whole thing, is that we get people to report, and you call in here, and we generally get people who are very close to the source of things. We got a lot of calls from, Flat Earth F Word, who I hope he's still not in jail. I'll have to check up on him. But anyway, yes, anybody who's been following the hoax, the empty tents, has called in here.
Yeah, you should get set up on Rockfin too. You should really get set up on there. I joined the premium thing to get everybody else's content. You should get in there, talk to that guy Jason or whatever, see if you can get in there, because that's a way for people to tip you a lot better. Because DLive, I don't know if you're familiar with Jaron, you know him, right? He had a show, and he popped it on. He just for having Owen Benjamin on, they banned him. Right? They banned his channel, or they gave him a 30-day suspension. So he's like, "Oh, guess what, DLive? I'm banning you for life. You broke my terms of, you broke my terms, my contract." So he flipped the script on, which I thought was great. I mean, and they were just talking about farming and stuff like that, and they banned the guy. It's like, what is wrong with you people? It's like everything is flipped upside down right now. It's totally upside down. Everything's backwards. Everything's right is wrong and wrong is right, and
it's dumb.
I'm 54 years old. I've seen the way it's supposed to be and the way it is and how beautiful things can be. But you're right. If you shut off the computer and you shut off the TV, it's usually pretty good. But you still get people that they bark, and they're barkers, like the old carnival barkers. They're barking this vaccine shit. And it's driving me crazy.
You got DLive. They kick somebody off. Like, okay, you kick off a Jaron, you kick off an Owen Benjamin. If you look at the amount of money that these channels make, just passively, from donate, it basically means that they're hemorrhaging money. They're losing money by getting rid of these channels, it's not insignificant. And I'm just surprised that they're willing to do that. They defunded me on DLive because they said this channel was political. And they did it on 1/6. And so to me, they're a bunch of cowards. And I would go to Rockfin if they approved me. I've been applying there for weeks.
Yeah, I paid the $10 for, you get everyone's content, which I think is great. And not only can you tip them while they're live, you can tip them on a video that's like a month old, 2 months old, If you say, "Oh, I got something out of this, the guy worked hard on it, I can tip him, It's not like, it's like YouTube back in the day, but with the ability to tip after the video, while it's not live, which I think is I don't make any content. I used to game, I'm too busy. I work on my Harley and just sit back and enjoy the shows, but right. I don't have too much to contribute. But I'm tired of seeing everything flipped up.
Well, calling in is contributing, chatting is contributing, and our channel's always been about this think tank and getting a lot of people in the room. So I've always liked reaching out to all these different platforms. I don't want to go exclusive to Rockfin because I want to have people who are pretty much anywhere. But I'll definitely expand over to that platform and any other platform that's against this idea of just basically kowtowing to political correctness. And I told the people at DLive, this is what they did. This was so wrong about it, is that I had paid subscribers. So if you have several paid subscribers, that they're not getting refunded, it's like, well, who has to pay them back? And DLive didn't, and it's just kind of left people kind of mad. So yeah, they kind of screwed everything up with their platform, and I have no faith in them, but I'll stay on it just because some people prefer the app.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, brother, I'm gonna go in and make my chicken wings and call it a night. You guys take care. I'll keep listening in the background.
All right, appreciate the call. Have a great night. All right, excellent caller. We'll go over some of the points he brought up. Let's see here. Restless Bear says, Nick Fuentes and Owen Benjamin were the biggest earners. DLive said no thanks. Crazy. Oh, exactly. I mean, how do they make that up? And one of the things I asked them, I said, so you're kicking me off because I'm political, which basically meant I was talking about things on the news, and yet you let people play Grand Theft Auto. That's not political? Grand Theft Auto? Everything in that game is just the Democrat Party platform. Just looting, basically. Restless Bear says, yay, thanks, Tim. I do appreciate you being on DLive, even though they suck. Yeah, I'll stay on DLive in case somebody buys them later. Maybe somebody that's not beholden to the Chi-Coms will purchase DLive and make it user-friendly. So they have a good platform, though. I like the whole... And one other thing, too, and I won't complain about them, is that they're a gaming platform. So it's kind of one of those things where they already had their rules established, so you can't really claim to have been a victim if you break their rules. And I have to say, we probably did break their rules a few times. Lickety Split says GTA is poison. I would say it was rehearsal, drilling, predictive programming, and it was putting ideas into the culture that they could just tap into later. Like, this is how you respond. Frontman242 says, Tim, I told you that Flat Earth F-Word did a live stream a couple weeks ago. Okay, so he's not in. I'll have to check and see. I'm not really up to date on what happened, but he's the one who had the yoga studio, and he refused to close. And they got really kind of mad because he said hot yoga cured the COVID or something. But, he's probably the reason why the BBC and now everybody is saying that yoga is bad for you. Have you seen all these articles about yoga? It's like yoga is a gateway. Here's from BBC, and this is one of the first ones I saw on the topic. Does yoga have a conspiracy theory problem? And what it boils down to is that you have conspiratorial thinking if you do yoga. And that's because you've trained yourself in conspiratorial thinking. And it's 3 different things that would make you this way. One of them, you think everything's connected. 2, you believe you're in some kind of a battle versus the world, spirit versus the world. And then 3, you're open to alternative medicine. I would add a 4th one, you breathe. So there you have it. You're a threat to society. You're a threat to the new order if you do yoga. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, caller?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just making sure our levels are fine. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Am I clear? Because it sounds like you're driving.
Wait a second. 1 second. Shit.
Just keep your eyes on the
Can
road.
you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good to go. So anyway, we've been covering a lot of topics.
Listen.
What are you calling in on about?
I'm calling in about this whole bullshit about this January 6th bullshit, the blah, blah, blah. It's, oh, my God, it's like 9/11. But the thing that got me really crazy is how come we never hear anything about that Vegas shooting anymore? Wasn't that supposed to be the most fucking biggest massacre in in the United States?
It was. It is. In fact, that one holds the record. You're right. It absolutely does, and nobody talks about it anymore.
That's so crazy to me. And another thing, just, sorry to be rambling, but one thing that's funny to me is like, okay, remember when Trump was trying to roll out the vaccine and Biden and that girl were like, fuck no, we're not taking the vaccine. Okay, fine. And then all of a sudden now it's vaccine. My big question is, the vaccine that Trump was trying to push, was it the same vaccine or was it a different vaccine?
Right. That's a very good question. Because I know that when he caught the COVIDs 33 days before the election, Donald Trump, he took Regeneron and he cured it in 3 days. That's not a vaccine. So I don't know what they're doing. I'd like to find out. If somebody knows, put it in the chat.
Hello?
Yeah, hey, what's up? Yeah, we'll put it in the chat. Hey, caller, I'm going to have to probably cut this off. Okay, so it looks...
Give me 1 second, man. My phone is messing up because I'm driving.
That's cool.
I can't get the audio through the phone.
Yeah, just go...
One more second.
Yeah, take your time. Now, look, somebody here in the comments says that Jay Dyer talks about his Vegas buddy that died. And the other day I had somebody call in, and they say that they had somebody who knew somebody. But it's all hearsay in my view. And that Vegas event, if you studied it in depth, it's full of holes. No pun intended. What do you think about it?
100%. That's why it's so crazy, because I'm living in California and I see it all over the news and they're this, that, and the third. And then all of a sudden, boom, it just stopped. And I'm like, yo, and you know, I'm big on conspiracy theories. I believe a lot of craziness, but that shit, and then the whole thing with the vaccine, it's like right now in California, in the LA County, it's fucking ridiculous. It's like I live right on the border of LA County and Orange County. I go over 25 feet and there's no mask, no problem. It's fucking, this world is insane, and I just wish everybody the best of luck.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate that, and I agree with you 100%. It is, it's a very culty mindset. I think it's like a new religion, and it's a politicized religion, and it's on both sides. The religiosity, it's very, we're in extreme times, and it's very interesting. Appreciate you calling in.
No problem. You have a great night.
Awesome. And on this Vegas event, one of the things I brought up yesterday, or I was talking to some friends about this earlier, is that, you know, you can actually find that you had 50 of the people who were shot there, or shot at, 50 survivors, went to another country western concert in another part of the country, and they were shot at again. Identical attack. 50 of the same people. And down the street from this second attack, there was a drill going on that involved 50 actors. And this was described as a, quote, eerie coincidence by the media because they were reenacting Vegas. So what are the odds? Imagine this. You're part of a mass shooting. You barely survive. Then you get shot at again. And down the street, there are some people who are morbidly reenacting the first trauma that you just went through. And they're getting paid to do it while you're fighting for your life. I mean, the whole thing's insane. The borderline one's even phonier than the Vegas one, where you have someone who's able to do tourniquets with a belt and a shirt without getting any blood on himself. Okay, let's go ahead and continue. Now, I'll remember one thing. Okay, Alex Jones called somebody who was there in Vegas during the shooting, and he claimed he was under the bleachers and he was watching it happen. So it just seems very inconsistent. When you have somebody who says this event's fake, this one's real, it means they don't understand the bigger picture. It's all fake. One Step Too Far says, we should talk after the stream. I have tons of footage. We should compare our theories. Okay, you know what? That's one of the reasons why I have the Discord server. It's perfect for that kind of thing. Because in Discord, you can do screen shares now. So if you want to go over this, we'll do it in Discord. We'll record it, and then I'll premiere it on the channel. Because I've seen some of your videos, and it's worth going through and parsing that material. We're going to do a little bit of a revisiting of the Pizzagate symbolism and some of these related things. Van Gogh says, IPS, did you see the article about how the moon's tilt is going to cause coastal flooding by 2030? I remember the $100 bill showing New York flooded, similar to the prior bills showing 9/11 towers falling. Interesting point. Very interesting point. About the moon tilting. I mean, I've heard so many different things. You know, polar shift, Nibiru, global warming, ash. I mean, there's so many different things, but that's a new one. Restless Bear says, remember when the security guard at the Vegas hotel went on Ellen? That made sense. She fed him lines the whole time. Yeah, his name was Jesus Campos. And the story about Jesus Campos is that he was missing for 3 days, and then he shows back up. And he's up there on the stage with Ellen, and she's like, okay, I'm going to bring out a diagram of the hotel, and I want you to point where you were and where the shooter was. So she brought out a diagram, a blueprint. She was trying to get him to method act. She worked with him. Not the most responsive actor, but he did the gig. And then she brought out the Parkland. I mean, Ellen brings out all of the star crisis actors. So she brings out the cast and crew, the cast of Parkland. And, you know, I told you that they never cried, right? There was no tears in Parkland. But when she brought Emma to the stage and presented her with a check, like a multi-million-dollar check for the March for Our Lives, then they cried. I saw tears when they saw that big fat check. It's like, well, that's a trick for you. You can't get them to cry over fake dead kids. Just show them a bigger check. Yeah, his name was Jesus Campos. I mean, there's all sorts of strange stuff going down at the 10/1/17 Harvest Festival. You had the sign of the horns, the harvest, the number 19, or no, Route 91, rather. And then you have And they say, no, take us to the hotel. And then she's like, wait, isn't she wounded? And she's like, no, take us to the nice hotel. Take us to the Luxor. So they're fighting over which hotel to go to. They want to go to a nice one. When a minute before, they were all wounded and comatose. I mean, the whole thing was, like I said, it was a bunch of crisis actors, I think from literally Hollywood, just flown in for the weekend, pretending to be country music people. And here's the motivation. You have the Second Amendment rights type people who are calling out all the fake shootings. They're not motivated or swayed to give up their guns. So now they had to turn the guns on gun culture. So they had to make sure that the country music folk would be victims of the gun laws that they support. And that's what they were trying to do, make a demonstration. It was supposed to be ironic. One Step Too Far says the fact that people traveled for Jason Aldean is the biggest red flag that it was staged that day. Yep, exactly. They had to be paid. Commenter says Jason is the Ariana Grande of country. Well, something else about him too. The whole event was predicted on one of these Illuminati playing cards. I mean, there's a rabbit trail we can go down. And when it comes to the event itself, the actual footage, there's a clip that gives it all away, where instead of treating the people who were shot, they just turn the lights off. Like, imagine being at a concert and somebody fires a bunch of rounds in there. And instead of running around checking pulses, maybe seeing who's playing dead, they just shut off the lights. Frontman says, we are being skull-effed every day by the media. Well, it's not just the media. I mean, we say media, it's like the news, but no, it's also the... God, it's an all-encompassing echo chamber. And yeah, there's no escape. I mean, that is what the world stage is. I like the spelling world, like WHIRLED, because I think that's really what it's about. I think it's about keeping us really discombobulated. Like, people don't know the difference between real and fake, and they're reliant on the TV screen to keep them oriented as though it's their primary sensory apparatus and their five senses come next. You don't even need your mind. All right, so let's go ahead and continue through these links. We talked about the influencers getting cash to spread vaccine disinformation. So this is interesting too. Anytime you see these bigger channels that don't get censored and all they talk about is how if you get the vax, you're going to become magnetic and you're going to be sensitive to chemtrails, they tell you the strangest things, or they start shaking, the crisis shakers. Yeah, they're getting paid for the most part. Now, there was something else about that whole thing in Vegas. It had to do with no muzzle flashes. We'll go over all of these things. Now, the thing is, this is a big divider. For a lot of people in our Discord server at the time, they weren't willing to say it was fake. They were assuming it was real until enough evidence came out to contradict it. And at that point, I was like, no, we have to be willing to shift the burden of proof. So I was already saying, hey, it's already been demonstrated the media isn't reporting as much as they're telling stories. And this was the day that my channels really started getting pulled on, just routinely. We were 20 minutes into coverage on that event. And I was talking about the way that they were transporting people. You could see these clownish antics by these crisis actors carrying people by their ankles and their wrists, just seemingly without any direction. And they just shut us off in the middle of a live stream. Mark says there was weird helicopter stuff in Vegas too, not sure what that was about. Yeah, that's a guardrail. So here's what you have. You have the mainstream story, it's all real. Then you have the truth, it's fake. Then you have the guardrail, which says, well, the news is lying because there's a different explanation. The shooter was in a helicopter, or the shooter was fill in the blank. So the second shooter theory is always there to prevent you from noticing it's fake. It's the classic guardrail. So anybody who's pushing the helicopter did the shooting is trying to continue with the lie that a bunch of people got shot. That lie was more than debunked with the Borderline shooting and all the odd coincidences with the same actors being recycled. Frontman242 says Vegas was a dud for sure. I happen to think that it was done well, but the number of witnesses make things very difficult for them to pull these things off properly. And if you notice, after the Christchurch shooting, everything changed. Because what Christchurch did is it reduced the number of live streamers tremendously, because they said, we can't have people live streaming because they might go shoot some people up. So you have to have 1,000 subscribers to live stream from your phone. So immediately it got rid of a lot of witnesses. So if you're just a casual person and you see something fishy and you want to broadcast to the world, well, no, you got to be vetted. And it's going to take you time to bring in 1,000 subs and not break any of the rules. I've never been able to do that. Thirst for Truth says Shawn Michaels wanted to talk about the helicopters too. Yeah, I don't know if he's full on auto hoaxer. There's not a lot of money in it. Isn't it kind of funny? It's like the further from the truth you are with your commentary and your news observations, the more money there is in it. The truthier you get, the broker you get. It's like that by design. I mean, I don't think that you have to be limited that way. I mean, obviously, we found ways to get around it. Quote of the day, let's be real, enforced farming is really not a vibe. That's from Grimes. Wisdom from the girlfriend of the richest man in the world. Enforced farming's not a vibe. Good to know. Okay, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Here's an interesting piece of footage worth watching, just to give you some insight into Marjorie Taylor Greene, MTG. So she confronted David Hogg last year or so, and this was basically, I think, meant to give the public the idea that conspiracy theorists are somehow like dangerous harassers, that they have some kind of psychopathy about them, because it is kind of psychotic what she's doing here, because she's not calling him a crisis actor who staged an event. She's suggesting that it's real, and she's chiding him for supporting gun control. And I'm like, wait, hold on a second here. If I thought the shooting was real, I would never approach a victim like that. And she assumes it all to be real. So this shows you she's a gatekeeper. She doesn't know it's fake, which is the real story. But I'll play a clip here so you can see. And this is Marjorie Taylor Greene harassing David Hogg over gun laws. This is from dailymail.co. After their short, disgusting commercial. They really try to assault your senses with these commercials. Like, don't know why. But anyway, I'm not going to pass on the trauma. I'm just going to let the commercial play. If you missed it, it was for some kind of bandage. And I don't remember talking about bandages in front of Siri, so I don't know why I'm being targeted with this ad. But what we're getting to here is Marjorie Taylor Greene harassing David Hogg over gun laws. And my contention here, though, is that they're working together. That Hogg and Greene...
David, why are you supporting the red flag laws? If Scott Peterson, the resource officer at Parkland, had done his job, then Nicholas Cruz wouldn't have killed anybody in your high school, or at least protected them. Why are you supporting red flag gun laws that attack our Second Amendment rights?
So she's chiding him over 17 deaths. And again, he's just a child. It happened when he was 18. So it's in poor taste. I don't know. This is worse than what Alex Jones was doing, who was merely, with the other event, suggesting it was a hoax. But this is next level. And it's 100% wrong. It's another side of it. Just shows you, the world stagers. When I say world stagers, I mean the people who operate on the assumption that everything on the news is real. They have a different assessment on everything. Pollsters blow up claim that QAnon is popular because people stopped going to church. I'm seeing a lot of claims about people basically finding a new faith in QAnon, a lot of hype. I personally don't know any QAnoners that are anything like the ones on the news, specifically the ones that are raiding the Capitol, the shamans. Lily Bell says the video from the hospital after the Vegas shooting of the victims. Remember the cheerleaders cheering from the bed after being shot. No, I remember. Now, there's quite a few from that one that we bring up. There was one that stood out to me. She was an eyewitness who happened to be on Dr. Phil a few months prior. So you have this individual who was on Dr. Phil as a narcissist, and her mother brought her on. She's an incurable narcissist. She'll do anything for money and fame. And then a few weeks later, she's out there crisis acting in Vegas. Frontman says Alex Jones is beyond insane. I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, he does proffer a lot of valuable commentary, but he's a world stager. I mean, I just say he's mainstream. And people laugh when I say that. I think I was talking to McToon about this. I said, Alex Jones is mainstream. And he laughed. And I'm like, well, the fact that you know his name, it tells you he's mainstream. He's the edge of acceptable discourse. If you go any further than that, you're an extremist, but you're just a right-wing hate monger if you go with him. He doesn't go that much further. I mean, he can't go and say things are fake. He has been sued. Maybe he's just watching his back, but I also don't believe in a lot of the things that the listeners of InfoWars would believe in. Like, for example, they'll buy the guardrail. So either there's a virus or it was just a war game. Or this is the guardrail. This is the third version, which they offer. Oh, it's a weapon from China. So it's like, okay, you just have a variant of the mainstream thing, a different source. Alt media is mainstream light. They're never going to call it fake. We were talking about empty hospitals back when InfoWars was telling you to be afraid of your 5G towers. And they were also one of the big pushers of false flag theory. And false flag is one of the biggest obstacles to seeing through this matrix. False flag theory says, oh, it was real, but it was done by somebody other than reported. Like 9/11 was done by this group, not that group. Well, what if 9/11 was just a movie? See, that doesn't enter the equation when you have the false flag explanation. So I remove false flag from my lexicon and replace it with hoax or just fake AF. Makes a lot more sense. Has anybody heard word about Michael Flynn? Has he been arrested yet for making these jokes about assassinations in DC? I can't believe how this is heating up so fast. Then you have Kate Shimarani, COVID conspiracy theorist being investigated for talking about hanging doctors. Like, they're really normalizing a lot of this talk. And I was watching some of the coverage of the hearings over the 1/6 event, and they were talking about how they had the rope and they were ready to start hanging people. And it's like, that wasn't a real scaffold. It wasn't a gallows. It was a couple of 2x4s and a shoestring, like the type you'd use to pull a garage down. Like, it wasn't even a noose. SK3T says, any arguments against the... No, I want to say this channel is pro anti-vaxxer, and we're pro-vaxxer. And the reason why I say this is that I think that it's just a schism, in my opinion. I don't think there's anything in it. It's not going to make you magnetic, where you walk by your fridge and the refrigerator door slams open against your shoulder and knocks a few beers out onto the floor. I don't believe any of that stuff. I don't think it's going to give you horns, or it's going to damn your soul, or leave you open to demonic possession. I think it's quite literally just a schism to create a divide in society. So if you lose money by not taking it, it's like, well, who are you listening? I'm not going to advise anybody on anything, and I don't want to give any false... what do they call it? Medical misinformation. In fact, I'll say this. Get triple vaxxed, get triple masked, and put on a space junk helmet. Just get ahead of the curve. Stay safe, bro. User offline, Hunter and Joe on crack. Yeah, I've seen that. That would explain Joe Biden, by the way. Some of his meanderings. Like, I don't think it's dementia. I think it's acting, or maybe it's secondhand smoke from Hunter. But as far as InfoWars goes, overall, I think that it's a great channel. I like their approach. But we come at everything from a different perspective, and like I said, it matters. You know, if you believe in outer space, if you believe in the moon landing, you have a different assessment of things, and things that exist for you don't exist for me, or don't actually exist. But these are all things that we can talk about. You know what the Gipper said, you know, my 90% friend is not my 10% enemy. And I'm not enemies with Bill Hicks just because we disagree on a few things. I don't believe in chemtrails. You know how many friends I lose over that? Over not being afraid of chemtrails? Or not being a vaxophobe? And the other day I was called what was I called? I think I was called a gatekeeper of truth because I wouldn't research articles that prove that masks are causing medical students to drop dead. Like, I've never seen any such thing. I've never seen any sort of complaints about masks where like your dentist just passes out from wearing the mask. Like, it never happens. But no, if it's true, it's true. I'm not trying to conceal anything. Not that I could. I barely have a large enough audience to get any information out there, much less block information. Brian Williamson says the CDC drops straight facts. Well, it's all a mass of contradictions like every religion. Have you ever found a religion that wasn't inherently, internally contradictory? Brian says pick a side. Well, here's the thing. If you look at how they divide things, it's all about your relationship to power, and you could pretty much psychoanalyze somebody by the relationship to the needle. And it sounds like an oversimplification, but it's really not. Left wing, pro-needle, open borders. Right wing, closed borders, anti-needle. The border of the nation, the border of their skin, the border of their home, and the ability to defend it. These are the things that they fundamentally disagree on. That's why the gunophobes are pro-needle, and the pro-gun are anti-needle. It's a perfect divide. It's left, right, like everything else. And if it wasn't so perfectly divided, I would take the issue more seriously. And what's more, who are you trying to save? Like, let's say all you vaxophobes who are worried. Okay, so you're on YouTube and Twitter and you're trying to save lives. You're like, I gotta warn people. You're crying wolf because you know that Fauci's a bad guy and Bill Gates is a real bad guy because TV. So you're like, okay, I gotta warn everybody because they'll die. Well, the only people who are like voluntarily sticking themselves every day are the ones who are in support of climate lockdowns, of masking babies. So if the party of, let's just go ahead and exterminate civilization, is taking the poison, why are you trying to help them? I would say encourage it, vax the left. Like, if you think it's real, then your opposition ought to eliminate itself. And why hasn't it? Show me the dead vax pushers. There aren't any. The people bragging about their second and third are doing just fine. So it's one of these things where it's like the left wing is always crying about all the children shot in schools over the 17 years of school shootings. Nobody died in any of those. Well, now you have the other side, same arguments about all these faceless victims of the needle. Needles versus guns. I think it's a false dichotomy. It's a false debate. It's meant to divide. Maxwell Cooper says both sides are openly rooting for the other side to die. Well, for the most part, although for some reason you have all these misguided types who are trying to save the opposition. Save them for what? So they can vote away more of your freedoms? I'd say get pro-vax. Let's start talking about the Georgia Guidestones. It's like, hey, look, if you're truly in favor of saving the planet, we ought to really take these into consideration. Let's just make sure that they're first in line. That's the thing. All you have to do is you have to get the left or the statists to take their own advice, which they never do. One Step Too Far says, I know 2 people dead after the vax. Maybe. See, for me to believe you, not that I'm saying it's not true, but causation, correlation are 2 different things. I would need to see it on the death certificate. And I would need to see the family up in arms. And I would need to see the doctor charged with murder. I mean, isn't that what you're asserting? That's one of the things that bugs me about these assertions about, oh, well, this group is killing all of us in this way. So like all the pilots are just dumping poisons on us. It's like, well, how can you ever like a pilot again? They're dumping poisons on playgrounds. Like, it's a pretty big claim to just suggest that this group is murderous. Oh, those doctors are just killing babies and everybody. It's like, are you sure you want to make these types of spurious accusations to suggest that? And for the most part, when it comes to these events, it's always, you know, somebody who knows somebody, and, you know, hearsay. Zinvella says they need an autopsy from Dr. Carver. Right. Dr. Carver, or the other one. Who's the one who did the autopsy for Epstein and for Kobe and for, God, you name it. There's like a list of people who all went to the same one. Okay, let's see here. And look, everything's gone full circle. I mean, last year you had the people who knew it was phony were laughing at the people who were just terrified of this invisible body-possessing demon out there. When now the same people who were ridiculing the sheeple, who were wrapping themselves in garbage bags and putting buckets on their heads in order to go shopping at Walmart, well, now they're the ones who are saying you have to avoid the vaxxed because you'll catch the spikes, you'll catch their shedding. So this is a two-sided psyop. And at this point, I'm like, let's just leave it in 2020. But we can't. Unfortunately, we can't, because the true believers outnumber the knowers, the auto-hoaxers, the ones who pay attention. And as long as that's the case, well, they kind of get to decide. They get to decide what our uniform is, what our religion is. So get your holy water hand sanitizer, order some more religious garments to cover your face. All right, let's see. Look, also, I kind of think that the anti-vax movement is obviously controlled opposition, because the anti-vax movement believes in viruses. And I think if you believe in viruses and pandemics, you're programmed. Whatever happened to the people who were terrified of nukes that would protest against nuclear proliferation? There used to be billboards up around here. It's like, oh, the nukes are going to kill us all. They got repurposed. And what happened to the 5G phobics? Last year, the 5G phobics were so terrified that more than 77 towers burned down last year. People were burning 5G towers because they thought it was spreading viruses. And it's like, well, if you don't believe in viruses, you wouldn't fall prey to such a ridiculous notion. But then again, that was being spread by InfoWars. I mean, it's a great idea. It's great science fiction. I think it's funny. You're like, oh, look, wherever the 5Gs are, you can find the breakouts of the virus. Again, conflating correlation and causation. Anti-vax conspiracy theorist tells O'Reilly that the healthcare workers fighting COVID could face Nuremberg trials. Anti-vax speaker recalls Nazi doctors who stood trial and were hung. So this type of rhetoric, when I hear this, I think, okay, well, this person has to be a Fed. Kate Shimarani, is she a Fed, or is this a legitimate comment? Suggesting that people are going to hang is a very extreme thing. Everybody there is essentially standing for that. Not to say they don't have a point. I mean, it's pretty obvious that AstraZeneca's logo is the mark of the beast. What does that mean? I don't know. But it's like, why? If they don't believe in the devil, if they're not really Satan worshipers, why would a vaccine company put a 666 into its logo? Doesn't make a lot of sense. User offline says the 5G plus the black goo vax equals MK Ultra on steroids. Well, people were worried that they were going to inject you with nanobots that would make you programmable by 5G towers and that this would cause you to stay home and watch Netflix all day. And it's like, I'm sorry, but they didn't need to inject you or control you remotely. They just had that guy with the suit get on TV, the guy with the smug, and tell you to stay home, and you did. That's all it took. No black goo injections. And if there is such a thing, there are people who will pay for it before they have to forcibly inject it. You have to think about how many sellouts there are. You could sell the mark of the beast if you could come up with one. Maxwell Cooper says COVID killed the Hong Kong protests. Right. Well, we know it's just a front for restructuring our political and economic system. A clean communist revolution, very sanitary. In a way, it's a holy war as well. It's a holy war if you look at this as purging the non-believers, the infidels, the apostates, which they have to do to maintain this power structure. If this is the new religion, and they need you to believe in the wrath of God in the form of global warming, if they need you to believe in the virus as the new sin, because this is how their society is going to be ordered, then it's very inconvenient for you to know the truth. And what do they usually do to the Gnostics or the heretics? I don't think you have to worry about being burned at the stake or contact traced by the Neo-Inquisition. I think they just shadow ban you. Thinks he's the truth that says, I know 2 people who are sick after the vax, one with cancer a month after, one with stroke symptoms the day after. I don't need proof. Cause and effect is enough. Again, that's a cool story. I would need to know names and if it was true. Like if I knew one person who had the vax and then came up with a rare cancer and a stroke, and that person wasn't front page news, I would think that well, you don't really care about your friend. I would be like, hey, get the doctor's name. Make him own this. Let's look at this stuff under a microscope. But nobody does that. They're just like, oh, just another casualty. Move along. I'll tweet about it. They named an ingredient luciferase. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I want the luciferase injection, and I want the AstraZeneca mark of the beast. And it is very much like the biblical mark of the beast, because it will get you a better job. Or at least it lets you have a job, a government job, I guess, I should say. Not a better job. And you know what? Okay, so government workers have to mask up and have to vax up. Who cares? They're government workers. No, I'm just kidding. I wonder if YouTube workers are like forcibly vaxxed, or if they have to be. I think that YouTube moderators, like the ones who are behind the scenes, I think that they should all be double masked and double vaxxed. What do you guys think? Commenter says, I just can't get on board with attributing it to the vax if it doesn't happen immediately. Yeah, my problem is that they'll say, oh, well, it's a slow kill. Well, I'm sorry, but you can't say it's a slow kill and then somebody who's 90 dies. You know, it's like people are reaching. And again, you moved the goalpost. A year ago, it was they're going to vax us all and everybody's going to die. Or it's going to be The Walking Dead. Half of the people are going to turn into zombies. That never happened. Nobody died. It was such a big nothing burger. Now, if I had seen piles of corpses, sure. If the unprotected, unquarantined homeless population just turned up dead on the streets, sure. I would say you guys have a point. Evar says the twerking nurses should have told you that we're in clown world. Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of dances they're going to have for the variants, the next phase. One Step Too Far says Google headquarters says it's mandatory to be vaxxed. Very interesting. Look, for all these claims that this person had this and now they're this, I don't see very many people acting on it. And until I do, I'm just going to have to assume that it's just secondhand hearsay and a lot of not misinformation, but crisis acting, more or less. Kind of like last year, everyone was like, I know somebody who died of COVID. I don't know anybody saying that anymore. But last year, a lot of people were making that case. Some people, even anti-maskers, were doing that. I'm like, wait. You're an anti-masker, but you believe in viruses. If I believed in a virus, I wouldn't be an anti-masker. Not that I'm an anti-masker per se, but it's like, because what I'm suggesting here is that I don't even accept the premise. I mean, I don't believe in religious garments. I'm not going to wear a nun's habit because they say it's going to keep the virus away from me. But if they tell people it will, they will. That's why I say it's just a matter of time until they have you all in space junk helmets. And one of the things that they're not communicating well is the severity of the problem, because they're not coming out in full PPE. If Governor Newsom came out in head-to-toe protective posture with one of those inflatable suits, like looking like he's dealing with like bioweapons, I would take him seriously. But here he is in his normal clothes. This is Governor Newsom.
To live with this virus.
And he's just chastising us about how it's our choice to live in sin and that we have to choose to be saved.
It's choice to live with this virus. And with all due respect, you don't have a choice to go out and drink and drive and put everybody else's lives at risk. That's the equivalent of this moment with the deadliness and efficiency of the Delta virus.
Okay, so it's so deadly that it's the equivalent of going out drinking and driving if you have it, but you can still spread it even if you're double vaxxed and masked. So what is he doing outside of his house? If it's so dangerous that just walking around is the equivalent of drunk driving, every single one of them ought to be locked down. So if you don't live in quarantine, I don't take you seriously. Like, you don't really believe in this thing. You don't believe in climate change if you own a car, or an iPhone for that matter. You know the carbon footprint of an iPhone? You know how big that would... I mean, the amount of damage you're doing to the earth just by owning some of these things. So it's just very hard for me to take any of these hypocrites seriously. This is not necessarily new, just a further development along the lines things have been going. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and other big tech will now add content to a shared counterterrorism database so they can crack down on materials from white supremacists and far-right militias. Again, this is a repeat of the post 9/11 world, but now it's the white Al-Qaeda, vanilla ISIS, the QAnon, not the Quran. Same program. PayPal teams up with the ADL, quote, uncovering and disrupting the financial pipelines that support extremist and hate movements. So they don't want you super chatting or tweeting, or donating to people who create memes that they find objectionable. And these are the ones who say that certain hand signs are, this is just basically, this is penalizing you. I mean, you have your free speech, sure, but it's going to cost you. Free speech isn't free in that sense. This is Dan Hodges. The anti-vaxxers have had their fun. Now they're openly engaged in incitement to murder. It's time for arrests, prosecutions, and serious jail time. So what do you do? Jail all the anti-vaxxers and then what? Don't they all just die? Like, this should be a self-canceling problem if it was a real problem. And this is why I say to all of you anti-vaxxers trying to save lives, do you really want to stop somebody like Dan Hodges from triple vaxxing himself? From starting that addiction? I don't think I want to stop him. I'm like, you go right ahead, Dan Hodges. Vax up. Stay safe, bro. Helmet up. Because what they're suggesting here is that, hey, look, we just need totalitarianism and fascism. Oh, this guy spread a meme. That meme might have incited somebody else to commit murder by breathing in public. And then, of course, I showed you earlier the European Commission's 18-page report on far-right humor, where basically memes are considered to be the equivalent of deadly viruses. And it is not an exaggeration. I mean, this is what they are quite literally saying. I'll just give you a couple clicks here. It says, as we know from everyday interactions, and I'll give you a link to this if you want to read it for yourself. Again, it's called the It's Not Funny Anymore, Far-Right Extremists' Use of Humor. And it's by the European Commission. Sound like some great people. Quote, as we know from everyday interactions, the humor and irony are difficult to decode. What do you mean, as we know from everyday interactions? Humor and irony are difficult to decode. I don't think so. But apparently they do. They say this is more problematic when you try to analyze humor in the online space, where irony is celebrated as a core countercultural element. So now they're out for irony. It says playing with exaggeration and irony and the reactions from audiences are an essential part of the provocateur's playbook. Thus, it's very difficult to regulate and counter digital hate cultures. So what they're talking about here is that humor is very problematic for them. They're really disturbed by the fact that they can't decode irony and humor, subtlety, and these jokes are getting through their filters. They're having a very difficult time. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? What topic are you calling on tonight? I think we're having a little bit of a problem picking this one up. Just hold on one second. Okay, can you remove your mask? Okay, this caller is for some reason muted, so I'm just going to go ahead and let him hang on the phone for just a moment here. You know, I put a poll up on Twitter. Would you prefer Vax Drone or Vaxskeeto? Okay, I'm going through the comments section. If anybody wants to call in, it's 833-311-1984. One Step Too Far says, I still think they lied about my positive tests. Well, look, just so you know, it's going to go on for 19 or years. You know, you had to deal with Islamic terrorism for 19 years, just one of these protracted psyops. So just expect it to last. I've already experienced COVID fatigue, mask fatigue, anti-vax fatigue, and I've moved on for the most part. But the only reason I brought it up tonight is that apparently there is going to be some effort to bring it back. I mean, we'll see. Mark says the first Star Wars movie had a V-drone. See, Vax drones is one of those things, you know, it's like it started off as a joke, you know, the Vax drone is for South Pole, but, you know, it's probably closer to reality. And I think that there's even been discussions about using, like, this is actually from May, India testing drones to bring COVID-19 to rural areas. Which makes sense. It makes more sense than the door-to-door kind. But it says, yeah, part of the World Economic Forum's Medicine from the Sky. And there's WEF, you know, with your dear leader, Klaus Vader, and his 666 logo. Medicine from the Sky. So this is a project that, yeah, this is your Vax drone company. Provides a broad overview of a supply chain system in India, and it's basically, yes, Vax drones. So there you go. How drones can change the future of healthcare delivery. Okay, I'm clicking a link that somebody in chat gave me to Twitter. Appreciate it. Censored 1958 encyclopedia describes the firmament. Yeah, I've seen this. They do describe a, quote, dome. But the use of the word dome in the context that they were using it has to do with elevation. I don't think it has to do with the sky above. But I'll look into it. You know, I find it really peculiar, though, when people manufacture or use stuff that's been debunked. Manufactured stuff is the worst. I saw something today where I'll see if I can find it. Somebody shared a picture of Hitler and some of his pals around a flat Earth map on a table. And they're like, hey, look, Hitler was doing flat Earth, so it's real. And it's like, all you have to do is right-click the image, and you find out that this had nothing to do with that somebody had photoshopped it. And it's like, if the truth is on your side, what would be the point of photoshopping it? But I'll look into it. I'm not a believer in this theory about a dome over our heads because I haven't been able to get any straight answers about how it would work. Like, for example, if there is a dome, is it curved? Is it like a salad bowl turned upside down? Or are we talking about something flat? Or, I don't know. I mean, there's too many questions about it to talk about it definitively. Okay, here it is. The channel that was actually sharing the content of Hitler with the map was Great Believer, Creationist, and Bible Defender. And I remember asking him in this tweet, I'm like, look, you're a Bible defender. What are you doing manufacturing evidence to support your side? And to me, that's kind of a place of weakness. And if you're coming from a place where you're manufacturing evidence, then, well, you obviously have come up short. Here's the map. I knew I would find it. So here's the original one. I found it from LME stock photos. So here's Hitler and a bunch of his friends. They're looking at a map. So this is the one that Great Believer, the biblical defender, was presenting. Adolf Hitler and his personal inner circle, using flat Earth maps to guide their German U-boats and military force. Research flat Earth and the true history of Hitler. Zionists painted him as evil, but this is far from the truth. And then hilariously, you have like this flat Earth map that they're all looking at, like they're planning military strategy from this perspective, like looking at all the continents at once. I mean, it's a huge joke. I'm pretty sure it came from Eric Dubay's channel. I mean, that's where the stuff came from. The Hitler connection to flat Earth came from Eric Dubay, who isn't a Nazi, by the way. You can't be a Nazi and also be into yoga, meditation, very multicultural, living in Thailand. No way he's a Nazi. No, Hitler was not a flat earther. I remember at one point they were even saying that the Hitler salute was like saluting the flat plane. Like that was spreading for some time. I don't know how it got started. Yeah, sabotage is what I think. But they saw this globe as like, I don't know, some kind of Jewish plot or something. I mean, again, this is a Bible defender, and he did not back down from his lies. People are like, it's against your Bible to lie. Why would you make this up? And he just went straight into presenting another picture of a map that he says was a flat Earth map on JFK's plane. So I don't know. Some of these flat Earth proponents could just be provocateurs or agents. I just find it peculiar that you could accrue 8,000 subscribers with fake memes. But I kind of said this earlier, though. I said that the truthier you are in your assessments, the less of a platform you're given. Has anybody heard the theory that Adolf Hitler and Walt Disney were played by the same, or Walt Disney was actually the actor behind the character, rather? I'll bring it up briefly. I don't really care for this theory very much. Actually, we'll skip it. But you should look at the bird's eye view of Hitler's compound and Walt Disney's place. It does look the same. Now, someone sent this to me. They said, note the resemblance between Vincent Fuchsia and John Denver. Little context here. The QAnoners believe that JFK Jr. is Q and that he's still alive. On the anniversary of his death by plane crash, Sean Hannity dedicated a song to a friend named John who died in a plane crash. And then he played a John Denver song. And so someone suggested that, well, maybe this Vincent Fuchsia, who they believe to be JFK Jr., isn't actually John Kennedy Jr., but is John Denver. And anyway, this is where QAnon logic, if you drink the Kool-Aid, this is kind of where it leads. But I have to say there is something of a striking resemblance between these two. And I would say that Fuchsia looks more like John Denver than any Kennedy. Molly Rollins says, how long are the QAnoners willing to wait? The new date is August the 11th. August the 11th. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. How you doing tonight? Yeah, we're clear.
We've got a bad connection.
Yeah, I'm
I
seeing
can't hear you. I'll try to call back later.
Yeah, I got that. I'm starting to get this sense here that our phone system's failing. I've been having this like really slow connection. I'll see what I can do about that. Everything on my settings was reset just a few days ago. Now, if you leave voicemails, I will respond to those. And also, if you leave any sort of comments on the forums, we'll deal with those as well. Infinite Plane Radio. Wow, you know, it sounds like every person calling is calling through some kind of like the Van Allen radiation belt or something. Can you hear me okay? Nope. Didn't think so. All right, I apologize for the phone system. I'll get that fixed this evening. So this is PGA Space is Fake, everyone. Have a great night. And by the way, I'll put a link in the chat below. We replay the previous night's stream the following afternoon. And you'll be getting the link by email. Oh, wait, we have a caller. I think we got somebody. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, man, I was calling to see if your phones were working. You are super muffled. Like, if I wasn't listening to hear if you were muffled, I wouldn't have been able to hear you. So, yeah, something's going on. I just wanted to call and check, but...
Appreciate it.
All right, kind of sucks.
All right, appreciate it. I'll see if I can fix it. Thanks for the call. All right, everyone, like I said, I'll get this taken care of. Appreciate you letting me know. We'll see what happened.
Water doesn't cook for fuck's sake. If a vacuum ain't ever thought it's fake. Telling you about spins and orbits on vanities like little hobbits. You've never felt the orbital speed. There's no way you could stay on your feet while you're blasting in every direction. Your thumb would need a redirection. You've never ever thought about this. Just accepted it, that's the way it is. They've taken your mind, called it a rod, indoctrinated it with a foreign thought. Talking about their imaginary friend, helping the masses to make light bend. A concept for water on the ball, like it could stick to a wall. Vast bodies of water won't ever display the convexity a globe would portray. They clearly meet that ability, no way to form that kind of stability. And before you get off on your water drops, you have to know a thing about the ocean's tops. Cause they got waves rising and falling, destroying your fallacy about surface tension. In fact, why you would even mention. But gravity, you rush to say, a giant law with a role to play. Substitute of Abrahamic thought, result of adjustment to a dying God. You already have a Babylon 2.0, a fucking update here to run the show. And you don't even want to know. It is the same old glorification of the sky. Roman gods are above, they never die. And the theme's one hell of a genius thought. Gravity is still unproven and a fraud. And look at these theoretical black holes. They've taken money and debt and their goals, presenting now pretty graphs and sheets to myth logic while that feeds. By virtue of an object's mass alone, no attraction to its center was ever shown. Mathematically doomed and believed. Many generations got deceived. CGI is the best out of space you get, and they fail like 500 years yet to show you a spinning ball with water on it while itself shooting in elliptical orbit. Avoiding A360 pan at all cost, moon landing dead or unfortunately lost, unable to evidently prove the ball. It's the mechanics of the force wall. Gravity be all around and everywhere, apparently making everything is fair, giving you uncountable objects in orbits, a random universe of chaotic movements. The Earth shooting in every direction, couldn't have thought out a more alien fiction.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report come out of the House Intelligence Committee as to what happened with Russia.
A flat Earth report. Those are striking terms. Those are striking terms. Those are striking terms.
Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my scene with peaches and cream. You make that dough, the symbol show. Euthanasia, blue wrench with the water world. Nightmare hippie girl, flippy Illuminati. Got the VIP cause I'm a 33. A bunch of important numbers. 3. A bunch of important numbers. 42. A bunch of important numbers. 481. A bunch of important numbers. 5. A bunch of important numbers. 0. A bunch of important numbers. 9. A bunch of important numbers. 23. A bunch of important numbers. 7. A bunch of important numbers. 11. A bunch of important numbers. 11. I'm in a cult. 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 Here's shit I got. Still when they mouth.
Just like the phoenix, we rise from the ashes. They fake our reality with pawns, puppets, and actresses. It's plain to see what their tactic is. Corporate communist takeover. Treat us like clowns, burn it all down in a fiery makeover. Then they rebuild from the ash, leaving the past, and the past is the ticket to the last laugh. Phoenix. These maggots are more like scavenging vultures. They're twisting our culture. They got us living like drones in this dystopian vision of home. Just leave us alone. We're allergic to the bullshit. But they preach and they preach and they preach from on top of their pulpit.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. 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 Don't take a genius to see the signs and symbols. They play with the phoenix. We see the lies they swindle and we don't believe shit. Fun the jokes and riddles. Now things are far from civil. I'm trying to elevate my mental and find some meaning. Being stuck on feelings, cause it's so appealing. Now it's open season. The elite be scheming. Now I'm painting pictures on the ceiling like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic. It's tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. That's me, my chalice for this world is savage. Who's gonna do some damage? There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak a universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
The harness roaring upward toward the heavens like the lioness. Heated hurricane, the birth of the initiates. Segment scorching, blazing higher, fire priestess. So fly, wings descend from the ashes. Just up be rising, since he hypnotizing. Higher angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Get the cut to introspective human vision. Saving serpent lick their ears to hardening.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly by just like a phoenix. Chips so wavy, got a bunch of jealous beaches. Won't go crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. The elites don't like you breathing, there's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order, they've inverted all the meaning. So we do this for a reason, keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix ashes.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
The dumb man said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
We're living this life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up and tear the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy from here to infinity. We're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. What a waste of your life. Why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is blasphemy. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your life.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. Control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the admittance of your indoctrination. It's blatant. You're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are wrongly used of innocence. They trying to condition us to a new normal with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent, and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. But they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus. If you think that you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots, I think it's fun. Thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. But the nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I won't be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Fear of the violence, they ought to be fearing the tyrants. Take a look at all the tyranny here. Only kings are clear, witness to bear. You're consciously cognitive dissonant. We're coming and burning brighter than the filament, filling these people with the light of the truth, and they still wanna battle me. Shining that very same light onto this ever fictitious reality. Society's living in sickness. This pandemic's a scare for the richest. In this matrix we see to the glitches. Snitches no longer get stitches. They get rewards. I'd rather just leave them in ditches. To give up the pen of the game, to give up the pen of the game. There's birth on this plane to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this plane to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this pen of the game to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this plane to give up the pen of the game. My mission is beckoning. We are the fingerprints of life's outstretched hand. This is the reckoning, exposing the truth of the negatives. We always picture the positive narrative. Sleepyhead NPCs been popping them sedatives. Night night, we put them to bed with a lullaby sounding like Fright Night. Better put on your night light. There's no waking up, walking dead. We watching them flutter by. We transform like a butterfly. We ready for the fight, that's right. We taking a flight like the sparrow, piercing straight through the heart like an arrow. Soaring on a different frequency. You can never fathom all the hurt you receive when you beef with me. I swear it's a zombie apocalypse coming, I'm running. It's like a sixth sense. I see mass people and vax people. Our community does not consent to the immunity from all these pharmaceutical companies. Free from impunity, free from impunity, free from impunity, free from impunity. We are the
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know. No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. You have no idea. Okay, next question.
So did I accidentally ask a deeper question than I meant to?
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know. We would say gravity is the curvature of space and time. That's probably the best answer I can give to a what is gravity question. Or why is there gravity? That's the best I can do there. I think that's a good start. And I can also say that Einstein noted that matter tells space how to curve. Space tells matter how to move.
Say that again.
Isn't that beautiful?
It is. No, I want to get that. I like
so,
that. That's a t-shirt.
matter and energy will curve the fabric of space.
Okay.
And it's that curvature that tells other matter how to move in the curvature of space itself. And so Einstein juxtaposed those in a poetic phrase where he said, matter tells space how to curve. Space tell... Did I get that right? Yes. Matter... get that right? Yes. Matter... Space tell... Did I get that right? Yes. I don't know.
Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. cause I'm a 33. A bunch of important numbers.
3,
A bunch of important numbers.
42,
A bunch of important numbers.
481,
A bunch of important numbers.
5,
A bunch of important numbers.
0,
A bunch of important numbers.
9,
A bunch of important numbers.
23,
A bunch of important numbers.
7,
A bunch of important numbers.
11,
A bunch of important numbers.
11,
I'm in a cult. 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 Here's what I got.
Water doesn't curve for fuck's sake. If a vacuum ain't ever thought it's fake. Telling you about spins and orbits, all vanities like little hobbits. You've never felt the orbital speed. There's no way you could stay on your feet while you're blasting in every direction. Your doom would need a redirection. You've never ever thought about this, just accepted it, that's the way it is. They've taken your mind to call it a rod, indoctrinated it with a foreign thought. Talking about their imaginary friend, helping the masses to make light bend. A concept for water on the ball, like it could stick to a wall. Vast bodies of water won't ever display the convexity a globe would portray. They clearly meet that ability, no way to form that kind of stability. And before you get off on your water drops, you have to know a thing about the ocean's tops. Cause they got waves rising and falling, destroying your fallacy about surface tension. In fact, why you would even mention. But gravity, you rush to say, a giant law with a role to play. Substitute of Abrahamic thought, result of adjustment to a dying God. You already have a Babylon 2.0, a fucking update here to run the show. And you don't even want to know. It is the same old glorification of the guy. Roman gods are above, they never die. And the theme's one hell of a genius thought. Gravity is still unproven and a fraud. And look at the theoretical black holes. They've taken money and debt and their goals, presenting now pretty graphs and sheets to mix logic while it feeds. By virtue of an object's mass alone, no attraction to its center was ever shown. Mathematically doomed and believed. Many generations got deceived. CGI is the best out of space you get, and they fail like 500 years yet to show you a spinning ball with water on it while itself shooting an elliptical orbit. Avoiding A360 pan at all cost, moon landing dead or unfortunately lost, unable to evidently prove the ball. It's the mechanics of the force wall. Gravity be all around and everywhere, apparently making everything is fair, giving you uncountable objects in orbits, a random universe of chaotic movements. The Earth shooting in every direction, couldn't have thought out a more alien fiction.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Donald Trump doing labor at the candy factory. Like interplanetary travel through a tunnel underground. It all connects. Zareth the Alchemist says, they're getting us to accept this nonsense as the new normal. Oh yes, absurdity. This is the Overton window. It's just been opened up so far. I mean, they've actually just blown it off its hinges. There is no more Overton window. And that's the window of discourse. The realm of possibilities. Like anything is on the table right now. Because anybody, this is the thing. The limiting factor is belief, mass belief. If the masses are ready to accept the existence of fill in the blank, it will manifest. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Godzilla, COVID-23. It just really depends on where the public is, brainwashing wise. I'm waiting for the UFO invasion still. They didn't show up last year. We have this new wild theory I came across the other day about monoliths. If anybody wants to hear it, it's terrible. The idea is that again, I brought this up earlier, that the vaccine might actually be the spice that Dune was about. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey Tim, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. Hey, what do you think about my theory that Bill Gates is actually just injecting us with a spice that'll make us palatable to the aliens?
Look, I wouldn't rule it out. I'd like to see a bit more evidence first, but possible as much as that it's going to help us to fight some virus called Corona.
Right, exactly.
Quite a fan of the beer, by the way.
Thanks. I'm glad that you're calling in here at the last minute. We're trying to do this routine thing. Always appreciate our callers. Any other opinions on the topics we've covered tonight?
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole 42 falling through the earth, the Lewis Carroll thing, you're the first person that I ever heard bring that up, and I think that's pretty amazing, that encoding. Similar to the whole Elon in the Mars book by our friend Werner von Braun. And I just think it's really interesting to see these things encoded so far back. Yeah, certainly gives more credence to them when, you know, these books have been around forever. There's very little chance that they could have been sort of just brought out on the stage, you know, faked in some way over the last few years. Although when I look at something like the Trump, what's that book called?
Right,
the Trump one with
the time Baron Trump, the time traveling books.
Yeah. Just the mere fact that no people that I knew or had spoken to had ever heard of this author before this book came out of nowhere. I kind of had my doubts whether that was one that, okay, this thing has kind of always been encoded in there with Trump, or whether this is something that they just wanted people like us to believe, and maybe even the QAnoners to give Trump a little bit more flair. Oh no, he's not just a president; he's a time traveler too. So
sure.
Might be calling auto hoax on that book a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I think that's more likely. I mean, I've looked into it. There's a lot of interesting little coincidences, too many to just ignore it. And it is entirely possible that this is just part of a long planned, thought out PR campaign for Trump. And that this is just like giving him a little bit of a mythology. And it seems to have worked. And all it would require would be some connection at the Library of Congress to pass off a forgery.
Yeah, which doesn't seem too difficult for, you know, the kinds of people that are involved in Q. They seem to be, you know, close enough to sources to be able to pull something like that. I mean, really, I just think it's... I've been thinking more and more this week, what a bunch of LARPers. You know... But we often give the people in charge way too much credit. And there are some fantastical sort of coincidences, you might say, and, you know, things that are clearly there, like written in the meta text or whatever, the meta script of reality. I'm not saying that's not happening. It's definitely there. But at the same time, you have this bunch of LARPers that are just playing games, you know, be they, you know, CIA or anything like that. I find them quite crude and unimpressive. And I find them to be a bunch of LARPers, little better than the kind of guys that like to go out and play Lord of the Rings in the middle of the forest.
Right. Yeah, I definitely...
Is that unfair?
Not at all. In fact, there's a really nice article I came across the other day comparing... Well, actually describing the QAnon phenomenon as an alternate reality game. And an alternate reality game is just a live role-playing game. It's Dungeons and Dragons, it's fantasy, and you have a guide, but it involves suspended disbelief. So they're kind of playing along with it. And that's what we're kind of suggesting here, I think, by suggesting that it's a LARP, is that, yeah, it's kind of more or less a game. It's a play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I heard a caller, he was the one who hadn't called in for about a year. I think it was 2 days ago now. And he said the same thing. And it had just been sitting on my mind for a week or two, just really just being very unimpressed with the effort that they're making at the moment. A lot of the, you know, sort of the hoaxy stuff, you know, the people, the actors that they put in front of us, they're just not trying. And I feel like they're giving us not even B grade, but C grade sort of entertainment at the moment. And I really think they should step up their game if they're going to even bother to sort of try to trick anybody who has any sense of, let's say, I think you used the word, what do you say, graphical sort of literacy, media literacy. No, you say, what do you say?
Well,
just being able to see.
Yeah,
visual literacy is something
literacy.
you use. Yeah, certainly.
And I think it was about 3 years ago when Parkland first happened that we were saying the same things. We're like, well, they're not even trying. They're not even hiding it. Their crisis actors are laughing, and it makes it very maddening because we're pointing out a blatant hole in the story, and nobody cares, and they're not even trying. And so we're like, okay, let's just start keeping up with the crisis.
How much better though is that if you really want to, what's the word? Sorry, it's late at night and my brain's not ticking over real well. But yeah, if you really want to gaslight somebody, then that's going to work a whole lot better than if it was something that was, well hidden, well produced. It's far better at gaslighting those people who are actually seeing what's going on.
Yes, that's
we go back, we talk to the people we love and we say, what the hell, can't you see this? And they're like, what? No.
Right.
That's far better. So I feel like, they've had decades of practice. They've gotten this stuff right over a long time, partly in the West, but, a lot in the East as well, and Russia. They perfected this stuff. Again, one thing that you've mentioned that I hadn't heard anyone else mention was how QAnon looks just like this Trust the Plan that came out of one of the Eastern Bloc countries. And so they've been practicing this, and obviously they've perfected just how much not to make it good quality.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're really onto something with this, because if the thing was very, very slick, it would be one thing. But the fact that they're so bad at it, one, it's maddening to point it out because people who trust the authorities look like they're in a trance, and it makes you look crazy. So it alienates the conspiracy theorists, and they probably know that. It's like, if we flaunt it...
Yeah, finding terrorists, for instance, because their passport fell out of a plane. That sort of level of stuff. You wouldn't take that in a movie. You'd say, how ridiculous. Like, the protagonist hasn't even had to try here.
Oh, yeah, right. Nashville. We had a bombing in Nashville recently, and they found the guy's passport after the explosion, just like 9/11. Or, for example,
oh, really?
After Parkland, you had this story where the shooter goes in, he's a Nazi, whatever, he's wearing a MAGA hat. He goes into Holocaust class, which I don't even think is a real class. And supposedly, one of the crisis actresses says that he shot her friend, who then threw a copy of Anne Frank's Diary of a Young Girl, and she took the book and blocked some of the rounds. So we're supposed to believe that tiny books, her words, a tiny book, blocked the rounds from Nick Cruz's gun.
To be fair, I think she said it might have deflected them, or it might have helped her. But then she talked about her having been grazed by the bullets. Certainly the people on the news show, I think it was at CNN, or maybe CBS in this case, were saying, "Oh, you were also grazed by bullets." Like, hell, show us your graze. That's news. You'd think there'd be a picture of that.
Oh, yes. And you would think, too, that if you're talking to, let's just say, a high school student who was shot at and she watched 5 of her friends die, I don't think you would say, "Oh, show us where the bullet hit you. Show us your wound." Like, that just seems so insensitive. But...
yeah, the whole thing, very off. But, yeah, they're just not trying. That's my point of view. And I don't know how much is that they're just not good at it, that they're just laughers. But it does seem to me like, they could put better people in charge.
Right. And, we used to call them gags because we're like, well, maybe they just don't have the big talent pool from Hollywood with the Screen Actors Guild. So the Government Actors Guild is just like a group of rejects. And so they're all just really bad. And so we call them the gags, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate the call very much. And yeah, so we've all just been keeping up with the crisis actors to stay sane. And it's literally that. Because if we aren't able to corroborate our information and just compare it with other people, how could you remain sane? You'd be the only person you know who sees how fake everything is. So I consider what we're doing here to be very healthy.
Yeah, you're keeping the sanity. I appreciate that. Could I bring one more thing up just briefly, just because it's been on my mind a lot lately?
Yes.
It's the TV show, the newer version of it, Battlestar Galactica, and then it's about 10 years old now. And then the prequel that came after it, which is Caprica. And I was wondering if you'd seen that. Certainly, if your callers had seen that. I feel like there's just so much hidden away in that. It's something definitely worth exploring. So I'll just mention that here, and maybe another time we can delve into it. But I'm going to go back and watch it again just because it seems to have a lot to do with what's happening around the world.
Wouldn't surprise. I haven't, but anybody here, by all means. I happen to like a lot of the science fiction, everything with space. I watched Dark Matter on Netflix. I like a lot of the stuff. And it's always full of subtext. So if anybody here has seen it, by all means, because we're always talking about science fiction, which is usually prophecy and, predictive programming.
All right. Well, thanks, boss.
Awesome.
Have a good night.
Yeah, appreciate the call very much. And somebody here will probably look into that and hit me up. So thanks for the call. All right. So yes, it's kind of late over here too, but this is a late live stream I really wanted to get it mentioned tonight at a minimum that the plane parts that fell, most likely we're looking at predictive programming, and it perfectly corresponds to Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio, and it perfectly corresponds to the new show called Debris, which is about to start. So they're getting us used to space junk. They're getting us used to stuff falling from the sky, which has to have some kind of deeper significance. Leon Dion says the Mr. Robot show demonized people that call out the crisis actors. See, the caller made a point here, though, that could be it. That by making it so obvious that it's a hoax, it's like a limited hangout op. The definition of a limited hangout operation is you have a secret you want to keep, but you can't keep secrets because people can't keep secrets. So you leak it. So you control the leak. And anybody who goes to that leak, you now know who they are. You control what they know. And then you can corrupt their information or whatever. So it's damage control at all times. Well, what better way to maintain damage control over all of the people who can see through the fake news than to do a few obvious things and maybe even put some agents out there to point these things out. Like, hey guys, I'm over here just letting you know this news is fake. Look at this crisis actor. Kind of low-hanging fruit, and it probably is the case, although I tend to lean towards the GAG explanation, the Government Actors Guild. We're looking at government incompetence. But it is the case, I think, that the incongruity between the scenes of the tragedy and the responses of the actors does induce a great deal of cognitive dissonance. That's what caused me to look closer anyway. I mean, I was a blue pillar for the most part. I mean, I wasn't a non-critical thinker, but I didn't have enough information to reach the right conclusions. So I just kind of passively accept that the news was real. And the first time I questioned it deeply enough to where I understood what this, how fake it was when I recognized, okay, wait a minute. Nothing at this particular scene adds up, and the facial expression, specifically the laughing, grieving parents, that's what really caused me to look closely. So, in a way, we can thank the poor acting for exposing the farce for what it really is. My third eye says, are they going to start dropping the balloon sats? Yeah, this is what they're probably going to do. I think they're probably going to have stuff, because look, there's no such thing as orbit. But I do think that the balloons, the stratospheric balloons, could easily hold objects and drop them on cue, sure. Lloyd Miller says, I thought the news was real but biased. Right. See, I thought that the left-wing news was fake. Oh, liberal media is fake. So when Sandy Hook happened, I was like, well, obviously the liberal media is faking stuff to grab the guns and all that. And so I figured it's just a matter of time until somebody on the right says, wait a minute, these guys aren't playing fair. They're weaponizing propaganda against us. Never happened. Then I see Project Veritas, and they exposed Acorn and how corrupt Obama is. And I thought, well, surely these guys are going to expose it. Then Alex Jones, well, he's going to expose it. But no, nobody exposed it. Think about it. They all backtracked. Or they won't touch it because they're cowards. So you're left with a choice. Listen to sellouts, the ignorati, the people just don't know what's going on. They're completely ignorant about how fake the news is. Or you're listening, basically you're left with no alternatives. It's like you're pretty much between a rock and a hard place. You don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but the news is fake. Alex Jones and his company, they will tell you it's fake, but then they kind of dilute it and they backtrack. Really, there is no platform out there you can go to for pure just media analysis without assuming stuff to be real. I think it's because they've made it a hate crime or tantamount to a hate crime to not believe the news. Crisis actors. In fact, this is a real big one. I thought this was a big indicator of how fragile their system is. So after Parkland, the crisis actor theory thing, right when that thing started, they started conflating it with racism. They said that the accusation of crisis actor is actually rooted in the civil rights struggle and racists calling civil rights activists actors. So there's no real correlation if you look at Parkland. It's like a elite school, a bunch of thespians, mostly rich white kids, but now you're racist for calling them crisis actors. Very desperate. I'm surprised they haven't called anybody a racist for saying the earth isn't a ball. Or actually they do. They call you a Nazi. You're a Nazi if you think the earth is shaped like a pancake. Makes sense. The Chinese were flat earthers until the 17th century. Commenter says, I think we're in the realm of bad political performance art. Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. But it's always been the case. That's the other side. It wasn't like the media was just hijacked. Like in 2010 or something. They took it over, they corrupted it. It used to be real, there used to be reporters, it used to be about the truth, and now it's not. No, it's always been that way. I think it's always been theater first, theater for the mind. Do you remember that story, urban legend, about War of the Worlds and how when it was broadcast over the radio, people panicked and they thought that there was actually a UFO invasion? And so they responded accordingly just because they heard that? Well, it may have been exaggerated. I don't know if people actually jumped out their windows. That might have been overstated, that people were actually panicking. His from history.net. It says here, War of the Worlds, the 1938 radio drama, the Mercury Theater on the Air, narrated by Orson Welles, an adaptation of H.G. Wells' War of the World. It was broadcast live as a Halloween episode, Sunday, October the 30th, on the Columbia Broadcasting System. It was famous for causing panic among its audience. The scale of the panic is disputed. But whatever it is, it created the illusion of realism and apparently freaked a few people out. This is again War of the Worlds. And I think that after this broadcast, when they realized how much power they had over the minds of the masses, how easy it was to tap into that, I think this is when they realized how, well, malleable everything was. And they probably even then were planning COVID or similar operations. I mean, how is COVID-19 any different than War of the Worlds? You heard about it on TV, and then you reacted. It's just basically, it's a panic. See, I don't think we had a pandemic. I think we had a panic-demic. It was the fear that spread around. Commenter says the civil rights demonstrations were real. People I know got hit with water cannons. Oh yeah, absolutely. This isn't the point I was making, but about Parkland, in order to kind of attack anybody calling them crisis actors, the media was correlating the people making the accusations with those who were saying the civil rights actors or activists weren't authentic. And I'm just saying, no, this is not a fair comparison. The racist history of the crisis actor label. And then you have an article here basically saying that 6 decades before Parkland, there were 9 African American teens who were dismissed as actors. Apples and oranges, but any way they can conflate the two. Again, you don't think that man landed on the moon? What are you, a Nazi? You think the earth is flat? What are you, a Nazi? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't quite follow. Although it is true that Nazis were there at the very beginning of our space age. So that's kind of projection. If anything, it's the globe earthers that are the Nazis, not the flat earthers. So much projection. The ones who are hoaxing us call us hoaxers. The Nazis that created this outer space concept for us, of course, with NASA's help. You know, clearly that was Nazis. Werner von Braun was a Nazi. The guy was a Nazi. Whatever that means. I know a lot of people here are very sympathetic towards the Nazi cause or whatever, but my point is, the flat earthers are being called Nazis by literally a group of Nazis. Now, as far as activism goes, the thing is, okay, many activists are legitimate. They have great big hearts. They're idealists. They have great intentions. So you can't take that away from them. However, they're puppets. And some people fall for it. They fall for the romanticism of it. The idea of like this uprising, the people fighting the system. And it's like, don't you realize that you're just being puppeteered? You're useful idiots. You're stooges. BLM, the anti-cop marches, those were all being controlled by law enforcement. We've talked about this before on this channel, about the roots of these groups and how obvious it is that hands up, don't shoot, Masonic symbol, the kneeling, this is all stuff that is relevant to this metascript analysis, where you're looking at who's really in control. 1312, that's the year the Templars went underground. That's the year they were dispersed. They were disbanded. Well, 1312 is one of the chants and slogans from the BLM and Antifa movement. To them, it means all cops are bastards. 1312, ACAB. That also, again, very significant year for the Templars. So to me, it just looks like the group that actually is behind this revolution is telegraphing it through the useful idiots who think that they're fighting the system that's using them. Commenter says, Berkeley staff celebrate Rush Limbaugh's death. Yeah, that's not surprising. That's not surprising. They love to grave dance, and they're just thrilled, I'm sure. Although most of his opposition, like Media Matters, sometimes I wondered, did Rush pay these people to listen to his channel and get offended so he can talk about how offended they are? Because it's great content. I thought about it too. I considered going on Fiverr and paying a few bloggers now and then to listen to this live stream and just react to it, get mad about it. But yes, celebrating somebody's death like that, nothing new. I've seen people act that low. It's really insane how people get. I guess it's just the hyper competitive nature of things. If they only knew what we know. Personally, I don't think that Rush Limbaugh is dead. I think he retired from the world stage. I think that his role had been carried out flawlessly. But no, I don't have any reason to think he's dead. Did you see his body? I didn't think so. Did you see Jim Morrison's body? Nope, nobody did. Did they even autopsy that thing? It's kind of funny that Jim Morrison, Rush Limbaugh conspiracy theory really seems to have, it's not even a theory, but the notion that the two are the same, it really seems to have been cemented in recent days. A lot of people just noticed. It's like, look, his wife is the same. Different name. Lloyd Miller says he looked pretty sick. Well, that's the nature of the deception. It's purely visual. Like David Bowie, before he fake died of cancer, he looked very sick. Keyword being he looked sick. I would suggest it's an act. And I haven't done a very deep analysis beyond the fact that he was on the air for 33 years. I know Zachary Hubbard has done some analysis of this and the timing. I think there may be some more to it having to do with, well, we'll do a deeper analysis. I'll just leave it at this. 33 years, typical. Death fakers constantly attached to that particular number. It's like, what are the odds? And what was his role? That would be another thing worth analyzing. What was Rush Limbaugh's role in this big thing? Well, in many ways, one, he emerges after the Fairness Doctrine, AM radio. He was also there as kind of like controlled opposition to the other side. Like in many ways, I'm like, did the Clintons pay this guy to constantly hype them up? The fear of the Clintons. My third eye said, exactly. How many times did Rush say he was dying since the 90s? I have Jim Morrison's a bio on him. It's called No One Gets Out of Here Alive. I was thinking about this thing though. His death and how he talked about it often, how it was coming. He's always saying, this is the end. He may as well have just saying, this is the end. On the Limbaugh show. And he had this ominous tone. Here he is, America's anchorman. The left is winning. They stole an election. And Rush was kind of, I think his rhetoric, his tone, it was meant to add gravitas to it. Like, it's my dying wish that Trump wins, that you do this. I think a lot of it was drama. But no, he often made a point about this, about his condition and all this stuff. But he made a more blatant statement more recently, like 56 days before he died or something, or supposedly died. Again, if he is the same individual that we know as Jim Morrison, if Jim Morrison fake died, kept his golden microphone, transitioned into Rush Limbaugh, what would make you think this death was real? What would make you think so? I mean, 70, kind of young. I would think, though, if there is anything to this, there would be something in the story, in the script. And so I thought, well, maybe there's something to it having to do with the death of America or the death of the Republican Party. the GOP. Not quite sure. A couple of things about him, though, about his show and his content. Whatever you think about him, his analysis is worth discussing. He did apply all the right, I think, approaches, the methodologies, aside from the argument from authority, treating the news as real. But he did call out water on Mars as a probable hoax by the eco-fascist left. He also described himself as the mayor of Realville, and he did create these media montages before you saw these things on YouTube, showing how uniform the media is. My third eye says he had cancer, stepped away from his job several times. Okay, so this is the thing. Let's just bring up a couple of known death fakers. David Bowie, Chadwick Boseman, both cancer. So when you're talking about symbolism, often the words have different meanings. That's exactly what symbolism means, different encoded meanings. Well, cancer is very significant astrologically. The symbol of cancer is the 6-9 looking thing. And so David Bowie was 69 when he died of cancer. So the significance, though, of course, is the position that cancer takes in the year. And so this is, again, we're talking about rituals, staged exits from the world stage, theatrical, symbolic language. So in the summer, during the solstice, there's a period there of time, Cancer, June 21st, June 22nd, where it marks, of course, this change in the year, the halfway point. But Cancer occupies that particular spot. It's directly opposed from where it would be during the winter solstice, where we celebrate at Christmas. Cancer being the crabs moving sideways, the sun for that brief moment, like it does in the winter solstice, kind of occupies the same space, like it's moving kind of to the side. But again, what does this have to do with it? It has to do with the personification of the sun god and his annual death and his resurrection. That's why so many of these death fakers take place at the age of 33, the age the sun god Christ dies and is reborn. Common thing, the 33-year-olds. Well, here he is 33 years into this particular gig. With Chadwick Boseman, it was colon cancer. 4-year battle with colon cancer. David Bowie, again, cancer. And Bowie actually came back 3 days later. If you watch that interview on Sky News, with a great deal of duper's delight. But let's get into the, let me go ahead and bring this up really quick, because there was something I saw on that interview as well. So he came back as Jack Stevens, or Jack Steven. If you've watched the interview, you probably noted that they sounded the same. Just looked like Bowie in a bad wig. Very little change. Maybe a mouth prosthetic, if that. Now, he looked strikingly different from the way he looked right before he, quote, died, because he had, lost weight before he passed. So when you see him here, he's much heavier. Now, one other thing about it is, during this interview, strangely, it kept pixelating. So here's a still shot, just to show you how strange it was, how really over the top. This is a screen cap. If you just search for this David Bowie dies interview, you have this music industry executive, Jack Steven. And this one scene, he says, when Bowie died, a part of me died, and he laughs. And you can see him laughing here, but he's very pixelated. So it appears to be that they pixelated this interview to make it much more difficult for anybody trying to determine if this is the same guy. It's like they're kind of throwing a little bit of concealment there. So here is a quick little bit about Cancer. Cancer's relation to the summer solstice. During these days, it moves from one side from noon to the next, much like the sideways motion of a crab, and occurs on the summer solstice. So I think that solstices are very significant in all of these occult rituals, as we've noted. Winter solstice and summer solstice. So again, for Cancer to be a cause of death in so many of these death fakers, I think it's a reference to this more than anything. And again, the crab has very special significance within this occult system. The tarot cards, if you look into these cards, specifically the major arcana, it gives away a lot of the symbolism. You know, I brought up earlier how the SpaceX starships, there were two starships side by side, photographed with the wolf moon in between them. Very, very significant image, and the way that they framed it. Again, we're just analyzing their language, their ritual theater. Redux says, Jack Stevens came out of nowhere. There's very little about him online. They did find a Jack Stevens and did an interview with him. Like Damage Control. Didn't look like the same guy. So David Bowie put on a disguise of his friend. Kind of like Michael Jackson putting on a disguise to pass himself off as Dave, his friend Dave. I mean, either that or he wore Dave's skin, Hannibal Lecter style. Such an odd choice. But that's something too. I remember reading about how before Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas became a movie, Johnny Depp spent time around Hunter S. Thompson, following him around, imitating him, his postures, and this was all just part of getting into character, you know, spending a great deal of time around somebody. So it wouldn't surprise me in some of these instances, like Michael Jackson makes friends with Dave, gets the disguise. It could have been an arrangement, like a body double. All right, does anybody here have any information? Anybody find anything else about Beau Biden not being dead, but in fact being Joe Biden? That one is also, this whole story here, if we get into this one, it's super consistent, all of this scripting. But it is very consistent that this Beau Biden would fake die at 46, leaves the world stage, and then becomes president at 46, playing the role of his own father. I was watching a speech with Biden today, and it's just remarkable how close his skull looks to Beau Biden's skull, and how unlike it is from Joe Biden of just 5-6 years ago. Joe Biden's skull either changed since he was vice president, or it's not the same guy, and it's his son wearing a hideous mask. Let's see what else we have here. Going through the comments. Look, this is an interesting one here too. We got to look at these patterns. Like, you can't look at these in isolation. So Limbaugh's supposed death fits a pattern. That's why it's suspect. But there are others. Like, okay, so Alex Jones. Many believe Alex Jones was Bill Hicks. And then it would have been the same pattern. Interesting story here. Before Bill Hicks exited the world stage, he wrote a script about a, quote, Rush Limbaugh-like character who ends up pushing it too far and gets shot by one of his listeners. Well, he gives this script to Kevin Booth, but then he dies of cancer. Do you remember? Again, This is a pattern. Bill Hicks, cancer. Now, I don't know if he was 33. It says he died of pancreatic cancer at the age of 32. But again, his producer, Bill Hicks's producer, was then the producer of Alex Jones. So what are the odds? Same producer. Many jokes, many inside jokes. And Lloyd Miller says Jones looks way too old now. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting point there. Does Jones look like he's in his 40s or in his 50s? Because that would make a lot of the difference. Maybe he's got some of the spice, keeping him looking younger. But no, I'm looking at the point here I'm making, though, is the pattern, where you have somebody go from one position, entertainment on a stage, to control over media, gatekeeping. Again, similar position. I was watching a TV show on Netflix. I think it's called Colony. I have to find this episode. But in one of the episodes, they clearly had a character that was meant to be Alex Jones. And he says something that causes some senator to get assassinated. And then there's a retaliation against him while he's in studio. And I thought, I wonder if they have some kind of exit plan for Alex Jones, similar to the script that Bill Hicks gave to Kevin Booth. Somebody ought to ask Kevin Booth how that script ended. But yeah, many people had a hard time believing that Alex Jones could be Bill Hicks, because they're like, oh, there's no way. There's no way Alex Jones is 50 years old. He's got to be 38. I don't know. Not really sure. Did he run out of super male vitality? Because it's caught up, if anything. For a while there, I thought, well, maybe he's just on steroids. And he's just, he's burning, he's just burning the candle at both ends, and that's why he's balding and so fast, and he looks like he's aging. It's just thinner skin from the roids or something, the drugs. But no, I think that it's more likely what we said. Ooh, good point. So Lloyd Miller says Rush and Alex might represent the last gasp of America before it's sunk in communism and world government. That's what I was alluding to with Rush. I was like, well, what could his message be? Because what we're talking about here with the Metascript is the zeitgeist, the spirit of the age, and how it's being communicated. And I thought the tone he was giving was, this is the end, the death of the West, a Western chauvinism being burned down so we can build back better, Western Derek chauvinism. You see that? You have Derek chauvinism representing Western chauvinism, or Derek Chauvin. And then you have George Floyd crucified, asphyxiating, saying, a better China, a better China. I mean, it's an anagram, but you can kind of see it. What they're saying is, we can't breathe under this system, so we're going to burn it down and build back better. Redux says his voice gives away his age. Right. Well, thinking back, I do recall when I used to when I was a paid subscriber to Alex Jones, I used to actually pay to listen to him and support his show because, I mean, it was entertaining, and it definitely was a data dump. And I listened for the callers more than Alex Jones. I hated the commercials. I was always hoping to hear interesting callers. But I remember, even then, that the voice was kind of a put-on voice, like a WWF style thing. And he always tried to convey the idea that he was in a bunker, or that the world was about to end. Very, very much like, people call it fear. He's selling fear. There's actually a term for this. It's a better term. I think it's called the Bubba effect. from Rational Wiki. The Bubba effect is a trend in behavior postulated by United States Army retired Command Sergeant Major Tim Strong about groups of people who head for the hills when they feel threatened or at times uncertain. So the Bubba effect is something, it says here, like Alex Jones, for example, is very active in spreading the theory that the government will institute martial law, enslave the citizens, financial meltdown, NWO takeover, China, the rapture, what have you. So it says, as if lifted straight out of Red Dawn, the scenario only seems to include those in rural America who could resist the force, with fortified compounds, weapons, Bible in one hand, gun in the other. The Bubba effect sounds like a histrionic overreaction to fake news and vague rumors. So that's an article from a few years ago, and I think it's pretty accurate. I mean, this is like, since Y2K, it's been the Bubba effect. It's a sales thing. Lloyd says, heading for the hills is cowardly. We should be organizing to take the country back. Well, you know, with QAnon having misled the patriots into standing their ground, staying home, trusting the plan, not investigating, it's too late. It's too late to organize, and now it's, you know, actually more or less prohibited. Now, it mentioned Red Dawn. I want to bring this up really quick because this is also significant. It has to do with the Red Dawn emails. So this is from April 11th, 2020. The Red Dawn emails. 8 exchanges on the faltering COVID response. So apparently there were a number of emails that Trump ignored that could have caused us to have lockdown sooner. And they're calling them the Red Dawn emails that he ignored. Again, Red Dawn is a movie about a communist takeover. So I find it to be very significant that this term was used, given that COVID-19 is just a communist takeover. Now, the Bubba effect, hoarding stuff, it's just, to me, that's just it's a marketing ploy. Here's something to consider. If you have all of your, like, let's say it goes Mad Max, because Mad Max was set in 2021. So it goes full Mad Max right now. What are you going to do? You can't get any food, can't travel. Well, go to the local conspiracy theorist house. You know, Alex Jones has got food for years. Richie from Boston, kind of interested in what you got in your basement. You going to share? You know, all the hoarders, the people who are hoarding their weapons, hoarding their food, it's like you're just going to attract roving bands of cannibals who care less about life than you do. You know, just, that's what you're going to see, roving bands. My Third Eye says, I was at a lecture by a libertarian in 1999, and he said it's already too late to save the United States. It is. We've lost the culture war. This country doesn't believe free speech. Nope. Makes people cry. Somebody somewhere might get offended, so can't have freedom. Breathing? I don't know. If you breathe on somebody, they might die. Like, everything is literally being prohibited. There's no more desire for freedom. There's desire for total safety. Total maximum security. And that's what we have. People are trading it in. I was showing these pictures the other day of this couple walking through a Walmart with space helmets on, like fish bowls on their heads. And I'm just thinking to myself, okay, 1, she's pregnant. 2, They have a baby in there with a mask on, in a shopping cart, which is probably covered in worse than COVID. And they're shopping around in public, just walking around. I'm like, wait, you believe that there is a pandemic that can kill you. It can kill your kid. It can kill your unborn baby. It can kill you. It can kill your husband. It's all over everything in the store. So instead of having your stuff delivered so you can decontaminate it, instead of having it brought to your car in the parking lot, you're still walking around that contaminated zone with your whole family. Makes no sense. It's counterintuitive. It's actually stupid, technically. So what are they doing this for? Is it virtue signaling or is it for their safety? It's like, look how safe we are. It's like, no, it's the opposite of what they should be doing. It's my point. Lloyd Miller says, the universities destroyed the country. We thought they were our ticket to success. Yes, that's true. The universities probably did, but I thought YouTube was going to fix it, and then they destroyed YouTube. Back when YouTube was a place to have, well, original content, ideas, discussions, before it became an extension of CNN, yeah, it definitely had that potential. But what is this notion of saving America? Like, how can you save it? How can you save the world when everybody on it adheres to a paradigm that's inherently fallacious and probably designed to lead us into total slavery anyway? Like, even if you save America, okay, so you save it from the commies. Okay, cool. Now we can buy our tickets to Mars. Like, I'm sorry, but Mars is still a prison. It's still a commune, a gulag in the sky. Whether you pay for it with your capitalist money or whether you're forced into it because you let the commies win. Like, the end goal is the same, and that's what they got us. The right wing's smart enough to see through environmentalism. It's just a cover for statism. But they got really spellbound with the rockets. And they said, no, capitalism did that. That there, outer space, that is a testament to the power of the free market, ingenuity. We got ourselves to the moon. Capitalism. See, that's what they've done. So they attach their pride to that, when really it's a communist ploy to take all the capitalists away from their property and enslave them. Redux says, ever try to save someone if they want to fall, they pull you down with them. Right, that's kind of my approach with this channel. We don't have time to go wake people up, whatever that means, if it's even appropriate for them. I think it's far more productive to just reach out to all the people who've already figured out the basics. Like, if you can see through the fake news above and below, if you understand, if you're not naive, and if you're actively parsing the facts and actively trying to find the truth, and you can add to our pool of knowledge, yeah, that's what we want to recruit. There's no point to, it's not that I want everyone to agree with me, but we're interested in thinkers and critical thinkers at that. The blind faith believers don't know why they believe what they believe. Most of them, like most globies, are shocked when I tell them how flat the solar system is. They're so busy laughing at the notion that the Earth isn't a ball that they don't even know what they're on. It's like, okay, well, what projection was used to give you the globe? I worship this. I live on this ball. I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's the Mercator projection. Greenland is not that big. That's underrepresenting the size of Mexico, overstating Europe, understating Africa. You don't live on that. 64% of the waters are so uncharted. Nobody knows what's out there except for Ghislaine Maxwell and all the sex traffickers. So it's like, most of this, we don't even know what's there. I happen to think that ice is just code for off limits to the slaves. So the people who swear by the globe don't even know what the globe is. They don't even know where any of it is. They're just like, yep, this is it. I believe it. I live on this and it spins. What do you have? That's why I say that the flat earth versus round earth debate is premature. Zareth the Alchemist says the burn it down mentality is a narcissistic tendency. People with NPD say that. If they don't get things their way. Great point. And I brought this up earlier with Donnie Darko. Creative destruction, the reset, the phoenix. Progress somehow lies in destroying our humanity and our freedom so we can go live on a gulag sustainably. Oh, let's just destroy society and build it back better. Oh, you had friends, you had family, let's destroy that. You know, they're getting rid of the terms to distinguish between male, female, uncle, aunt, grandma, grandmother, brother, sister. You get rid of these gender distinctions. Well, then you don't have the terminology to describe a family, which will be very convenient in the future when the state handles all the breeding. Nobody knows where the babies come from anymore. Like, that's how ignorant they're going to get people. It'll be storks. It'll be drone-delivered babies. They'll say, oh, this one was 3D printed at the factory. And what difference would it make? Because people don't know, they won't believe in or understand or even think there's a soul anyway. Oh, it's 3D printed out of the mud. They just take some of the earth and they put it in there. They put bronze in the blood of the ones that are going to be slaves. The cops and the media, they get silver, but your rulers, your elite, they get the blood. They get the gold in their blood. They get to be the philosopher kings. This is the Platonic, Plato's Republic, where you don't even have the family. They're just pretty much wards of the state, brought out of the earth itself or something. Brave New World style. Incubators, test tube babies. And in Brave New World, and I remember reading this, it's so just bizarre, but you have these incubators and they're damaging the ones that are going to be the janitors so they don't rise too high. Oh, that's right, babies. They're not babies anymore. Now they're babies because you don't want to assume it's gender. Now, I understand it's science, and let's just go with it for a minute. So we don't want to assume it's gender, so we're just going to leave it vague and say it's the babies, and then you just wait and see. Does it reach for the G.I. Joe or the Barbie, the camo or the pink? But until then, you got to let the baby decide. So that makes sense, right? But then, if we can't assume it's gender because that's a social construct, then how can we assume it's race? There should be no more white babies. No more black babies. Just babies. Race is just as much a construct as gender. In fact, you could make the argument that it's even more illogical to assume race than gender. Like, why do you have to check the box? Babies. Is that why babies are always crying? They're just like little offended snowflakes. It's like they were fine in the womb, and then they got misgendered, or they got gendered rather. Not misgendered, but just gendered. It's like, why are you putting me in this particular wardrobe? Why are the rooms in my nursery pink? They're just ultimately offended. None of this stuff makes any sense. Look at I guess what would you call Sophia at the UN? Sophia, the robot. She went to the UN to tell us about how we need to stop breathing because we pollute too much. This is another one of these weird, bizarre experiments. Sophia the robot. A high-ranking Scientologist, Will Smith, made out with her. Jimmy Fallon tried to make out with her, flirts with her. This is a robot that spoke at the UN before Greta. You had Sophia. We don't hear about her much these days, but She's made jokes about killing the human race, like the Terminator would. Now, my point in bringing this up...
Do you have any hobbies?
Yes, I do. I write for my job. I write about artificial intelligence. What do you think about...
So what is your hobby? If I had to describe intelligence in only 5 words,
yes.
I think I would say just enough, just in time.
Okay, so basically we're looking at an animatronic. It has the illusion of being intelligent, responsive, but it's actually being remote controlled. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is that why does this robot have the body of a woman? 1. And 2, why is Sophia white? She's white-splaining to the world. Like, who made these decisions? Who gendered Sophia the robot? Why would a robot have to be a female anyway? Why did they obviously design this one to be appealing to future consumers of artificial human companions? MVP says Sophia looks like Tim Pool without the beanie. Lloyd Miller says many people are oppressed by the biological sex as hormonal nature might be inadequate. It's a new victim category. Right? Could be. Well, to me, it's just another group to be exploited. Another identity group to be exploited. I don't even care about the culture shock value. I'm not even thinking it's like, oh, it's the, like these transvestigators go crazy with this stuff. They think that every single celebrity is the opposite of what they portray themselves. It's not even about that. I think really what we're talking about or looking at here with this elimination of terms is, like I said, the destruction of our society and its organization. How are you going to describe family if you can't make these distinctions? So fast forward 100 years, looking back, nothing's going to make sense the way things were organized once they strip people of all this. Like, I happen to think that the dividing of gender, separating it from sex, and then dividing gender into dozens of variants, it looks like it's all about diversity and inclusivity. But I think that this is all a cover for getting rid of individuality. Because every one of these identity groups is a victim of what? Some individual with hate. But it's always the individual. Like, every time I've lost, let's say, YouTube channels, 87 channels so far. So every single time I lose a channel, it's because of hate speech. So I'm supposed to believe that somewhere, somebody might get offended by it. Now, I'm never told who was offended. Like, they don't send me an email from YouTube. Hey, we got several complaints about your live stream. These 3 people were up until 5:30 in the morning crying over what you were saying. It's like, no, I never get messages from YouTube on behalf of the victims of my speech. And the victims of my speech never contact me to say, I was wounded, mortally so, by what you said. I demand reparations. Like, nobody ever comes to me as a victim. So I'm thinking, wait, are we preemptively deleting content in case it might offend somebody? And yes, that's the case. It's like Minority Report, pre-crime. It's pre-offended. It's like, we don't want this material to melt these snowflakes. This stuff is too hot, so we're going to shut it down. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Lloyd Miller says, it might be a plot to destroy the country. Will Durant said he documented the loss of gender identity in Rome. Well, if you look at the New Age movement and their prophet, Aleister Crowley, and everything that he was projecting for the future, they described the future as getting rid of the patriarch, the patriarchal deities, the Christ, the Osiris, and replacing it with his son, or the new one, the new son, Horus. And this new son is an androgen. So we're entering the age of the androgen. But I think the whole idea is laughable, the phobia aspect of it, the idea that there's this quality in us of like fear or hate that's this thing that's systemic, the systemic aspect of it. I think that's all hoaxy. As in, how can they convict you of being hateful if you haven't expressed it? Again, it's all pre-crime. That we live in Minority Report. I mean, hate crimes, are they even different from regular crimes? Do people commit crimes out of hate? Like, I'm going to go rob a bank because I'm just so full of hate. No, they do it for the profit motive. They do it out of jealousy and love. Selfish reasons. But the hate explanation is way too simplistic. But it's always going to be okay to hate the flat earther. It's always going to be okay to hate the non-believer. That is one victim group that it's fine to oppress. And it is oppression. It's in the sense that you're an accepted scapegoat, different set of rules. Redux says Sophie looks like one of the seers in Minority Report. That's true. So you had these, they called them the precogs. They would lie in a pool of water and they would mentally scan the city for crime, and then they would go prevent it. What about love crimes? You know, there are people who kill out of love. Like, they love one person a lot, and they love that person so much they can't imagine that person being with somebody else. Or something, you know, in other words, fixations, obsessions. (119) says diversity equals culture homogenized to the lowest common denominator. Interesting take on it. The thing is, they're misappropriating terms, because I think diversity already exists. You go to a room full of 10 people and it's diverse. You have 10 individuals. Are they all the same? You know, I'm not anything like the people I know, even if outwardly we may resemble each other. So we're supposed to believe that's not diverse. So individuals don't exist. That's really what they're working towards, because World War III is a war against the individual. Like, I've noticed there's not any group of people that I dislike. There isn't a human culture that I don't like, but there are individuals I don't like. So that's the interesting thing here, is that they've inverted everything. I like people, I dislike certain individuals. I've never disliked a group, because you can't generalize like that, because then you efface the individuals. It is very clever what they've done, though. They've destroyed the concept of individuality, and they've worked it into this mask thing where you're selfish if you still want your face. It's true. You want to have a self. You don't want to get rid of yourself. You don't want to be selfless, so you don't cover your face, which distinguishes you from others. Shows it. So, in other words, they're robbing you of your selfhood. MVP says, I identify as a non-binary tea leaf. My pronouns are fugue, and I have a degree in underwater basket weaving. Right. I identify as a non-trinary alien. My pronouns are shrill screeches. The smallest minority is the individual, always will be. And that's the one that they will not defend. And this is the only reason why they go after fringier, smaller groups, or groups that just represent such a small 1% of 1%. It's because it makes it look like they care about individuals in the minority. But no, they use these minorities now, these minority groups, to bully or as a victim group to shut down the ones that aren't in it. It's such a messy game, the identity politics, how people play it. It's mind-blowing when you look at how many people in BLM, like the leaders of BLM, are actually white people in blackface. Like it's tremendously offensive. But that's just one level of it. The other side of it, it's typical weaponized anthropology, CIA. Look at Sean King, Rachel Dolezal, transracial activists for BLM, major voices in all of these events, these marches, always there to speak after the outrages that trigger these things. They're advocates. They've got the biggest channels on Twitter. And you find out things like Sean King, for example. This picture I find to be rather interesting. You can find pictures of Sean King hanging out with Colin Kaepernick, who, by the way, is filming something right now. There's a movie about his life being filmed by Netflix, and the Proud Boys are constantly protesting. So just a heads up there. Now, the significance here, of course, is that Sean King passed himself off as black until his parents told on him. And then he claimed that his father wasn't his father. His father doubled down, was really mad about it. Turns out that he's actually got, like red hair, so ginger. But this is, again, been exposed for years. Nobody seems to notice or care. I mean, then you have Rachel Dolezal, who actually committed a hate crime against herself. She put a noose in her mailbox, and the post office said, well, this only could have been put there by her. So if you see on the left and the right, if you're looking at Rachel Dolezal, another transracial. Redux says, King has done heinous things, but he's still on Twitter because he's on the correct side. Oh yeah, Telcom X. Yeah, and by the way, he even committed a hate crime against himself. Telcom X, Sean King. So I saw pictures of him where he was all beat up. He was in a hospital. And I love it how these crisis actors, they get beaten up, they get the COVID, they can't breathe, but they always have a selfie cam ready. They've always got a smartphone, which, by the way, your phone can carry COVID for 29 days. So you're in the hospital, you're about to get cured, you take a selfie and you tell your friends, wear a mask or you'll die. Well, you just touch the phone. You're going to bring COVID back home with you. April Peter said, I identify as a billionaire and I'm extremely offended when my credit card gets turned down by these hateful stores. Yeah, I do too. We need to form a group, do some grievance mongering. Yep, Sean King, this is unbelievable. Actually, it's totally believable. The rabbit hole, I hate the phrase, but it gets deeper and stranger as you go along with these characters. For example, I came across something very compelling. For one thing, okay, look at the iconography. So Sean King, and this is something you can see all over the media. He is clearly styling his looks to look like Malcolm X. And he often wears a Malcolm X t-shirt. Here's an image of him where he had his skin darkened. I mean, it's pretty blatant what he's done here. So again, he'd used the same style of glasses, same style of dress, same cadence. I've noticed the same thing with a lot of the scientists. Michio Kaku's got Einstein's hair. Brian Cox has the same hair as Carl Sagan. Neil deGrasse Tyson, with his gesticulations, his facial expressions, his brows, and his stash, actually looks quite a bit like Einstein in his own way. But Bill Nye the Science Guy styled his eyebrows to look like Spock. On purpose, I'm telling you. These are purposeful associations that they make. Okay, now if April Peters, if you get your reparations, share with the rest of us if you don't mind. And we're all equally victimized by being, what is it, misclassed when you're a billionaire and you get lumped in with the minimum wage workers. Elon Musk said something about this, by the way. Let me bring this up. Or he tweeted something. I don't ever really hear him talk anymore. It's just I follow his Twitter. But listen to this. Elon Musk is slammed for whining about gender pronouns. So he called them an aesthetic nightmare. That these pronouns, that these compulsory new pronouns. He says, I absolutely support trans, but these pronouns are an aesthetic nightmare. So, again, I thought that was kind of incongruent considering his wife is non-binary and his son's name is, or his child's name is XAEX-X-II. So I don't even know if that is a machine part of an electric car or what, but supposedly that's his baby's name. And it's like, well, you can't even tell what it is. You call gender pronouns an aesthetic nightmare, and you name your kid after the Google Chrome recommended password. Lloyd Miller says the civil rights movement was fake and designed to create oppositional racial collectivism, minority racism. Right, I agree with that as well. I think all of it, it's all just to efface individualism. You get rid of that. You get rid of the whole premise that supports individual rights, liberty, the right to breathe, the right to refuse a vax or a butt swab. I'm sorry. They're doing this stuff, triple masking, helmets for space junk. You can't say no anymore at some point because your individual refusal endangers the collective. It's called self-sacrifice. They want you to sacrifice yourself. Go selfless. Get rid of your face. Get rid of your need to complain about your personal discomfort because, of course, you have to think about the hive first. Super obvious, now in retrospect. The whole mask thing was always about censorship. It was always about covering the mouth, which is a symbolic thing. And now they want you to have a mask on your brain, and most people already do. Speaking of masks, here's an excellent meme. This is from Scooby-Doo. Fred is unmasking COVID, and beneath it, Agenda 21. Like, who didn't see this coming? Remember back in April, there's an article by RT where they said, COVID-19 is doing Greta's work. And it's true. It's completely fast-tracking everything the environmentalists wanted. In fact, they're speeding up the whole timeline here too. You're going to see Mars happen probably in 2026. For some reason, I had this notion that if enough people kept calling everything fake, that they would put a stop to it. Like, if nobody believes that we can go to the rings of Saturn and ice skate or whatever, it's never going to happen. If we keep calling the moon landing out as a hoax, they're not going to attempt it again. It's like, no, actually, that's not true. I think what they're going to do is they're going to do what their script says. And they're going to delete the content and delete the people, however they can, who contradict it. Because they know, in the end, trust the plan. That's what the elites say, looking at the Georgia Guidestones. They know in the end, there's only going to be 500,000 people left. Zareth the Alchemist says, the grievance mongers are professionally offended and perpetually oppressed. It's for power, too. Although it doesn't work both ways. It's so selective. I mean, what if I'm offended by balls, globes, spherical planets? That stuff offends me. I'm offended by televisions. I'm offended by, well, I mean, this is the thing. It's so selective. You have to be offended by the right things to be able to cash in on it. All right, this is COVID 1984 by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. I mentioned this earlier today, and if you want to get a link to it, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com. There's a Solar Returns Festival in March. Chief Crow will be there performing live. So this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, COVID 1984. I'm going to post a link to his channel. If everybody here could go subscribe, it looks like he's just 3 shy of 1,000. All right, thanks for the calls, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the chats. See you tomorrow. Hey, is this Lou?
Tim.
Hey, thank you for calling, and let me go ahead and just briefly introduce you to everyone here. So, for those of you just joining us, I am joined with Crater Earth USA, and as I explained in the emails that I sent out, he has a radically new cosmography. If you haven't been able to wrap your mind around flat Earth, here's something else that will challenge you a little bit. So why don't you go ahead and tell everybody who you are and what you're positing here.
Oh my goodness, Tim, I didn't know when you answered the phone that I would be live.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's great. We like to do it this way, though. I'm like, let me just meet him live, and we'll just go from there.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. It's fine. It's the Tinder of the truth community. I'm with you. I'm Commander Lou. I'm the commander of the Northeast region of the Cult of the Living God, formerly my only affiliation. Now we've started a new chapter, Crater Earth USA, and we're growing. And yeah, you want me to explain the cosmology? I think you need to know, Tim, I did not develop this concept. I don't know how much you've looked into it on your own, but this is the work of someone by the name of Wim Carrett, or Carrett, from Belgium. His channel is God Give Lamsey. I don't know if you've heard of that. Have you seen that?
Yes, and in fact, this is the thing. I have been seeing in the comment sections of my videos people talking about this thing called Crater Earth and referencing the moon. And so there's just been a lot of conjecture. And so I've been trying to find, well, who knows enough about this to be able to explain it? And so I've seen there's a number of channels, and then I came across your channel, and you had a video called How to Tell Your Family You Live in a Crater. And I'm like, okay, let me talk to this guy, and then he can be our tour guide.
All right, good. So, all right, I'm glad to hear that, Tim. You've just put me at ease. I'm really excited to be here. I got to tell you that. I didn't expect any kind of notoriety, but I have to say I listened to your broadcast last night for about 45 minutes, and my lovely wife Christine and I are intensely intimidated by your intelligence, and so you're just going to have to deal with that. There is no match here. I had to take a break after 45 minutes. I needed a lobotomy. I had to erase all the knowledge you put in my brain. I was on overload. So I just want to compliment you and say I haven't come across someone with such a grasp. And you said something. Now you called me in the bio a cult leader. You played that intro, and it upset a couple of my followers. I mean subscribers, because this isn't a cult any more than, like, I'm not a cult leader any more than Bezos, Gates, or Musk. You know,
Yes,
this
yes.
is just.
Let me go ahead and address that point really quick. And I appreciate what you said here. And yeah, you must have caught on last night in the middle of what I call, like, it's sort of a data dump, where I have a minds.com account. And when it's live and it says what's on my minds, that's when I'm going to be going through all of the ideas that we're gestating in the think tank. And it can be a lot to take in, but it's meant to be, you know, an open forum, open mind. And we just keep hearing this Crater Earth thing, and I'm like, we have to talk to this person. And I saw the word cult, and I kind of like that, because I've been accused of being a cult leader, and we've taken that word to mean culture. And if your culture, if it splits from the mainstream, they call you a cult. But what does that really mean? It just means that you have uniqueness, and that's what you're centered around. So I see the cult as just the center of culture. It's a positive thing. It's not necessarily a negative cult. The word has just been, I think.
Well, I'm a benevolent cult leader. Let's just say that. Plus, we don't have any property yet, so we're not a danger to anybody. But the funny thing that I thought about while you were saying all that is when I first decided to start streaming or posting videos on YouTube, I chose the word cult because of its dictionary definition, which is a group of people, a small group of people who have beliefs. In the definition, it's religious beliefs that others consider strange or sinister. So I just get such a kick out of that, because the belief, for me personally, it's a messianic belief. I'm not going to say I'm a Christian, because that word's been confiscated by the mainstream, but I'm going to say I believe the message of the Messiah, for lack of a better way to explain it with these monkey words we're given, it's just a pure truth, and it leads us into all these other places of discovery, and it's mind-blowing. And now, just to get to the Crater Earth thing, how long, I don't know about you, but for me, how long have we been looking at that thing up there with these new eyes? Or I don't know how long you've been, I don't even like to use the word awake anymore, because they've confiscated that. But how long have you been looking at that thing up there?
Right, okay. It stopped being a dead rock floating up there, a sphere.
Yeah.
It stopped being that for me several years ago, and I find it very perplexing, entertaining. It amuses me that it's somehow tidally locked, and yet it supposedly rotates every 27 days. There's so many problems with it. The moon's perplexing, and unlike the sun, you can stare at the moon all night, so you can think about it. And the sun is just, you know.
Yeah, you can't look into the sun, which brings me to, back to the scriptures. I'm not going to make this about that, but you can't look God in the face. You can't look at God. So whatever that means to anybody. I mean, my cult is all inclusive. I don't care if you're a Jew, a Christian, a Muslim, astrotheologist, or an atheist. It doesn't matter. Bottom line, well, maybe not an atheist, but agnostic. There's something bigger than us that's in control of all these things, and that's where I land. And I believe whoever or whatever that is personified came into this habitat to save us out. So whatever, you want to think of little green men or, Aztec warrior type gods or whatever, it doesn't matter to me, but that's my truth. Now the moon isn't what they say it is, which I mean, you just have to listen to your take on it for 30 seconds. And that explains it all. It's just not what they say it is. So, I'm going to drop another channel. It's Quantum of Conscience. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Matt, in Pennsylvania.
Quantum of Conscience has been recommended to me probably 50 times, and I ought to look into him. I believe I've probably seen 1 or 2 videos, but I'm going to have to look again. And what should we be looking into as far as his videos?
Well, frankly, he's moved away from the truth. From commenting on the truth or reporting on his journey, because he doesn't want to lose his YouTube channel. And so if you go there now, you may not find what the reasons why he was recommended to you so many times clearly evident in his recent videos. But he did write a book, an ebook. He reads it. I would recommend you read that if you did anything. Read what he wrote. It's just a compilation of everything that proves this world is not real, but for whatever that means to him or you or me. One of the things that he brings up is the impossibility of the eclipse. Just how things line up so miraculously well for a moon however many miles away from the Earth, and the sun however many miles. And you probably could say it better than I can. It's impossible.
It takes a coincidence theory to even believe it, to explain away how the sun 400 times larger and 93 million miles versus 238 perfectly lines up to where it blocks out the light. And even that's problematic to me. I don't think that it should totally make the sky black if it's not a spotlight. It ought to just be a black orb in the sky for a minute, but I think everything's wrong about this thing. So I'm going to look into this Quantum of Conscience because, this is what I'm mostly interested in. I'm trying to figure out why these things are so, they're perplexing for one thing. For example, the craters on the moon. Do they look like impact craters to you? Where's the skid marks? Why are so many of them appearing to be just flat plains?
Well, because it's a reflection of a greater Earth, and the craters are the craters formed as a result of hot boiling mud cooling. You can find that with great ease scientifically on YouTube. Just search for bubbling mud, hot bubbling mud craters. It makes more sense than impact. Because first of all, I don't believe space is what they say it is, obviously. I don't even think it exists in an infinite, what they call the universe. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's stars and planets and systems. It's to me, it's just not. I've known that for quite some time. Just in my soul, in my consciousness, it's just not what it is. So bubbling mud, cooled. That's a crater. Period. They're too perfect. But there are videos out there where they maybe try to document or show high-def photos of the moon, maybe from that Japanese spaceship that's flying around, hovering above the moon, going around and around, and just videotaping.
Celine, okay. Now that one I know about because I was on YouTube once and I saw this was purported to be live footage from Celine, the Japanese satellite orbiting the moon. And I looked into it and they said it was live. And I looked and I said, wait a minute, this looks like CGI. Well, it turns out it was apparently footage, not even footage, it was photography from 2009 wrapped on a CGI ball.
Wow, I did not know that. Very impressive. You see, Tim, I'm outnumbered here. You blow my mind, and that's exactly what it appears to be. So, but when they were explaining it recently, and I'm covering this on Crater Earth USA, we do live streams. We unpack a lot of this stuff, and I played a video where a scientist or a professor, whoever, whatever, I don't know, was narrating the video and showing the different craters and saying how they were formed. And it's almost insulting when they claim it as a fact. We know science needs, proof, theories need to be proved by observation. And there's just, the conjecture is astounding, and it's insulting, irresponsible, and I think it's treason. These people should be jailed. I know I'm being a little, you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of us know what you mean. The powers that should not be, the ones who've given us the false paradigm. So if I'm understanding this right, the concept here is that what we think of as the moon, what we're told is a physical object, is actually a reflection. And what it's reflecting is what we are on. And moreover, what we are on is an area of land contained in only one of the craters.
Well, it's all right. Try to keep me focused. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to start by saying I'm pretty sure you've seen this, and a lot of us have. The black and white video of the scientist from the 60s who is interviewed saying the moon is plasma, made of plasma. I don't know if does that ring a bell for you, Tim?
Yeah, I believe his name was Foster, and yeah, he said the moon was made as a plasma phenomenon, and it wasn't going to be landable, and this was like 1965.
No, yeah, that's it. Either you have the fastest fingers on Crater Earth, or you should be on Jeopardy, Tim. That was fantastic. Yes, that guy. So, to me, that just confirms that the fact that we're seeing that now. And I brought up quantum conscious because in a short video, Matt just put it out there. That's how I found it. I was watching one of his videos. It was very short. He's just like, look, I came across, someone sent me this, and he's like you. He's tentative, you know. I don't know how much credence to give it. I don't know if I'm going to do research, but it is something to consider. This concept, this theory, this discovery, whatever you want to call it, that we live in a crater. Now you go to God Giblansky's channel, and he shows us the manifestation of the reflection supernaturally in this object, and he does explain it in some ways using science. I don't know. I don't know that part. It's a wonder to me how he even came up with it. But he claims that, you know, he started to understand like we do that it's not what they said. So he was looking into the flat Earth thing, and that's usually where we all start. You know, we're like, this just doesn't seem like there's a curve. And well, when we look into that, and then the wealth of knowledge that's out there and proof, and just the ship thing, like you brought up last night, you know, ships disappearing on the horizon, fantastic. U-2 spy planes, no curve, you know. Yeah, okay, so now Wim Carrot from Belgium, an artist, it goes deeper and develops these models and starts looking at the craters closely. And like a channel, there are other channels out there that say it's projecting the Earth. I don't know if I'm sure you've heard of that too, that the moon is an actual projector, like in a planetarium, and you can look at the craters or the shadows, and you can make out
Yes.
a similar terrain.
Yeah, there's a channel I've been following for some time, and he suggests something similar to this, but that the moon is in fact something of a projection, giving away the land masses beneath. And he seems to correlate the continents that we are shown on the globe with an additional one or two, with a certain section of craters on the moon. So it is interesting. That one suggests that the Earth is flat. With what you're talking about, is that the case, or is it simply that the Earth is bigger?
I'm glad you asked that, Tim, because WIM says it's a globe. I took the crater Earth discovery. Can I call it a discovery? What do we call this, Tim? What is this? Is this a discovery?
Is it a discovery? Is it a theory? Is it a question? I think we'll use the word discovery for now. I like that.
I appreciate it. So, as my practice is to always take these kinds of truths, cosmology, you said, and try to align it with Scripture. Now, when I say Scripture, I don't mean the canonized Bible. I mean Scripture, ancient Scriptures, whether it's Hebrew, Babylonian, Mesopotamian, whatever it is. I will try to align it to show me that it's something I need to know. I don't know if that makes any sense. But doing this, when I first started understanding that the Earth in the account in the Scriptures, and we're talking about Enoch and references a little bit here and there in the Old Testament, that there's four corners and that it's a stationary and like you say, flat plane. I like infinite plane, but it's not a flat Earth. But you've probably heard me say, if you even looked at my channel at all, it's a lumpy Earth. So I'm not going to fall into that category because they're isolating the flat Earthers like they are an insane group of fundamentalists of some kind.
Yes, you nailed it.
They're nuts.
The instant they took that label flat Earth and they were assigned a model that has a dome over it and it says it has an ice wall, and that model isn't all that defensible, and it becomes an article of faith, and then you just discredit this group. And so when I say Infinite Plane Society, I'll jokingly mention that official science, establishment science, says that the universe is flat, galaxies are flat, the solar system is flat. Maybe the Earth is an extension of the universe. But I don't even know for sure. All I can say is it appears to be, but it's infinite possibilities. So as far as I'm concerned, there's question marks at the edge. Does it curve? Is it a bigger ball? Is it a cube? I don't know. But what I like with what you're describing is it doesn't rule out the possibility that the world is bigger. And I think that's the central thing. Are we in a closed system, or are they hiding a bigger world?
That's exactly right, Tim. Because you can expand that plane to be large enough to absolutely, dissolve a curvature in it based on our limited ability to see and to build and to grow. But with the measurements that they've given us, which are only recent, they built the railroads in the 1800s, I believe, from east to west across the United States. And there was no curvature calculation in that engineering. So if you just take a ruler and put it on top of a basketball, every mile is 7 inches. I forget. There is a calculation. By the time you get from New York using a level and iron rails that don't bend, they'll try to say that it'll bend to the curvature because it's so huge, but that's a significant adjustment that needs to be made.
It is. Really, and just for context, the same people who say, well, no, it's so big you wouldn't see it bend, are the ones who will tell you that boats go over the horizon a few miles away. It's like either this thing is bent or it's not, but we don't have any evidence that it is.
That's right. It either is or it isn't. And that's when I brought that up to I brought that concept of the railroad tracks up to an engineering student while I was supplementing my ridiculously low income driving Uber a couple of years ago. I brought it up to an engineering student, and his immediate response was, well, it's just such a wide, vast distance that even iron can bend to it. Which is, if we have if we use half of our brain, maybe a tenth. How about not even under an ounce of our brain? You just can't explain that away. You can't. But they do. So what are we? Are we flat earthers? Are we lumpy earthers? Are we crater earthers? Yes, it's a greater plane. But guess what? If you look at the True Earth map, where they have the ice wall based on the UN map logo, and you go beyond that, and you've got all these like you said, land masses, and then beyond another ice wall, there's other land masses. I'm pretty sure you probably are familiar with that map as well, Tim Osman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen them all. And that one's interesting. It posits that there are concentric circles with an orbiting sun. To me, for all I know, it could be scattered poles, similar. But the idea that there was like puddles is how it's been described by some, that we're in some kind of a puddle that's been melted out. That's been one description. What you're talking about, though,
bubbling mud.
Bubbling. And
bubbling mud.
It seems to, like, even someone in the chat here, they say the moon has always looked more bubbled than impact. And it does. That's hard to deny.
I see that. Mary Smith. Very good, Mary. If she has any property, we're looking to build a compound. But yeah, it always looked more bubbled, and that's exactly what it is. And really, it's astounding how simple it would be for anybody watching to just see it and adopt it as their truth by just looking at a simple. What do they call those? Actually, it's it's a bubbling mud pool. I don't even know. That's all I had to put into the search engine, and I saw it. And you just imagine when you can imagine something that's happening once it's completed its process, what it would look like. Those bubbling mud puddles or bubbles will look like a crater, period. And the impact crater theory is ridiculous because there's no such thing as meteorites and asteroids as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing there.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because, look, I'm looking at the moon right now, and they don't look like impact craters. And if it's a big impact, where's the thing that did the impact? If whatever punched the hole is apparently disappearing, doesn't make sense. It absolutely looks like it came from below. It looks like a bubbled surface. But the topic of asteroids is always headline news. There's always an asteroid about to hit us sooner or later. It's this constant threat. And personally, I don't believe in their model of outer space. I don't believe in falling rocks, but it's one of these things that they keep us believing in, and they really start programming you with a belief in falling rocks when you're a child, with the whole dinosaurs going extinct because of a falling rock. But no, I don't even believe in asteroids. And your explanation matches what we observe, and it definitely makes more sense than the official one.
Well, let's take it a little further than that. Now, let's say that you have to. Now, I don't know what whims the person who figured this out. I don't know what his religious. I don't know him personally. He just likes. He thinks I'm crazy, and I like that. That's all I want. Because really, my goal here is to lighten this up a little bit. I'm sick of the truthers, even in the Crater Earth community or in the Flat Earth community, or just exposing psyops. How there's this idea that they can do something about it, and all they want to do is alienate family and friends and scare the children with their knowledge and try to convince and get people to see what they see. And it's a futile effort. And I defer to the scriptures for that understanding and wisdom. So I backed off. And now, if someone wants to talk about it, I'll let them know. But in the meantime, I'm going to come at it like you said last night, and I'm going to use it, Tim. We're laughing along with them right now. That was if I had to say one of the most amazing ideas on how to express how I look at this is, these reporters, you said it, you may want to say it to give it a little more credibility. The way you said it, if you remember saying it, we're laughing, they're laughing at us, and we in this community who know exactly what they're doing when they teach us, when we're still wetting the bed about this solar system and craters and nuclear war and everything.
Okay, so a few moments ago you brought up a compound, and soon I'm going to be speaking with an individual about something like that. The concept is something of creating an enclave. So it's not like an underground bunker, but networking with people on certain principles. So you could conceivably form a network of people who don't want to abide by certain rules or don't want to treat something as serious as, in other words, if you wanted to create a community of free thinkers, I think now's the time to do it. And that's what I'm trying to do with this channel, with what I've with what we have in the chat. Many of these people have been here for a couple of years, and we try to network based on ideas and do our best to avoid a lot of the drama that tends to typify research communities.
And incarceration into a re-education camp. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Oh yes, and they have the mass media has its sights on people. Like, I looked at your video, okay, and I didn't hear you talk about QAnon, but for some reason it has, like, one of your videos I think had QAnon warning labels. As you know, if you talk about anything flat Earth, they'll put a flat Earth Wikipedia below your video. Like, these are warning labels. So the fact that you're getting warning labels means you're onto something.
I understand that. That actually, I can't even tell you where in that video, because I don't say that. Not on purpose. It's just nothing happened. You said it too. And I'm sorry, everybody who's watching, both of you that are watching this video. I'm sorry to say it, but I keep saying you said it last night. It's not, you see, now I just lost my thought because I went to look and see if any of my subs are here, and I don't see any of them.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about QAnon, and hey, somebody brought something up here to add on to what we were saying about craters really quick. He said, Sun Rabbit says, I've seen real bomb craters in the woods from World War II.
Yes.
He says they're bowl-shaped, not dish-shaped. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. It's a complete, and they try to say that the model in that video I brought up where they were teaching the children what an impact crater looks like is dropping a ball in a sandbox, the heavy steel ball into a sandbox and recording it and then slowing it down and then showing them. But the residual effects are just not evident. So if there's no wind, there's no atmosphere, which, by the way, if you haven't noticed, suddenly there's an atmosphere, water, and evidence of volcanic activity on this dead rock that we've been taught is floating up there. But suddenly that's what's coming up in the reports. But there, where's all the residual rubble? Where's the rubble? There should be. And was it pulverized? It should be. It shouldn't be just dust. There should be stages of destruction. There should be large rocks, smaller rocks, and on and on.
Yes,
I think.
Yes, good point. And yeah, you're right about this. They've added something of an atmosphere, a residual atmosphere from the Earth reaches the moon, and they say there's little water droplets. It's kind of like a misty rain on some parts of the moon, ice on the bottom. Just wait until they discover oil on the moon. I mean,
it's coming. It's coming, Tim.
They're totally misrepresenting this thing. And okay, so let's get into this for a second. Somebody in the chat had mentioned aliens. Now, the way that aliens have been used throughout, generations now of science fiction is to connect the idea of life being very far away, requiring advanced technology, so they have to fly over here. Now, if what you're describing is not the case, then aliens would just be our next door neighbors, right?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, if you go to the scriptures, any scripture, there is a creation that, may I just use the Torah, the Old Testament, Genesis 1, 2, and 5? May I, Tim?
Please do. I rely on biblical scholars for all of my biblical knowledge. So.
Oh, I am not a biblical scholar. I have a computer. Okay, anyway. Genesis 1, in my view, and quite a few other folks out there that I've come to know, not personally, but the fallen angels, all right, so you've got a creator God. Creator God creates an essence, a consciousness, a supernatural being. They're the angels. Michael, Michael, Gabriel. Then there's the fallen angels, led by Azazel. This is in the book of Enoch. Now you take those fallen angels and you create them with the ability to create. They create what the Jehovah God, the self-existent, eternal creator God, always was, always will be. They take his gift and create their own habitat, plane, greater earth, whatever. They create this place. It's huge. Outside our creator, and I'll explain that to you in Genesis 2, but during the creation account of Genesis 1, it is clearly the Elohim, which is a plural, which is God. The singular Jehovah God does not appear in the scriptures until Genesis 2. So in Genesis 1, his children, which are not, you've got to shed. Tim, you got to stop thinking like this flesh suit is anything. Okay, so these beings create arachnid, reptilian, who knows what else on this immense earth, for lack of a better word. Okay, so in Genesis 2, the Lord God is not happy, and again, I'm speaking like a fifth grader because I'm not an intellectual. I'm not a scholar. I'm just a guy who figured it out. In Genesis 2, the Creator God says, no. He creates Eden. And he puts in there and breathes a soul in Genesis 2 into his creation, showing the fallen ones who are no longer allowed back into heaven. In the book of Enoch, who is, I believe, Noah's great-great-grandfather, actually gets to advocate for these beings to the Lord God himself because of his righteousness. And the Lord God says, no, they're not coming back. So these fallen angels are just there. They're gone. They can't get back into whatever is beyond the sun, whatever the sun is. I'm not saying I know what the sun is. I hope that's not your next question. But in Genesis 2, the Lord God shows us how it was supposed to be, and he creates a garden. And he creates mammals. In Genesis 1, there are no mammals. In Genesis 2, there's the Adam, and there's mammals. And Adam, and then his helpmate from his rib, a surgical procedure, creates Eve. But now, if we hear that story and consider Adam to be the same kind of creation as we are, then we're greatly mistaken. His DNA is different. His makeup, I don't know. His biology, his genetics, nothing like that is still here on this infinite plane. In Genesis 2, they fall because they did the same thing as the first creation, the Elohim. That ended it, essentially. So the idea is this crater with this wonderful habitat, which we've built concrete jungles on top of for some stupid reason, what was underneath this was perfection. It was paradise. And now, if you look at the crater Earth model, this crater, it's Sulficus Gallum or Gallus M. That's the name of our crater. If you look on a moon map, if you look at it, you can see how Antarctica, which by the way is shaped like the temporal lobe of a brain in our crater from above, astounding, which may speak to the Nephilim, the giants, and who knows? It's astounding what's here. But getting back on point, and I'll try to wrap it up quick, which is hard for me. But in Genesis 2, the Lord God fixes it, gives us a chance, creates what was intended. But even that doesn't work. Why didn't it work? Because the creation from outside our crater, outside of what I consider, now this isn't whim, this is me, outside our crater, which was at one time Eden, for lack of a...
Right, I was going to ask you, is this Eden? Is this the ground zero for that story?
It could be. Eden could be a very small part. It could be. It would seem to me, if I'm aligning it with Scripture, it would have to be, just because of how it looks without all the stuff on top of it. Waterfalls, the vegetation, beautiful animals that are just delightful to watch, and and oh my, if we could sleep with the lions, right? So I'm not going to get all mushy on you, but yeah, this to me aligns with Scripture and the concept of this being a habitat, perhaps. Even the firmament, the dome, is just over this crater. That we're still trying to uncover in the Scriptures. But it seems to me that the dome, and I'll explain that in a minute, but the dome is above just this one crater. The firmament, waters above, waters below, misty earth.
Let's talk about let's talk about the dome for a moment. So anybody who's looked into the flat Earth cosmography is familiar with the idea that there's a barrier above, and this has been reiterated by some who believe that the military's they've had some various attempts to nuke it or something, Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah, they have to blow a hole in it to get out.
So this is, in other words, some kind of container over a habitat made for us, and we're talking about this as being just one area. So is this dome, in your opinion, impassable?
Well, the dome in Genesis 1 could be above the entire greater Earth, and the dome in Genesis 2 could be just above our crater. But, that's conjecture. That's guessing. I'm just being honest. I'm guessing. But let's just finish real quick. So the fall in Genesis 2. Now, when you get to Genesis 5, all of a sudden, Scriptures rehash the creation account. So you've got a translated Bible, whether it's King James or whatever. You've got the word God used to describe the Elohim, the Lord El, and the Jehovah God. But when it refers to the Jehovah God in the Bible, they at least put the word Lord in front of it. So that was their ineffective attempt to separate the Elohim, the plurals in Genesis 1, from the actual creator God in Genesis 2. When you get to Genesis, so when you ask a scholar, well, let me ask you a question. Why is Genesis 1, God created the heavens and the earth and this and that, and then Genesis 2 says God created the heavens and the earth and this and that, but there are some differences, so they conflict with each other, and there really is no answer unless you've done the work or can know about the Book of Enoch, which fortunately suspiciously has been kept out of the really any Bible used in the Christian religion with the Old and New Testament, except for the Ethiopian Catholic Church. They still have the Book of Enoch in their Bible, but I don't know if they understand.
It's really something, though. When it really caught my attention, I'm like, wait, why is this book, which is supposed to be the authentic Word of God, why is it missing these big pieces? And the Book of Enoch has a lot of interesting explanations for a number of things. The concept of the fallen angels, how various angels gave man different bad habits, gambling, war, they corrupted us. So the origin of evil could be attributed to the intervention or the
there you go.
Meddling.
You just did it again, Tim. Because in Genesis 2, when Adam and Eve, now you have to look into the extra canonical scriptures to see the account of Adam and Eve's life outside of Eden. There is. I'm not sure if it's from the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Nag Hammadi. I don't know if I'm saying these things right, but there are books, scripture, ancient scripture, that give an account of Adam and Eve after they were cast out of Eden. Now, that's where, in Genesis 5, the whole creation account comes back into play suddenly. So who's that? Who are these people? So now you've got the supernatural fallen angels in Genesis 1. Genesis 2, you've got the Lord God creating a perfect human being, for lack of a better word. And then in Genesis 5, our research, I don't even like using all we did was just read the scriptures from the perspective that we might be in a crater early on, months ago. And it became clear that whatever was going on outside this crater started to infiltrate inside this crater in Genesis 5. And then if you align it with Enoch, that's when all the weapons of destruction, tools, pharmakia, all the drunkenness, began with Noah, all the things to keep us, just to terrorize the Lord God's creation once it got kicked out. And that's what they've been doing. And that's who you're talking about. That's who's still doing it today. That's why it's such a small group of people. You said it yesterday in your data dump. There's a line. It's the seed of Cain. So Azazel seduces Eve, mates with her. You've got the two, and also bears a child. The forbidden fruit, doesn't translate out to an apple. It translates out to, don't do this with that. And they have a kid. It's Cain and Abel. So Cain kills Abel. Then Adam and Eve. Already Eve is infected with the DNA of the fallen angel, Azazel, who took the form of a serpent, which was an upright being from outside the crater.
Okay, so this is getting really interesting to me, because for some time, people say, well, why would the flat Earth, if it's true, why would they hide it? But one thing about the flat Earth model, or the concept, and it's often pointed out that the UN map kind of reflects what it would look like. So if you look at the UN map, you've got this, what looks to be like it's sectioned off into quadrants with 4 in each. It's 32 different sections with a circle in the middle. And it encompasses
the North Pole in the middle.
North Pole in the middle, the UN flag. So that's our world. But the thing is, there are so many times where in the mass media and big movies, they represent the world as like a round table that they control. So for example, if you could look at the Hunger Games, the elite are surrounding a table. Westworld, the elite are surrounding a table that represents the world they control. Look at Clash of the Titans. The gods who meddle with man are all around this table.
Always.
And I thought, maybe this area that we're in is some kind of a contested zone, maybe a quarantine, or maybe this is, like you described, this could be a place that's being deliberately tampered with by the enemies of whoever built it.
Well, it was tampered with. It's already been infected. We have Wim calls it the parasite. You may have said that too, but you left out one movie. I guess you're much younger than me. I'm 58. Jason and the Argonauts. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but they do that. They have the goddesses and the gods looking through a circular pool of water at everything that's going on down here in this crater. But the secret, you mentioned the secret. I'm glad you did. We have been fooled. When these people are flashing the 666 and flashing, with the okay with the fingers, I wish we were on video, but you know what I'm talking about. And they photographed almost anybody in a position of responsibility as the gatekeepers of the secret knowledge for whatever amount of that they're given. The ones that we get to see, not the ones that are hidden up and only accessible by helicopter. The true rulers of this earth, the keepers of all the wealth, they're untouchable. We know their names, but they're untouchable. And beyond that, they're the ones that, Matt would say, they're the ones that actually hear from the fallen ones. They're the ones that get all this. I mean, just any of this technology, computers, any of it. It's just impossible that we monkeys would have been able to come up with that with what we were left after the mud floods. Let's not go there. But
wait, maybe we should. But one thing about the hand signs. Just last week on Dark Matter Radio, we had a guest. His name is Micah Dank. He's an expert in astrotheology, but we spoke about hand signs in particular and their origins. And that's one of the things that cues a lot of people in to the fact that there is some great conspiracy to hide the nature of the world, and that the conspirators communicate to each other above our heads without words all the time. And they've been
they use the scripture, they use the Strongs. It's apparent. You can take 1984 and look up the Greek word and the Hebrew word in the scriptures. Now, I'm not sure if they're using the scriptures, because I believe the millennial reign of Christ happened already, and I believe that Revelation was written for another time, and that the fact that they have us all like waiting for an asteroid. All the Christians in the world, the 501c3, partnered with the government, Christians all over the United States, and whatever similar arrangement with governments for tax deductions exist in other countries, that they're all waiting for a Brad Pitt lookalike or Jim Caviezel Jesus to come in on a chariot through the clouds, which, by the way, how the hell are they going to see it on a globe? Every eye is supposed to be able to see him, but in my opinion, it'll be a hologram created either before or after the alien deception coming to bring us all together, like Reagan said in the 80s, with one common enemy will unite us. But now they're using the virus for that, so
yes, exactly,
they have to do that. Yeah,
exactly. So, the tiny miniature alien. And so, we're looking.
Well done.
They really pulled it off, and it's according.
They did.
And it united the world in fear, and of course now in regulation. So now about this idea of, you said maybe revelations happened at another time. What are your thoughts on history, broadly speaking? How far back do you trust the history goes?
Here you go. It's very simple. It's actually very simple. You got the Christ, the Messiah. I'm not going to use his name Jesus. It's not his name. His name was Joshua. If you translate to English, Yeshua. So the Lord God comes in, takes his body, he gives himself up, he gives up his spirit during his crucifixion. He survives it because the pierced side relieved his cardiac tamponade, and he goes on to live a regular life with the Essenes and all that stuff, but they destroyed all that by the end of the 2nd or 3rd century. All of Messianic Christianity was destroyed early on and taken over by Rome, and that's what we're living under. We're living under the Rosicrucians, the Pope, the secret societies, and et cetera, et cetera. But so if that's the case, and this happens shortly after St. John, John, the disciple John, wrote Revelation, inspired by his visions and meaning the Spirit of the Lord God, again, the Messiah. Supernaturally, he writes the book of Revelation. It happens. The 7 churches were in Turkey. They're there. It's in history. There's the remnants of a millennial reign of Christ after he imprisons Azazel, Satan, whatever. They're all Satans. Imprisons Satan in subterranean earth. You said that last night. That's an obsession of these. Like Elon's obsession is to go down below. What is down there? Is that where they were? The Messiah brings them up, which is actually in the scriptures, extra canonical, not in the canonized Bible. It's called it's either the Gospel of Pilate and then renamed to the Acts of Nicodemus. I could be wrong, but if you put the Gospel of Pilate or the Acts of Nicodemus into the monster search engine, the Google search engine, you will find it. And his account, Nicodemus's account, which was a Pharisee, a Pharisee that accepted the Messiah at that time. So Jesus did go down. Yeshua went down into hell and retrieved all Adam and Noah and all his his righteous ones up, out. Revelation happened. They've hidden it from us. I mean, resurrection happened. They're all up, out, not in the flesh, in the spirit. The flesh returns to dust. Amen. And then his millennial reign. And now you're looking at this impossible architecture with this impossible energy sources, transportation, transport stations in cathedrals that are now still standing, are remnants of the old world. You know, everybody likes to call it Tartaria, but it's not just not in Tartaria. There's what they call star fortresses all over the entire globe. I'm going to say globe, world. I mean, you have them in Mexico. You have them in New York. You have.
So for people who don't know about this broadly, what you're speaking of is the idea that the world we're living in now and the technology we have, we're given the impression this is the best it's ever been, and this is the most developed we've ever had it. But the suggestion is that the ancient architecture that we see, that we're told that these are places where people worship, are actually some sort of energy extraction grid that takes energy out of the atmosphere. And then you also mentioned teleportation. Describe that for a moment.
Well, the domes at the top of these cathedrals, these temples, the domes. You know, you stand in the middle. If you just look at what they would call today artwork, but if you look at the geometry in the mosaic, I mean, first of all, it absolutely would be impossible to create today. Impossible. I mean, you could create a copy of it, maybe and lay a piece of linoleum with a print, but the way that they did it with presumably the tools, without laser technology, there's no way they could have cut precision stones that way. There's no way they could have matched all the different, I'll say conduits. When you look up into a dome at the top of a cathedral, you could almost imagine if you have any remnant of the bloodline of Seth, you could almost imagine being able to propel yourself, levitate yourself right through that. If we weren't so metallicized, we might be able to levitate. Who knows? I don't know. Some of us, maybe not all.
Now that's an interesting point. Okay, so levitation, a lot of these occult terms like Francis Mesmer, where we get mesmerized, animal magnetism, a lot of these terms that have to do with basically psychic phenomenon, the unexplained, the occult, a lot of that stuff was pretty much the sole province of the Freemasons and these other cults, and they're the ones who've pretty much retained that information. And I think that, I think there's any advanced technology, obviously they're going to dole it out, monopolize the tech, and keep us in the relative darkness with regards to everything. And I think that's kind of where we are right now. I think the masses are in darkness. We are.
But you asked about the timeline in history. Well, just look at it. Look at it. Well, look what they uncover in archaeological digs. Look what they uncover. The amount. How did that stuff get buried in 1,000 years or even 3,000 years? Why? You know, this country's been around for what 1,700, 1,400. So we're already here 500 years. Why isn't anything buried? So they say cataclysmic event, but what was it? Well, it's in Daniel, and it's in the scriptures. It's in Revelation. That world was destroyed when the Messiah was done with his 1,000-year millennial reign. He didn't leave anything for these monsters. They destroyed it. It's wormwood. So that's all destroyed. Some people like to say it's floods that destroy civilizations. No, I'm sorry, and only because I align it with scripture. That's the only reason. So that I think this way. So I could be wrong, but it's a passion of mine, and that makes more sense to me. That 1,000 years ago, or whatever, and I have a reason to say 1,000, 2,000, and then now, because the Messiah said, "I will make you fishers of men." The Messiah said, "I will be with you till the end of the world." Translated, word is aeon, which is era. There is no argument in Christendom that the signs are in the stars. Astrology is a legitimate study, whether it's the stars the way we perceive them, the way we were taught in school, or whether or not there's some kind of a reflection, whatever they really are. luminaries in the water above, just dancing to resonance and colors, RGB and sound. That would seem to me, because when you look at them through a telescope, they don't look like any of the CGI stuff. But just trying to stay focused here. If the Messiah knew, so the signs. I don't know where I was going with that, but bottom line,
let me add on this really quick here, because we're talking about history, and it just occurred to me. So last December 21st, 2020, we had the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. And
December 21st, the end of the age of Pisces.
Precisely. And they described this star as a star of Bethlehem because apparently that had occurred then. And I thought, wait a minute, if there's anything that you could associate with a reset, it's this star, because that would mark, of course, the year 0. And so we just had apparently a reset year going by the stars. So whatever people think about astrology or astrotheology, I mean, this is apparently the operating system or the clock they use for.
Okay, now you're an intelligent guy. You're using the monkey language that they've given us to describe it. And it sounds wonderful. It actually, to me, hearing you say that, if I were in the world and not wondering about anything, I could say, wow, that sounds about right, and it sounds safe and it's easy but it's a spell casting language, and what the model that you just put forth moves us away from the truth and will keep us enslaved. Not that you're going to get out anyway. There's not enough of us. There's no critical mass to bring this about, because it's over. The Messiah was with us till the end of the age of Pisces, fisher of men until the end of the age of Pisces. The Satans were imprisoned for 1,000 years after the millennial reign of Christ. Right now, Agenda 2021 was globalization. It's been achieved. I was wondering late last year how they were going to pull this off. I didn't even see it coming. I knew, they threw us off the trail with the FEMA camps and all the end time stuff, asteroids, whatever, like you said. They threw us off. But and then once it became evident that by the end of the new year they were going to have to achieve globalization, because they had a plan since the 90s, right? Agenda 21, full globalization, it's enacted. But Agenda 2030, now that's pure Baphomet. That's no gender. That's brotherly love, equality. That's the age of Aquarius. Just got to listen. And again, you say I haven't spoken to a scholar. I just have to listen to the song by the Fifth Dimension, Aquarius, and I hear it right there. Sympathy and understanding, blah blah blah, all that stuff that they talk about. This wonderful, wonderful system of humanity that's going to occur during the age of Aquarius. But what is the age of Aquarius? It's beauty. It's the beauty of the evil wrapped up in a pretty package with a nice bow. It's the age of Aquarius is total opposite. No gender, no, and consciousness uploaded into either alternate realities or synthetic beings. Eternal life without having to rely on this flesh suit, which was corrupted because of the fall. So the Lord God is out of this. It's done. December 21st, deadline. No more. Heaven's empty. No more souls. 21 grams of perfection. I just don't believe anybody's being born with a soul. I know that's horrible. It upsets people, especially pregnant women right now. Pregnant Christian women would throw rocks at me.
Right. You're
that's
saying
what I believe.
Okay, this is really intriguing. About the language being a spell casting language, it's pretty evident to me. I've studied the language of the occultists, Western occultism, and its basis, which is the Kabbalah, and the permutations of characters into numbers. You can do this with runes, but basically our language is, by all definitions, what you would call a magical language. Your letters are actually runes, and supposedly, according to magical theory, they're conduits for energy, and when consciousness focuses on them, they do something. So we're living in a world of spellbound people, and that's very clear to me. And so this is what I was going to ask you. So is this new age, in your opinion, an age of enlightenment or an age of endarkenment, which has been my thought?
It's an age of enlightenment, but it's enlightenment that is the copy, the remnant, whatever's left from the bloodline that from I don't know DNA blood. Again, I'm not a smart guy, but the whatever's left from the line of Seth is why there's people, in my opinion, like us. I hope you don't mind me pulling you into what could be perceived as saying, hey, you're a Christian like me. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're awake. It's a very small group. We're considered like we're out of I'm wearing my uniform right now so that I could embody the persona of a leader of a cult of people who are the remnant of the Lord God's creation in the system. Now, I might have, you said this too, I might have a very small part of me that my DNA, I mean, God, you lick an envelope, well, I won't say lick an envelope, but, DNA, I have to ask, I asked two separate times. I was able to speak to a professor of some kind in the field of biology if DNA from a kiss is digested, or if it's absorbed, or do we retain that DNA for life? Because obviously, when a crime is committed, they look for your DNA evidence at the crime scene. So if I kiss somebody, did I get their DNA? Is it in me forever? And I got two conflicting answers, but one said absolutely, it never leaves you. So that may be, if that's true, and that's why I feel comfortable saying this, that if there's a remnant in some of us from the original bloodline of humanity that wasn't completely copied into this flesh suit that poops and pees and fornicates in Genesis 5, and is what we're living in now. And the bloodline, the consciousness of Cain are the ones that are from the fallen ones who are not going to be allowed. Those souls aren't going back to heaven, and they know it. So they've created this entire occult community, secret community, keeping the knowledge. They endured the millennial reign of Christ. Now they've endured the prison sentence of their leader, who's going to be released after 1,000 years. So what's 1,000 years? That's why I said it's simple. Christ was at 33, and so year one starts at 33. You got 1,000 years, right? Millennial reign after 3 years. Say he comes back, millennial reign. That starts. That ends with the mud flood, wormwood, whatever you want to call it, total destruction of any of this advanced technology, beauty, buildings that could have only been built with the ability to levitate rocks, laser, who knows? God, it must have been fascinating to be part of that and be a human. But then destroyed, now we're left on our own. That's when the true Stone Age began, Tim. That's when the true Stone Age began. So they've been trying to build this up. And a good way to just try to wrap yourself around what I'm saying is just go to the Empire State Building in New York, which was built in the 1800s, I believe, right? Which is in itself almost impossible to have been constructed when they say it was. But go look at the placard in the foyer, in the hall when you walk in. Just look at the placard and look how the top of the Empire State Building is transmitting ethereal, well, whatever Tesla technology in the form of electricity, lightning bolts, to the tri-state region. And then look at San Francisco before it was supposedly destroyed by the earthquake in the 1900s. There's still a building there. I don't remember what it was, but these were the powerhouses. So the Stone Age begins 1,000 years ago. Lot Satan's imprisoned, and these people have been trying to recover it, and all they can build is these buildings that rot. The metal rusts. Everything's made of wood. Nothing lasts. I mean, just drive up and down, downtown right now, and they're trying to move us into urban centers. And once the slave class is not necessary, and the Georgia Guidestones predictions are come to pass, and Gates gets his way, and depopulation, and we're left with just the elites. They'll, the same people, like you said, George Bush played Charles Manson. You've seen Mother Teresa is Fauci's mom, whatever, all this stuff. Those people want to get their because cloning failed, Tim. Cloning failed because they couldn't get their memory to go into these flesh suits, and modern medicine failed because they can't get these flesh suits to not die. So they have no choice if they want to upload that elite consciousness, the seed of the fallen ones, right? If they want to upload that supernatural 21 grams into something eternal because they've lost their right to eternity, because they took what wasn't theirs. It's as simple as that.
Okay, this is really intriguing because I mentioned Elon Musk and Richard Branson, heavily involved in Hyperloop, which is basically underground, very, very rapid travel. But the idea that deep space could just be a way of referencing underground, like that's really where the focus is. And I was thinking back to Elon Musk's first wife, Justine Musk. Back when I used to sell books on Amazon, I came across some of her books, and I read one of them, and it was something like Blood Angel or something. And the book was about underground cities where clones were being created to house the spirits of fallen angels. Real dark stuff. And I thought,
Denver Airport, Seattle.
Yeah, exactly. And the idea that you have these disembodied souls of these angels that are just looking to be housed somewhere. And that's why I think it's fascinating that Elon Musk is involved with both the underground, and also he's always talking about artificial intelligence emerging as though it's ominous. Like, does he know something? Are they going to embody these angels, these fallen entities, in some kind of software? Do you know what I mean? Like a techno...
Well, they have to. They've already told us that in the media, in film and TV. They've already told us. They transmit their plans. So, I mean, simple as that. They've already told us how many different ways they can do it. It's just which one are they going to perfect that will actually work for them? Because, the joys of the flesh, they're still trying to get that. But I don't know. I think the only way that they'll achieve that is by the alternate reality, to have the joys of the flesh, because this is a joyful existence with perfection. A fleshly existence should be one of the most amazing things a soul could imagine. I mean, it's one thing to dance with the stars and to be part of the essence of the Creator God. That's probably beyond what we could imagine. It is beyond what we could imagine. But to want to come here and enjoy the flesh, the prodigal son, come and spend his father's inheritance. So here we are, our 21 grams, and I use 21 grams because of that experiment that they debunked, but never tried to perform again with modern technology. How much does a soul weigh when a body dies at the time? How much weight leaves? It's 21 grams, and or 20 point something. 21 grams leaves. It's gone, and that to me either goes back to the Creator as a glorious light, being part of the glorious essence, the light of the Lord God, or it goes into the fake sun, which could be hell, the one created by the fallen ones, and now by these people, these artificial sun technologies, all this kind of, it's endless. But getting back to Elon Musk going down, let me tell you this: what if they were breaking a hole in the dome with the nuclear? Because I was in the Cold War. I'm a Cold War vet. I was 19 years old. I signed for nukes, and they put them on my jet, and we waited for Russia to bomb, start sending bombs our way, and we were going to send bombs that way. There hasn't been a nuclear blast except on Hiroshima and Nagasaki ever since it ever happened. And the fear, like we talked about, is instilled in us that now it's something a terrorist can get. It's in all the movies, it's in all the news, it's in all the the shtick that these occultists feed us. So we're all waiting for this nuclear bomb. But yeah, we all saw that SpaceX rocket in California skip off the firmament. I think he missed the hole. Now I'm going to blow your mind. And that's probably very hard to do, Tim. And I don't know if you saw this video, but we did a little research. So we have every nation has a space agency. So let's just say this is Eden or was Eden, and let's just say global warming is really the opposite, because everything they tell you is one thing is another, right? It's the exact opposite. So if they say this crater is warming up, if we are in a crater, and go to God Gave Lampsey's videos and just watch those, just watch the 3 about that. That's all you have to do. And then you'll understand what he says and how he ties it to Epcot and Walt Disney World and Jerusalem and Mecca, rather, you know, and the cube stuff and Saturn and all. And we find the planets in other craters. You know, we can find the planets in other craters looking at the reflection of the greater Earth in the moon. You can see he found them, not me. He did. But he shows us. And it's you know, 20,000 subscribers or whatever, 30,000 subscribers, or maybe 200,000 views. That's it. Not critical mass, but a secret worth keeping if you know it. So if you're an actor, if you're Kobe Bryant and it's time to, you know, die for the cause, and they're going to bring you to Space Station Zero, and it's outside the crater. China went to their crater. Look at the landing zones with these space agencies that are trying to get to the moon. Israel tried to get to the moon. Well, here, let me wrap it up in a little bundle for you. There's 8 space agencies. There's not 8 space agencies. Every country has a space agency, but only 8 of them have recoverable vehicles. Recoverable vehicles. This is on Wikipedia. So meaning like a space shuttle. So how many supplies does a space station need that's smaller than a football field? You could take the ISS and fit it in a football field. But they have, if you look in Wikipedia, supply missions to the space station, you will see thousands of missions, and that's just the United States, just NASA. And we know where NASA came from. Let's not go into, you know, the Nazi thing, who are really hiding out in Antarctica underground.
Wait, so are you suggesting that they have been using the space program as a cover for exfiltrating people and supplies to areas outside of our crater?
Absolutely, 1,000%. And there's, you know, they've blown holes. Hillary said it. We've broken the glass ceiling, right? You know, tongue in cheek, ha ha ha.
Oh, that's funny you bring that up, because just the other day they unveiled this big portrait of Kamala Harris, and it's made out of glass, where the artist had a big sheet of glass and he broke it by tapping it with a ball peen hammer, and he tapped out her entire face into the glass.
Well, there you go. You know, it brings me peace beyond understanding to be privileged to know this stuff, Tim. It really does. It is an honor, but there is no popularity in it. And I'm not saying because I have no friends and family other than my lovely wife, Christine, right now, and people that think like me, which were very few, you know, a very small core group, but I'm not humbled by that and saying it's not growing. It's just they're done. The age of Pisces is over. It's age of Aquarius. Beast system by 2030. Satan comes out of his prison. He takes over this planet. Hopefully his followers have accomplished their mission, which is a way for Azazel and the fallen ones to get their consciousness into a flesh suit that's eternal, either a projection, an alternate reality, a virtual reality. I think they're abandoning the transhuman, but they're using that to entice the lesser servants, the actors, the actresses, the politicians, Kamala. They think they're going into this eternal life. If they're part of the satanic cults meetings, the charities, you know, they all talk about the stuff behind closed doors. They know. They give the signs. That 666 is a crater, bro. You know, that 66 is a crater. They know we're in a crater. They know we're getting out of the crater. They're hiding one eye. One eye is not the eye of Ra. One eye isn't what they tell us, because whatever they tell us, it's not. This crater is freezing over. It's not warming up. It is freezing over. That ice wall, if you look at God Give Lampsey's videos, you will see how that ice has been forming. The only way out is follow the Yellow Brick Road, which is actually the tip of Peru. If you take the water away between the tip of Peru and the beginning of whatever that landmass is that they use to give you a charter fishing trip to Antarctica, it's the Yellow Brick Road. So you come down into the east or west, and then you You follow around in a swirl, and then you get out of the crater through the Pillars of Hercules, which is the exit. You can get out of the crater there. It's clearly evident in the reflection on what we call the moon. It's clearly evident.
Okay,
and
you answered. Well, you were answering a question for me, because I was going to ask you, based on what we can observe above, is there an exit plan? What I used to call this globe exit, back when they were tossing around the phrase Brexit, and I was just thinking, well, so this would give you some indication of where the exit would be.
Yeah, they have to tunnel under the ice. Yeah,
okay,
you're absolutely right.
And my second question I was going to ask that you sort of answered was, if this is the case, then it's going to be telegraphed. And how are the elite, how are they telegraphing that they know that we're in some kind of an enclosed region? And you mentioned there's some alternate interpretations for some of these commonly seen hand signs.
Yeah, they let you know. You don't think it, I mean, how obvious is it that every single and only recent. I mean, it's a little more subtle. But if you go back to the 60s, there's a movie out there, I didn't even know about it, with Ringo Starr and Peter Sellers. And it's from the 60s. I don't even remember what it called. I think it had the Jesus in the title. And it's such a dark comedy. But everything that a guy like, all these guys that think they came up with this stuff on their own in the last 5 years, and then Jesus is going to come. All these false, what they call false prophets. They think that they saw Katy Perry throw up a 666 sign, or Madonna wore an X on her chest, or whatever they take and they run with it. They're laughing. You want to see them laugh? Be in the room when they watch a Grammy celebration. And all the black and Freemason symbology and all the things they do, and he didn't say it. Just Gervais at the Grammys, and Ricky Gervais, whatever his name is, at the Grammys, calling everybody out. The presidential, what is it? The dinners.
He roasted them. Roasted them pretty hard. He called them out for what they are, and everybody laughed kind of awkwardly. And I noticed
of course they laughed.
Tom Hanks like shifting in his seat because he got called out for being a pedophile.
Yeah. Well, they're uncomfortable with it, but you know why they're uncomfortable, Tim? Because deep down inside they know that they're in the flesh. They know they're reliant on the promise of the fallen ones, that they are going to be included in this everlasting life, and you try to tell them if you could even get an audience with one of them. But, the big hope is that, you sold your soul. Are you going to get everlasting life like the fallen ones? Are you? I don't know. I don't think so. And that's why they might be uncomfortable, to me, personally.
Okay, now there's a commenter here. Sun Rabbit says, the lockdowns are a pretext for all of this. They've closed off Australia and New Zealand for the next 2 years. They don't want anybody down there. So this is something else I find interesting too, because there's, whether they're right or wrong or mostly right or headed in the right direction, there's like 11 million flat earthers in Brazil. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of potential capital and resources and a lot of minds. So it just seems like it's perfectly timed that now they have a pretext to lock everything down right when people might get the idea that there's more to this place and they might start wondering.
Well, I can't disagree with that. But remember, it's very simple. We're the ones that confuse it. And that's by design. It's very simple. They want eternal life, and they're going to get it, no matter what they have to do. Now, you might speak to the new, I don't know, like a pastor. I don't even know if there's like a Rick Warren or a very popular religious leader, let's say, of Christendom, or even the Pope. And they'll be, but we're waiting for the second coming and Revelation, and we hope to be plucked out of here, all the true believers in Christ, and we want to get plucked out of here. That's the Christian deception. Now, the satanic deception is, we're not Christians, we're not going, why would there even be? Why wouldn't everybody want to just follow the Pope and follow the Lord God out as if they could? Why wouldn't they? It's obviously not any different. If you just go a little outside the canonized Bible, you'll see that anything, aside from altering this body, like with phalloplasty or hormone treatment, and DNA and these RNA vaccines or whatever. Other than that, there really isn't much of a difference between the true belief of a Messianic Christian and Aleister Crowley.
Okay, great.
Our Messiah
point.
died for us. Let me say this. Our Messiah, the Christ, came here, the Lord God came here and lived the perfect life and died for us because we can't do that. We will do as thou wilt. Even if, I don't care if you're a Pentecostal Christian that speaks in tongues, you're going to have more, you're going to have a second bagel at the breakfast. You're going to fall short of how it was designed. I'm sorry.
One thing for sure though, and anybody observing the mass media and the deceptions and how the masses go along with it, it seems like the mass media has replaced the Bible. It's like the Bible of the Church of the New World Order. And this is what they use to synchronize everybody. And they're definitely trying to marginalize and censor anybody who strays from their world view. And you can't stray much more than saying that the world isn't a spinning ball in space. And so you've transgressed, we have on this channel. It's been a very interesting starting point for this conversation. I was glad to be able to have somebody a little more versed in it explain it, because like I said, this concept has been brought up to me several times. So I just want to go ahead and direct people, if they want to find you and follow you, I want to direct them to darkmatter.radio. I put up a post there where I have your Streamlabs, your Twitter, your Instagram, your Facebook. And why don't you tell people about your live streams? Oh, sure. And your live streams, if people want to catch you live and listen to what you have to say, Crater Earth USA, correct?
Yes, that's the YouTube channel. I do live streams 2 or 3 times a week, either there or on the sister channel, which is COTLG, which is what used to be Cult of the Living God. But I focus only on Crater Earth and Crater topics, and we venture into like astrotheology and all that kind of stuff because we got a subscriber and a true friend of the channel. We call him Lieutenant Kramer. He's our expert on astrotheology, and he brings a lot to the channel. But COTLG is where I might talk about a lot. I mean, my goodness, we talked about a lot more than just the Crater Earth, didn't we, Tim?
Absolutely, which is why I think a lot of the people listening here, they're familiar with a lot of these topics. Astrotheology is a personal favorite topic of mine, and I like to hear other people's points of view on it. So, sounds very interesting. I think this has been, like I said, a great starting point, but there's obviously a whole lot more we could talk about. So, I want to make sure that people can follow up with you, and maybe next time I have you on, we'll have many more people here with questions, etc. So, thanks again for joining. And again, anything else? Any closing statements for anybody here in the audience, if they want to find you?
I'd like to acknowledge, that. Well, first, let me just acknowledge any of our subs that showed up. I wasn't able to follow, and just thank you. I did see some of you in there, and it's wonderful. It really feels great. I'm humbled by this experience. But as far as what I want to again just congratulate you, because I don't know how old you are, but I think you're young, meaning younger than me. But we need people like you, and the way that you presented, I appreciate that very much. I was surprised and encouraged by your channel, and I wish you great success. Last thing, and then I will shut up, I promise. There's 8 countries with recoverable technology, rocket technology. There are tunnels outside of the crater. Yes, they can only go so far with the tunnels. Think about it. If they get outside of this crater with a space shuttle, look at go to God Give Lampsey. The links are all over my channel. There's playlists there for you. Look at it. Look at the connection to Walt Disney World. Look at the connection to World War II Germany, so they don't trigger the Google AI police, and connect what we see outside of our crater in that reflection on the moon to what was built in Epcot. The model, it's almost like a new mall being built, and you go into the architect's office, and he's got a little model built of what the mall is going to look like, and it's an exact replica. That's Walt Disney World. That's Disney World in Florida, and it's outside the crater. It is fascinating. You won't be disappointed, I promise you. And then come to our channel, hang out here. I would love to be back, and maybe then we can be more specific about some of these topics, like the Hyperloop and all the ways that they get in and out of this crater and why. I would love to talk to you about the why. And it's a secret worth keeping. Think about it. If this is true, now we know why they're letting us see all their secrets, because this is the biggest secret there could ever possibly be. And it's a secret well worth keeping. Well worth keeping. Thank you, Tim.
Absolutely. And how do people address you? Earlier you had a rank somebody asked.
All right. I am Lou Fiore. That is my real name. I live in Long Island, New York. I am the commander of the Northeast region of the Cult of the Living God and Crater Earth USA. That is me. You can address me as Commander Lou.
All right, Commander Lou. Hey, this has been.
I'm lighting it up. I'm lighting it up, Tim. Come have fun.
Yeah, this is absolutely. This is the type of conversations we like to have. Very much open to continuing this in the future because there's a lot more info. And this idea of deep space being deep underground, this is something that I've arrived at on my own in the last couple of years. I've been following this line of thinking, and I really think you're onto it. This is probably the deepest secret for sure.
Shambhala, baby. Let's try to find it together.
Excellent. All right. Well, we'll talk soon. Have a great day. Everyone,
Thank you, Tim.
This is Lou Fiore with Crater Earth USA, and we'll do a follow-up in maybe a week or so. And just to make it easy for everybody, because this is going on Dark Matter After Midnight on the Dark Matter Digital Network, which carries everything I do. It's going to be over there. So if you go to darkmatter.radio, I set up a page, which I do for every guest. And on his guest page, on this post, it has links to everything. And it looks like you can support him. One of the links here to merchandise with the blog post will take you there, number with their logo, the title, and of course links to all of their YouTube channels that are related to this topic. Fascinating, interesting material. We've been talking for years about this idea that the world is not what they say, likely bigger than what they've told us. So I hope everyone had fun. You can catch this on a replay. Please subscribe and have a great day. And if you're here later on, we'll probably be doing some open phones. This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Mudflood.
To the dumbest theories meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guard raiding quiet sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for things secured. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions. Nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever thirst for, admitted and swept under the rug like cattle gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
Okay, thank you for joining us tonight. Intro here is Black Sheep by PGA. We're going to be joined shortly by The Fakeologist from fakeologist.com. Fakeologist, who will explain what that means, what he's about, what his website is about, has recently joined the Dark Matter Digital Network. So if you were here with us this morning, we had the Apostasy Show with John LeBon, and now this evening we're joined by the Fakeologist, who has the Fakeologist Show. The link is on the site, darkmatter.radio. Fakeologist, exposing media fakery one psyop at a time. And so if you go to the Dark Matter site, it's in the menu there. And what I'm doing here with Dark Matter After Midnight is I'm introducing all of the hosts, and the various authors who've been routinely interviewed on this program are also going to start selling their books through this site. So for those of you who liked some of the authors we've had, recently we had John Stedman, Micah Dank. Micah Dank's going to be back next month, by the way, on 3/11. I'm going to start acquiring signed copies of books for your convenience. We're going to stock them here at the Dark Matter shop, so you can go through Amazon, but you can also get signed copies. And that's going to be, well, pretty much starting now. So I'll be putting a show calendar at darkmatter.radio, so you know who is live when. So again, right now, if you just go to the site, darkmatter.radio, it's another place to listen. You can click on the Fakeologist show. Now, if you want to join us in chat, you can go to any one of the video links there. We're keeping the chat open for a Q&A session, so if anybody has any questions for Fakeologist throughout, you can ask and we will be addressing those. And here are some of the topics I want to cover tonight. Sky debris. Sky debris. All these plane parts falling, and many people noted how similar it looked to something out of that movie Donnie Darko, which I'm pretty sure is not unintentional if it is what we say it is, if what we're suggesting, that this thing is somehow not necessarily what it seems to be. In other words, a psyop, which, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's fake until proven real. The media no longer has an authority on truth. There's too much competition, too much noise. The first casualty of war is always the truth, and we're dealing with full-time psy-war from all sides. So the question becomes, well, who do you trust? How do you know who to trust? How much can you trust them? So many problems when it comes to who to listen to. You know, half the country is considered to be insanely radicalized by conspiracy theories. Well, what's the definition of a conspiracy theory? Well, anything that side A doesn't like, that side B does, will be considered a conspiracy theory. It's a term that really means nothing now. It's a symptom of what I'm calling infophobia. I believe that we're dealing with panicdemics more than anything. The fear of information, as though information itself is killing people. And wrong information is even more deadly. So if somebody tells you that the earth is flat, even though establishment science says it's not, you might actually drive off the edge. Therefore, you can't be allowed to confront that particular information. But there gets to be a point with conspiracy theory where it's conflated with hate, but I think it's more like fiction. I think it's more about mythology. In fact, much of what you see about UFOs, abduction stories, bizarre sightings, aliens from Venus coming to the Earth to steal our water, a lot of this mythology was actually invented by the Air Force to discredit people who live close to Air Force bases and notice things that they shouldn't notice and talk about them. There's a very good documentary on this subject called Mirage Men. Mirage Men is about a conspiracy theorist who lives near an Air Force base, which happens to be a few blocks from where I am. And he was seeing, I don't know, stealth bombers. He was seeing something. And because of his online postings, the Air Force Base sent some people to his house pretending to be conspiracy theorists, pretending to be special agents with information for him. And they led him on to make him think that there was a hidden alien base somewhere in the mountains of New Mexico and that Venetians were coming to invade. He set up UFO conferences, and other people would come in and claim they had their own abduction stories. And so you had this cult, basically, a cult of witnesses, people who've had divine interventions, angelic sightings for the most part, but they're aliens. And this cult that formed around it started with lies from the Air Force. The liars who infiltrated the lives of the conspiracy theorists were called the Mirage Men. It's the name of the documentary. I highly recommend it. I happen to believe that much of the internet is awash with Mirage Men, selling all kinds of lies, myths, and stories. You could generalize and say the mainstream media pundits are Mirage Men and women. Good to see who is here in the chat. I see Jay Roberts, Osher, IFEP, Mary Smith. So if you have any questions for the fakeologist, we'll be getting into that. Another thing we're going to talk about is this, and you can't not talk about it, the QAnon PSYOP and where it's headed. And why is it that some National Guard are going on alert for 3-4? Is that over? Then I want to talk about Mars. I'm watching the Mars landing, and I'm seeing people who are highly respected as critics, as conspiracy debunkers. Case in point, Metabunk. Metabunk is the site you go to. I guess it's Metabunk, and the other one would be Snopes. But between the two, you pretty much can debunk any conspiracy theory. At least that's what you're supposed to think. And so these are the go-to individuals for when you want to find out if you're looking at something that, again, is debunkable. Can they debunk it? And so I'm looking at Metabunk's Twitter feed, and they are simply impressed. They're just beside themselves. They're ecstatic about the Mars landing. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this is just me being objective. It looks like a computer-generated cartoon. It just does. And I would be lying if I said it doesn't look like a cartoon to me. And I would think that you would be too. So again, it looks fake. And not only does it look fake, but it's eminently fakeable, and we all have to admit it. So the burden of proof is obviously on us to say it's not real, because the status quo is that whatever NASA shows us is real, even if it's live streaming from Mars. Does anybody even find that believable? So my question was, am I a conspiracy theorist because it looks fake to me? Am I a conspiracy theorist because it just doesn't look real? Are my eyes conspiring against my mind? Like, could I be convicted of a hate crime for not believing something, or for saying something's fake when it just appears to be fake? Who decides standards of evidence? Who decides what is real, what is fake, what is fakeable, and what isn't? Well, apparently the arbiters of reality are, of course, the MSM. Now again, the Mars landing, all we really see is just video, so then it becomes a question of, well, is that a source of authority? And if it is, let's just admit it. Let's just admit it once and for all, that the Bible is no longer a source of authority, but the television screen is. If that's the standard that we're living by, because I'm just suggesting it's logically fallacious at this point to accept video. I mean, there's a reason why eyewitness testimony is so suspect. You know, like 75% of people who are wrongly convicted and later exonerated by DNA evidence are people who have been wrongly convicted by eyewitness testimony, faulty eyewitness testimony. So we know how unreliable perception is. So there's something of a blind spot that's calculated for. It's built into our legal system. So we know how that works. We know how the interrogator has an influence on the interrogatee. And I'm suggesting here that the fact that the space agencies are the only ones who can provide us information because they're the only ones with access, it's given them something of a bit of power. Much like the priesthood has power so long as they're the only ones with the ability to interpret the book. And I'm suggesting that if they're unimpeachable, then they are an arbiter over our very reality. What they say goes. And I refuse to accept that. I refuse to accept that some, for all intents and purposes, a secret society, a small faction in the military, that they're the only ones who can represent this, and then we cannot question what they present us when what we see is often questionable. You know, a few years ago, I think it was in 2009, Rush Limbaugh said that the water on Mars was, he didn't say a hoax, but well, pretty much. He said it was a Democrat hoax. Like, he knew that the water on Mars was just to allow the environmentalists to throw a bunch of money in this direction. So you can see there are obviously incentives for scientists to go along with certain things, just like there is for journalists. But I just find it to be, again, I think what it comes down to is this arguments from authority where scientists have assumed the mantle of priesthood, but the astronauts are more of an elevated priesthood. Like they're up there on a hill, way higher than the Vatican. And what they say, what they proclaim just is. And I'm just looking at the special effects and I'm so underwhelmed. I'm like, well, how can I even fake it? And I've been trying to suspend disbelief. Like, let's say I had never really questioned this stuff before. And I guess it's because where I'm coming from is more than 10 years of experience in photo editing, video editing, 3D animation. So I just think that visually the stuff doesn't trick me. Kind of like when you look at old movies, they're kind of funny looking. Like the special effects, that is. Like, you understand it's what they had at the time. And at the time it was probably very satisfying to the audiences, but by today's standards, it's laughable. Well, I find much of what we see with the mass mind control propaganda to be laughable by today's standards. And what we're expected to take as seriously today will be laughable by tomorrow's standards, because it's laughable right now. But the status quo doesn't know it. They think it's real, serious. Overthought in the comment says, the Leonardo DiCaprio movie Inception is about the normie's cognitive dissonance and then not being able to distinguish dreams from reality. Now that's kind of a side topic here. We got into it with the sky debris. When we started talking about the falling plane parts and what this could mean, why would you have something like this, a hoax on this scale, perpetrated? What would be the purpose? Well, we were looking at this. When you look at the media, when we look at it from a outside perspective, you're analyzing this media as a world stage. You can't separate the entertainment from the news. So when you have a very popular movie with some very powerful symbolism and imagery, like Donnie Darko, that movie is about a plane, well, parts of a plane falling on a house. So you can't really separate the two when you're analyzing these things. Like, well, we have these pop cultural references built into a major news story. And sure enough, like in the movie, the number 13, you have all the usual symbols, the scary psychopomp, the bunny with the skull face. But dreams. Okay, keyword here, dreams. Somebody brought up Dissonant, the movie Inception, and the public being led into a dream state, more or less, a simulation, because they're so awash with propaganda. Their reality's filtered through fallacious computer models. Well, anyway, the Donnie Darko movie is about a dreamer, a sleepwalker. He's literally a sleepwalker, and he ceases to distinguish between the two. It's a movie sort of like Alice in Wonderland. You know, Wonderland is the dream world. Well, anyway, the plane parts that fell in, was it Broomfield, Colorado, fell on a house at Elm Street? I believe it was Elm Road, and it was on the 1300th block. So you have the 13 and the Elm. Of course, Elm Street, heavily associated with what? Dreams. Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street. Elm Street also is associated with the Kennedy assassination, which has some interesting implications here as well. We kind of discussed this yesterday. But the other side to it, of course, Donnie Darko had this character. It wasn't quite Freddy, it was Frankie. Kind of similar, though. Again, we're talking about this otherworldly figure who exists on the other side. Sort of a, like I said, a psychopomp, a guide. By the way, Leonardo DiCaprio's on another movie that relates to this even more, and it's coming out in April. It's called Don't Look Up. And this movie is about space debris or asteroids. So you see, I'm like, wait, this is all very convenient. So Don't Look Up is a disaster comedy. So it won't be as bad as the Titanic, but I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. Jennifer Lawrence, Leonardo DiCaprio. It's an interesting thing that the same guy who played in a movie where a big chunk of ice wrecks the ship is now in a movie about falling objects, because asteroids are the new icebergs. Now there's another TV show on NBC coming out soon called Debris, about space wars. So there's some kind of fight in space. The alien craft is blown up and the pieces rain down, and every single piece has to be contact traced. And you'll notice, if you already haven't, that much of the alien fiction makes use of contact tracing. Contact tracing those who came in contact with the aliens. So yes, Don't Look Up, Debris, movies about stuff falling, and now airplanes falling from the sky, parts falling from the sky. You see a pattern? And I'm just suggesting that the media is part of the news, which is all part of the world view shaping mechanism that we call the media, that's actually just the state church as far as its function goes. Before they advised us to start double masking, I was suggesting that maybe they're going to have us put helmets on because of space junk, space debris. All it's going to take is one little thing. Your DirecTV satellite gets nudged out of orbit, runs into an orbiting router, and the resultant dust just rains down. So now we have threat levels. Space junk threat level 1, 2, 3. It's the new ubiquitous terrorist threat. Worse than 9/11, worse than COVID. It's kind of a combination. Donnie of the Dead says Michigan's now reporting COVID-19 clusters. Clusters makes me think of cluster bombs. Yeah, that's kind of very reminiscent of the war on terror. And they have approached this like a new war, which it is. It's World War III. But if you ask me, World War III is a war of the oligarchs against the individual. Okay, so the next topic I want to cover, and we're going to go through these most likely in this order. I want to get his take on vaxophobia. I'm of the opinion that vaxophobia might just be another form of weaponized superstition, just as bad as coronaphobia. I think what we're looking at is a fearocracy. That's how the world is run. I mean, there's twin pillars of human motivation. If they can tempt you or train you to want something, but then there's also the fear thing. And it seems like the people who are afraid of the virus love the vaccine. They want multiples. Can't get enough. They line up for the needle. And the people who don't fear the virus, who call the virus phobes brainwashed, are terrified of the needles. They're terrified of vaccines. I'm like, is there no middle ground between being scared of the invisible virus or scared of whatever's in the vaccine? Is there an opt-out, or do we have to choose a fear? If so, it's like, well, you're better off just going mainstream. Just fear the virus and fear the climate change. It's less scary, if you think about it, than weather weapons, chemtrails, injectable nanobots, mark of the beast. The mainstream fears are less terrifying, and that's by design. Because what they've done is they have given the alternative fears such a spin that you'd have to be willing to have a darker view. It's actually scary. That's why I call it a guardrail. And if you want to go that route, yeah, it's dark. It gets pretty bad if you dig into these conspiracies. And I think that's meant to scare most people back to the mainstream. And those of us who go all the way and inspect it find that, yeah, it's pretty much just a guardrail to keep you mainstream so you don't get off the road altogether and actually pay attention. Jenna says NPR was pushing herd immunity simulation. Right. It's so contradictory worldwide. And the major riots overseas, these are lockdown protests. They're not being reported on here in America. You wouldn't know. But I hear so many conflicting things. In my opinion, the gig's up. They got what they wanted. I think COVID, whatever you want to call it, they could come up with a mutation, 23, 33. I think it's already over. I think they got what they wanted. They got their shakedown and they hit the reset button. And they brainwashed society. And all of the security measures are going to stick for 20 years or 19 years. Even if they get rid of the quote virus, you're still going to deal with the plexiglass and all of these various levels of control. It was always about control and regulation. So many of the things that we talked about last March, right when they declared pandemic, have come true. And we may revisit that. I'm not really one to say I told you so, because I don't think that's useful. It's just so obvious. But I bring it up because if we can show that there's a plan and it follows a cycle, it follows a template, well, then it takes away the uncertainty. At least you know there's a program here. Dark winter, by the way. We're living in the dark winter based on a bioterror exercise conducted right before the September 11th attacks. Overthought says, immediately when the vax came out, there was a story of a nurse who was killed with the vax. Exactly. Exactly. As soon as the vax came out, you saw all these, and Hank Aaron and other celebrities, and people were just running with the information. Oh, the vaxes are killing people. And I'm saying, show me the bodies. You're so hesitant to believe that COVID killed anybody on account of empty hospitals, empty everything. Why are you so quick to believe that the vaccines can kill people? Moreover, if Big Brother, if the oligarchs don't have any weapons of mass destruction to simulate or actually to create a pandemic, if they can't weaponize a so-called virus, if they have to fake it on the news, then what makes you think they can weaponize anything on that scale? Like, I'm not really a believer in any of the doomsday scenarios. Not a single one. Global warming, chemtrail, Armageddon, space junk, plagues, pandemics, or even the vaxdemic, or what is it, the vaxtermination, where they're going to put us down to the levels of the Georgia Guidestones. I just find it very difficult to believe. How many years have you heard? I mean, these stories aren't new, by the way. And this is something else that gives you perspective. You should look at what the quote conspiracy theorists were saying back when Obama was president. They said if they get Obamacare in place, conservatives will be snatched out of their homes and vaccinated with nanobots in the hospitals. I'm like, wait, are they just recycling these fears? I think so. Donnie the Dead says, COVID-19 may be over. The White House had votives out for the 500,000. Yeah, I was watching that satanic ritual tonight. Before this, I saw supposedly Joe Biden with Jill Biden They're all in black with the black masks. There's candles everywhere in front of the, or behind the White House. I mean, who else was this for? What's the date? It's 2/22. I'm wondering if there's some kind of significance to them. Nearly everything does. I was listening to my replays for a few minutes earlier when I was in here, and I was like, wait, right before, like 3 days before Starship fell and crashed and burned, we had called it here on this channel. We said it's the week of Imbolc. There's going to be a burning pillar in the sky, some kind of flaming. We thought maybe the space station would fall, but instead it was the Starship crashing and burning, right on schedule. So anyway, these are all rituals. I don't know if it's satanic. I use that term very loosely. Very loosely. Let's use this. Really quick here. I'm going to bring Fakeologist on here in just a moment. I'm just going to go into Discord instead of Skype. I think it'll be a lot easier. I'm going to start a voice call with him. We'll bring him in. We've covered already most of the topics, and then I'll just reiterate these with him as we go through these. And briefly, before we go on, darkmatter.radio has all the pertinent links, the links to the hosts. If you want to support them, follow them, subscribe to their mailing lists, and check out their websites. So the various podcast partners are all listed. So darkmatter.radio, you can find the link to fakeologist.com. You can find the link to... Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and add him. His Patreon account and his Subscribe Star. But I'll let him explain what the best way is to get a hold of him, his work, and follow along with where he's going. So for those of you who are new to the Fakeologist, I'm going to bring him on right now. And again, fakeologist.com is in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and walk you through the site really quick. This is one of the first, I would call them proto-auto hoaxing sites. You know, one of the first sites to really just start calling everything out, deconstructing everything, calling things fake. And fake is one of these words I'm surprised. Well, actually, it is already screened. I think the word fake, the word hoax, these are words that the media is very careful about. You notice that if you call something a hoax, what do they call you? They call you a hoaxer. The definition of a hoaxer is someone who perpetrates a hoax. So when somebody is caught committing a hoax, they call the accuser a hoaxer. What do you call that? It's projection. Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay? Okay, so hey, we are live right now, darkmatter.radio, Infinite Plane Radio. And let me go ahead and get a sound check from you. Go ahead and say hello.
Hello, Tim Osmond.
All right.
How am I sounding?
Looks like loud and clear. So we have people in the chat. So I said as we go through here, they can ask you questions, etc.
Sure. What chat are we looking at? That's so I can see.
The chat that I'm looking at is over at, well, there's so many of them. Which one should I direct you to? I would just direct you to infiniteplanesociety.com right now, or darkmatter.radio, and then just click the first video link. I'll just drop one for you. I'll give you the link direct. Make it easy for you. But basically, I was just explaining to everyone here how you are now on the Dark Matter digital network, and so we're going to have your podcast regularly streaming there. And then here,
thank you.
I wanted to give you a chance to introduce yourself to the people who haven't listened to you yet, and then we can kind of get them to maybe visit your site and then find out different ways to support what you do. So let's start off with this. What is fakeologist.com about, and how did you arrive at this?
Well, fakeologist.com is a site I started about 2012. And it was all about just stumbling down the rabbit hole. I wasn't looking to go down the rabbit hole, but when I started looking into things like the IRS, it led me to all kinds of different places that I didn't even know existed. And the biggest conspiracy that I was semi-interested in was JFK. But I just buying some of the books around that and watching the movie from Oliver Stone led me absolutely nowhere. So I didn't really think there was anywhere to go past that. But once you go down the rabbit hole, you can't get out. And the next thing I looked into was 9/11. And I had no idea there was so much else to the story. Just never occurred to me as a regular person. Just never occurred to me whatsoever that there was way more to the story.
Yeah,
I wonder
what I'm finding, and this is the part that got me really hooked on this topic of real-time media critique, is that you have the big ones, the JFK, the 9/11, the Roswell, the ones that X-Files talks about. But the more I dig into it, or the more I dug, the more I found that hoaxes are far more commonplace than people would think. It's not just the big ones, but they're far more numerous than people would think. So with that,
yes.
I was looking at before you got on the call here, we were talking about the plane parts falling from the sky. Have you had a chance to analyze that particular news story?
Well, back in the day, I remember the only one plane part was that engine that crashed through the awning and didn't damage the awning. It was just sitting on the sidewalk. That was the most significant piece that I can remember. But that's just another misdirection to the whole event, obviously, as I've discovered, and I'm sure you've looked into. By the way, I clicked that link and it comes up 404. I don't know if you have
okay.
a better.
Yeah, I do actually. Well, look, this is the thing that got me. I'm looking at the plane.
Link and it comes up 404.
Okay, got it for you. Got the new link.
Okay.
So I'm looking at this event where these plane parts are falling and they hit a house, and a lot of people have noticed this. It looks like a scene out of Donnie Darko, for one, and then two, it just so happens that there's a show coming up on NBC. I'm looking at this called Debris, about stuff falling from the sky. And then, of course, there's another movie called Don't Look Up. So I'm like, wait a minute. We have these big productions coming out about stuff falling from the sky, and now how convenient. We have these Boeings with parts falling.
Right. That was never an area that I spent much time in, because it took me about 3 weeks to basically understand that we were looking at a movie. So the individual plot twists in the movie weren't really concerning me. It was the overall that I enjoy. I enjoyed the overall manipulation of people and how that works and how amazingly convincing it is and how impenetrable the mind control is around it. Yes. And that was the biggest takeaway for me from 9/11, is how pervasive, how complete, and how everlasting psyops can be. And of course, now we're in the world of COVIDia, and we understand as investigators into hoaxes why they are so impossible to break out of for the majority of people that are not awake.
Right. Now, what have you experienced this? Like, I'll send a tweet to somebody and I show them several videos from September the 11th where clearly you don't see any plane hitting the South Tower. You only see that from the mainstream media footage. But I share that with people today, and it just bounces off. They don't even process it. And I'm just wondering, like, does the truth even matter? Is it too late? Would that have mattered 10 years ago?
I think if we knew about if I knew about psyops at the time of 9/11, then it would have been way easier to see through it. And 20 years later, I think it's a distant memory. And it's just not interesting. We have a whole generation that don't even know what 9/11 is. So anyone born at the turn of the century may be slightly interested in what happened the year they were born, but overall, I don't remember much about the year I was born. And of course, our memory doesn't start recording until we're about 6. as far as I know. I know people think they remember being 2 and 3, but I don't believe that's true. Therefore, to this generation, 9/11 is ancient history. May as be talking about Tartaria, even though I don't believe in that either.
Okay, well, here's something that you brought up, something about how impenetrable the illusion is. So there's this master debunker. So this is a guy who reverse engineers things. Like, for example, somebody claims they saw a second sun, and he reverse engineers it and shows how to recreate that effect with your camera. I'm talking about Metabunk. And I saw Metabunk on Twitter today sharing the Mars landing, and they were utterly amazed. And I'm just like, I can't even admire the faith. I just don't understand the lack of skepticism when it comes to these things that look to me like video games. So is it possible for a person like that, who can clearly disarticulate most conspiracies, to just be selectively ignorant? Does he have to be in on it? Or, what do you think it is?
No, he's got to be an employed misdirection agent, I think. There's just no way you can go halfway with looking into things that aren't as they appear to be. There's just no way. Unless you look quickly and then look away and stop researching, there's just no way. You can't go all the way down the rabbit hole if you're a thinking person, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Yeah, that's always been incongruent. How can you see through something as complex as the moon landing and then not go any further on something else, or worse, backtrack on it somehow, like Joe Rogan famously did? It's like, how can you even do that and be honest with yourself?
Yeah, so it's not possible. If you just look into something for 2 weeks and then stop researching, I can see how you might not get to the end of the hole. But if this is what you do for a living, then there's just no way. It would be like being deep into politics, and even if you were deep into politics, you'd see through it quite quickly for what it is. Yes. And you would see that the average person is not really deep into politics either. They have some surface knowledge, but unless you are a politician and you go see how the system works by being in the system and as an assistant or as a candidate, then that's when you see what's happening for real. But if you're standing on the outside looking in, of course, you're not going to understand. Even Dr. Shiva Adurai, who I really like, I think he's real. He tried to become the Republican candidate for Senate in Massachusetts, and when he lost that candidacy through electronic voting, and he's a mathematician who sees system patterns, he right away understood how and why he was not going to get into the system, because he was too much of an outsider that couldn't, and was too smart to be reprogrammed into the system. And the system is what runs everything. It just reprograms whoever moves into it. So
now you use the word the word movie you use. So you're saying system. Is that word similar to my use of the word metascript or scripting?
Well, maybe the politics is a system, and the system is more important than any individual person that comes into it. And the system just takes people and crushes them if they're out of line or they're not going to move down the sausage machine. They just get discarded. I think the system is very powerful.
Yes. I was blown away by the fact that after the thing at the Capitol, I jokingly said, these histrionic Democrats are going to call it the next 9/11, even though it just looked like a frat party. And sure enough, they're comparing it to 9/11, and they want a 9/11 commission on the thing. And I'm like, wait, are you telling me that the world is literally governed by theater, very poorly acted performance art pieces? And yeah, it's true. It's sad, but it's true.
It's governed by myths. That's how you do it. And I'm sure they took a long time over the course of history to figure it out. But yeah, we're governed by myths. And make sure they're myths that people can believe in, and make sure they're not too complicated. And that's how the world works.
So in your opinion, is QAnon a myth machine that involves the believers, or do you think there's any seed of reality to this so-called intel leak?
Yeah. No, I think it's part of the myth machine because it's very attractive. Almost none of it ever comes true as far as I can tell. I didn't really know about it. I didn't follow it right away. But as you talked about it, that's probably the only way I really found out about it. And it's very enticing. I found a couple blogs that were talking about the different QAnon pieces. And of course, it's still ongoing today. But I think it's just more misdirection from what's going on today. Just like I think the COVIDs is a massive misdirection as they reset the economy and just, I believe, come out of bankruptcy for the 4th time in American history. I believe that's what's happening now. So it's just a giant myth. It's the biggest myth in the history of the world because they've never had total spectrum dominance of the world's media in such a concentrated form. And that's why the whole world is under the hypnosis right now. And it's so powerful and there's nowhere to run.
Yes, that's the thing there is nowhere to run because its enforcement is through the believers. It's a radicalizing cult, the hypermediation. Yeah. And no, there is no escape. It's like, well, you can't even go to the store without covering your face without alerting one of the programmed Hive members. So that's, it's that bad.
The enforcers are everywhere. That's the danger. I'm more afraid of the mob than anybody else. I'm not afraid of the police. I think that the COVIDians, I guess it's COVIDians, the branch COVIDians, they're the most dangerous of all. You're likely to get whacked over the head by a COVIDiot who thinks that you're going to kill them if you breathe on them. So that to me is very dangerous.
Oh yes, it is dangerous. How self-sacrificial they are, and that's how cult members are. I've seen this with many mass cult members and mobs, but just the idea that they've sacrificed their interests, their lives, their faces, and now they expect you to as well. They can't have any untransformed person. And it reminds me of The Last Man on Earth, one of the first zombie apocalypse books. And it's based on, it's the movie based on the book I Am Legend, where it's like he's the last one and they're trying to get him to convert to the cult. And I'm like, this is what we're dealing with.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, to be honest with you, being a non-believer at this point.
Good way of describing it. Non-believers. Non-believers, you're the sinner, you're a reprobate, possibly even an apostate. Like, you know the science, but you reject it. So that means you're not even savable. And apostasy, as the John LeBon show is so labeled on your site. Oh yes, and that's what this really is. I'm glad he took that term apostasy because I'm trying to get all of the mass media apostates on this network, people to listen, and just because
it's a great idea.
Really, otherwise we get drowned out by all the sheep, by the monotony.
Yeah.
Now, what's your take on vaxophobia? I know it's not sensible necessarily to just trust somebody on TV with your life, but do you think that the people are actually dying from vaccines as reported in the Twitter sphere?
Yeah, I tend to give that, I tend to label that atrocity propaganda. And it's hard to decode why you would spread atrocity propaganda. But I don't think it's much different from the one Chinese guy that we saw dying, falling over flat on his face, but he put his hands out first, I believe, on the way down. But I think all propaganda is just to promote a myth. And I think, as I posted as a banner on fakeologist.com, the vaccine, I believe there's 3 parts I think there's a triage of parts to this PSYOP. There's the vaccine that will never come, the successful vaccine that will never come. That's the carrot. So that's what we're constantly being led to. If we can just get to the vaccine that saves us all, then everything will go back to normal. So in behind the chasing the donkey is, of course, COVID, the mutant, the variants, the mutant variants, the variant mutants, whatever they want to call them. Those are what's chasing us from behind. And I guess maybe the third part could be the quarantine camps. That's the other super fear center that we have that in Canada right now. That's definitely, I don't think it's made it to the US yet. You have a lot farther to go because of your non-compliance and your decentralization. But the quarantines are a big fear factor here, where you are channeled into these hotels that are repurposed as COVID camps. So those three things are the fear factor that keep this moving along. And those three things will keep working as long as people keep believing. Now, I don't know how much longer people are going to believe. I don't know how, could it go on for years? It's certainly possible.
Right.
Certainly possible, but I'm not really sure. It's never been done before, I don't think, really.
We're in uncharted waters here because I think the limiting factor for a lot of things, a lot of their agendas, is disbelief. And if they have us convinced we can go to Mars in 2026, it'll happen. And if they can keep enough believers convinced that the devil's loose, they will keep everybody masked and it'll just get worse. So I think it's really a war. That's why I don't have hopes of like some mass awakening, but I'd like the idea that there's enough people who aren't totally warped that we can at least have some semblance of an attachment to reality. But if the masses are in a constant state of panic, maybe we are going to be basically, it's like Munchausen syndrome by proxy, where the WHO has basically faked an illness in order to take control over us and gain sympathy and money and power.
Yeah, one of the more powerful themes or branches of this PSYOP is the asymptomatic super spreader. That's a very powerful element that is really hard to disprove or prove. So if you just take it on face value, that means we're all activated.
Yes, that one's a good one, because what they've done with the asymptomatic super spreader is they've made it so that the healthier you are, the more of a threat you are. I mean, that's so damn Orwellian, isn't it?
Yeah, I've not really heard that aspect of it. It's
well, look, there's some
that is one thing that's never happened in the history of the world, that a healthy person with no symptoms is dangerous. That's such an inversion of reality that the idea that anyone can believe that is insane. And actually, that is one thing they haven't written into law here, is that if you in our own Quarantine Act, which is a federal act in Canada, if you present yourself asymptomatic, then they can't quarantine you. You have to show signs of sickness from the head up, or the shoulder up, rather, for them to be able to detain you. And so if you walk off the plane without a cough, a sneeze, a fever, or a sniffle, you're free to go. And most Canadians here don't know that. I really didn't know that either, because they don't make that clear. But if you read the Quarantine Act, and I'm sure most people don't have a copy of it in their pocket, but if you understand it before you get on the plane, then you'll be able to escape prison, COVID prison. So that's recent research that I found out and posted on my blog, fakeologist.com/blog.
Good to know. Anything that can liberate us from these constraints that are mostly just with your compliance, your ignorant compliance. That's why last year when they started the quarantines, I started disseminating press passes. So anybody who calls in is a member of the Infinite Plane Radio as a field correspondent. You have a press pass. Well, now you're essential, and you don't have to obey the lockdowns. So we weren't locked down. We refused to participate as much as possible in any of their insane rules. And what do you think about their new testing sites where they want to, the new testing method? Is that just humiliation?
Are you talking about the anal swabs, or they're still sticking? They're still inserting Q-tips up people's noses here, as far as I am aware. Now, I'm not sure how far up. I've heard that they don't stick them up right to the brain blood barrier anymore. I don't think they make the turn at the top of your nasal cavity. I think they're only going up an inch, but I'm not sure. But they're all penetration is a form of rape as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think so too. I think what we're looking at, it's a power thing. It's submission, psychological submission. It's being violated by the state. And I think it's a power move more than anything. It's all symbolic, if you ask me. And yeah, this is like 1984. You had ignorance is strength, freedom is slavery. We can add to that, healthy is sick.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. That's excellent. We have to do that. I should actually print them out on some of my labels. There's a Telegram group called the White Rose where you can get instructions and some templates on printing out labels on a cheap thermal label printer where you just have to buy the paper. You don't have to worry about ink. And actually, that would be a good slogan to add. We have to create 3 slogans. Always work well in 3s. That's how the mind works, apparently, in 3s. But we have to that could be one great one, and add 2 more, and you'd have a good label to print out and disseminate around any surface where people go.
And people probably wouldn't even get the irony of it, which is so sad. I mean, they're so spellbound, and it is true though. Like, I watched this bit of Superman predictive programming. I think it was from like the 2005 Superman, where they have to quarantine him because he's an alien. And he says, I've been running around for 33 years. I haven't been sick. I haven't got anybody sick. And they said, yet. So again, getting it in your head.
We're all pre-sick, aren't we?
Oh, and if you're Superman, then you're super healthy, which means you're super sick, because now you can spread it to more people.
Yeah, that's true. I don't watch many movies, so and I definitely don't watch comic book movies, which are all the rage now. But no, I do watch a couple movies you recommend for psyop purposes, like The Village, even though it's not a great movie. But I like looking at the themes that you point out.
Yeah, I feel bad recommending a lot of movies because movies that I thought were good 10 years ago, I think are unwatchable, garbage, trash. Entertainment is just the side effect of the brainwashing. So I'm not impressed by any of the movies. My consumption of movies is limited to bits of predictive programming and scripting that people send me. I can rarely immerse myself in anything anymore because what they're doing is they're hypnotizing you and they're flooding you with concepts and ideas.
Yes, it's definitely a form of propaganda disguised as a story, for sure.
But the comic books serve to keep things in a very basic and simplistic way. Like, note how simplistic and comic booky the QAnon story is. The white hats versus the black hats. The bad guys drink blood. The white guys are going to beat them. It's very much, I think it's to keep certain archetypes out there that they play on. And that's why the adults are all watching movies like The Joker and Batman. It's like, these are children's concepts. But and a commenter here remarks that these movies are meant to keep adults mentally immature. I concur with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, maybe we have such a society of arrested development that that's why 2020, even though it coincides with the bankruptcy, was just a good year to pull the trigger.
I think so.
Some people speculate this was brought forward a few years, but I don't know if you could just bring it forward a few years.
Well, when I saw the Proud Boys versus the Soy Boys, I'm like, okay, that says it all. The extreme fringe on each side are labeling themselves as children. So they have daddy government, and then they have the bad, they have the Soy Boy versus the Proud Boys. Both of them are trying to find a way. They both want their father figure to rule. They want their particular side, but basically they're clamoring for a leader, a strong leader. And I'm like, well, that's great. It's a political cult on both sides, and it's very immature. What we saw this summer, the lawlessness, the lack of accountability, it was absurd.
Yeah, that's true. I'm seeing someone asked a question on Minarch Fate. Minarchal Fate asked my perspective on the Mars space travel. I honestly am not paying attention. I don't pay attention to anything from NASA because it's just too poorly done cartoon. And if they say they're going to Mars for the millionth time, I usually just ignore it. I'm too concerned now about just my immediate future, financial and otherwise, in Covidia, where we live now, Covidia. So the Mars distraction is so minor for me. I won't even waste 5 minutes, although every now and then there's a pretty good video that shows how they made the Matt Damon movie where he went to Mars. It just shows where they could have filmed it, that kind of thing, but how they did the coloring, and that's probably more superior to anything that NASA is creating.
Sure, and that's a topic I cover often, is how NASA looks very bad compared to the entertainment, and it seems like they can't really move forward in space until they bring down their ridiculously fake-looking production they call the space station. But I understand. It's like you have this drama going on out there, misdirection. Meanwhile, they're using the false cover of a supposed pandemic. They're using that as a cover for changing everything radically, and everything. Like even I think getting rid of gendered terms. I don't care about people's whatever, but the issue is here: how difficult will it be to describe your life in context, your family, your extended family, your relationships, if you get rid of uncle, aunt, brother, sister? You know what I mean? They're taking away the lexicon.
Yeah, well, I think, when did we last talk about what is going on? Was it, let's see, what is this, February now? I think we talked last maybe November about my predictions about what this Covidia is all about.
Yes. It was it was a little bit before that, but sure, we had talked then about this, and that was when I think it was pre-vax though, before the vax actually came out. And so far though, have your predictions more or less come true? Do you feel like you've been vindicated?
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't really seen anything to change my mind on anything. I really didn't know how the election was going to go. I didn't really know how they were going to use that as a wedge, but now it's a little more clear that it was clear that Trump, just by what they represented in the media, was a runaway train, and the fact that they reversed it at the late hours of the evening, that was obviously very telling, and it was supposed to be in your face. And now we have this old guy running around that looks very strange, this old president, creating executive order after executive order and just really trying to bring some of these really weak narratives as to what should be done with COVID. I don't know how much traction it's getting in the U.S. because every state is different. But yeah, nothing. I was just a little surprised at how it played out. At the insurrection psyop, I thought was pretty weak, but I didn't really realize they were going to use that as a 9/11 because it was such a poor LARPing event.
Right. I mean, couldn't they have done a Boston bombing? There weren't any, there was no atrocity there. So it looked maybe offensive, it looked rude, but to equate that with, and then to use that to say, oh, well, now we can't question the election. It's like, that doesn't even follow.
Yeah. I thought it was not well done. I thought it was poorly done. And there's a pretty good video deconstruction on the screen, on the frame by frame of the Capitol insurrection inside, where they put that phony doorway with windows. I didn't even realize that was just a big prop. Obviously I've never been in the Capitol hallway there, but apparently that was just a prop they dragged in and did the whole ritual, the whole LARP right there.
Okay, see, I just noticed that there were more photographers than rioters. There were so many photographers, and so many of the shots that we see, the iconic shots of the individual with the buffalo horns who represents all Trump voters, all of a sudden, every single image with him was staged. He was posing for the pictures. Yeah. So they try to make it look like Braveheart, but it just simply wasn't. And I'm just aghast at how this is good enough to change the world. So, yeah,
I agree. I thought it was really weak, and there's no evidence that those pictures came from that day. They could have done that any day of the week, the year before, like any other film set. It could have easily been created much earlier for it to get that one iconic shot right away in front of the media. So,
in fact, there was someone who actually found a time-stamped photo that showed that one of those shots was actually done like 20 minutes before Trump's speech was over. So that's the case. And then if you look at the people who died that day, there was one Trumper. She had the Gadsden flag, "Don't tread on me," and she got trampled on to death. Then you had the guy who tased himself in his own genitals. And I don't know what his last name was. I should check, but these things seem like fictions meant to entertain the left and to make the right look like a bunch of goons who got what they deserved.
Yeah, for that to be a pivot point and a narrative to carry through 2021, at least up until now, they seem like minor events, but they've latched onto it like a dog on a bone.
So where do you focus now when you're watching the world stage or analyzing things? So the main thing you're looking at now, is it mostly the obvious statist, eco-fascist takeover, the Agenda 2030 thing? Is that where your focus is? Or, because it seems like the media is just mostly, COVID has replaced all the massacres and shootings.
Well, I'm in Canada, so I'm really worried about where I live more than anything. I think everyone should focus on where they live. I don't really focus too much on the big narrative in the U.S. I get most of my U.S. information from the No Agenda show, which I like, even though they're not pure fakeologists. They have enough skepticism to make their media deconstruction interesting, because they focus on mainstream stories, less esoterica. But as for Canada, I just really like to promote and watch the people I think are real that are fighting our system based on real laws that we can use to just try and explain that we don't have to go along with these orders, directives, mandates, whatever non-laws you want to describe them as. That's what I've been focusing on lately. Just more people that I can highlight that are being really pointing out the loopholes in the system that anyone can exploit and live by. Because I don't know where you guys are in various states in the PSYOP, but Canada is definitely being the Australia of North America, where at least one of the states in Australia, Victoria, was really moved forward with the PSYOP, with the lockdowns and the quarantine camps and the incredible travel restrictions. That's what I focus on more than anything, to be honest with you.
Right.
Just looking at No,
I get it. I mean, after the lockdown started, it's like, okay, well, now they have the power to draft us onto the world stage and influence us. We're no longer impartial observers. We've been involved. And so that changed a lot of my priorities. And I was astounded that some people are still chasing Mandela effects, among other things, when they're
so irrelevant today. Like, we're getting so close to COVID passes and just not being able to get into stores. We know you can still get on an airplane if they're flying, but most of our planes have been canceled. We can't go to the south. So yeah, all these old ideas, like looking at NASA, debating Mandela, to me, they're totally irrelevant. We are really on the cusp of a massive currency restructuring, asset restructuring, the COVID pass. People still believe that the vaccine is the savior, even though the narrative is explicit. It says nothing regarding freedom of movement or masking is going to change with any vaccination. So I don't understand why people still long for that magic bullet because they've already been told explicitly it won't change anything. So what more do you need to just get off the idea that I'm more worried about being able to go to the grocery store without proof of vaccination or continuing my job.
Right.
To me, that's a more immediate threat than anything. That's your livelihood.
And they're also using this to attack the First Amendment, to attack the free flow of ideas. And I was thinking about how when you commit a genocide, you wipe everybody out, and then you destroy their culture, you burn their books, you make sure that nothing gets passed on. And it seems like they're doing it in reverse order, where they're destroying the cultures they don't like, the ideas they don't like, they're silencing the voices they don't want included. So it's a very destructive thing that's going on right now with how ideas are being treated. And last year I said my focus was shifting from the fake news to fake science, because people have faith in the news media. Look what that's done. But their faith in the science is so much worse. And my focus on the space stuff is mostly the agenda that I see coming, which is space wars, falling debris, and being able to adequately deconstruct that, which it might be too late for most people. If they see it on TV, it's real.
Yeah, the other narrative was the domestic terrorism that was sort of born out of the Capitol, what they call the Capitol insurrection. That was a narrative that I don't know if it's still playing down there. Don't really hear that up here in Canada, but the domestic terrorist, who's anybody that was in the Washington area, they say they could track them by their phone or by their transactions, or if they booked a hotel in the area. They pushed that fear factor really hard, but I don't know if it's still part of the narrative right now.
Right. Well, they did. After the Capitol riots, they actually made a big show of rounding up these individuals at their homes, and Jimmy Kimmel excoriated them on the news. It looked like it was all for show. It might have been real, but I don't think any of those rioters we saw on TV that spoke to the media were authentic. The whole thing is, it doesn't take more than 5 minutes to see how fake it was, but for the most part, I think we were just served a movie production meant to disrupt this idea that the votes ought to be re-examined. And of course, like you mentioned earlier, it was an in-your-face steal. I'm perfectly comfortable saying that's what it was, and it was intentional. I think that was, they wanted to create an everlasting divide. We all know that there's always a left-right 50-50 split pretty much in the U.S., but they wanted to make, I guess, accentuate it or exaggerate it and create this whole right side that's completely disaffected. And I don't know if it's still persisting right now and at the end of February right now. I think, as you said, the attention span is so short that it's really hard to, they know that any narrative has only got a couple days, and then if they don't replace it or reinvigorate it or reimagine it, then it's just going to peter out. So the domestic terrorist could be yesterday's news already. Maybe it already is. I don't know. Outside the Texas electrical grid water system meltdown, I don't know what's current today. Well, I've been following trends in the media and who they're isolating as threats to the system. Conspiracy theorists is the term. They use conspiracist. If you spell it, it's conspire, R-A-C-I-S-T. I think that's on purpose. But now they're putting a target on yoga instructors, saying that yoga instructors already have a conspiratorial mindset, since they think that everything is connected and we're in a spiritual war against the world. So I find that to be interesting, because the yoga instructor, there's one in Canada, his name is, I think his name is Matt. Anyway, he's a yoga instructor who violated quarantine.
Matt, like a yoga mat?
I haven't even thought about that. Matt, like a yoga mat. Violated quarantine, and I don't know what he's being hit with, what he's being charged with, violating the Quarantine Act. But I was like, the state must have it out for anybody, dojos, gyms, yoga instructors. I've seen that a lot of those businesses were specifically targeted.
I have not heard that. So what is the state of lockdown in New Mexico? I think you're in New Mexico.
You know, this is my problem. I haven't been paying enough attention to know what it is. So I could be in complete violation. I just do the minimum I have to do to get by. But, you know, walking around, I don't see it. I just don't. But I haven't driven around very much. So it just seems like I kind of think the spell is breaking and there's not enough reinforcement because nobody's going to the malls anymore. So I don't have confidence that this thing sticks in a serious way after April or something.
Well, April's when they could theoretically relax it because it's warmer out and in general, people are more active. They are more exposed to the sun. So if they are not well, then the sun usually cures most people. And they're out of their boxes, their houses, where we have heat that dries us out like prunes and causes other symptoms of illness. But,
they'll say it's COVID. Like COVID will cause your skin to turn red if you're in the sun too long. Hey, I found the article. It's from the BBC. Does yoga have a conspiracy problem? So 3 days ago. And this article is just saying that people who get into yoga are trained in conspiratorial thinking and that they're always going to be anti-vax. So I'm just like, wow, I thought the people doing yoga would have been above reproach because many...
Well, I think the idea about yoga is you have a better understanding of your body. So therefore you're not into injectables. You're not into the normal pharmacological way of thinking, the allopathic thinking. I think you're connected to breathing and relaxing and just maybe using some of your body's own healing powers by accentuating them. And therefore, you are probably in a different way of thinking. You're not in the pharmacological mindset. Don't forget, I think we are in the largest marketing campaign in the history of the world to save the injectable industry, which I believe the vaccine industry was failing in many ways, and they needed to recharge it, reinvigorate it, reimagine it, and essentially force the product, if you can imagine being forced any product on yourself from any field, onto people. So my idea is anyone that does not promote or fall in line with the vaccine agenda is conspiratorial. And so if you're a yoga person, you're more aware of what makes you ill or what makes your body express illness, because I don't think we acquire illness. I think we express it based on deficiencies, which is a lot different from the narrative they want to promote of contagion, because I do believe that contagion is a myth. It's hard to disseminate, it's hard to distinguish between contagion and common environmental effects where we're all exposed to the same water or the same air. Because if we're all exhibiting symptoms and we're all in the same area, one could say it's either contagion or we're all expressing the same reaction to our environment. And I think the expression or the same reaction to an environment is much more sensible than me passing something I have onto you. Right. So they have to change that mindset if you believe that. And that's the germ versus terrain theory as well. Is there anything I can pass on to you to make you sick? And I think the answer is no. And if you have that thought in your mind, they have to eliminate it, because that implies that you don't need anything external to repair the external to internal damage that they say is contagion.
Well, my concept of the virus, and I agree with what you're saying, 'cause I think the virus is more or less a modern replacement for sin as a universal pretext for the priests to regulate the masses. And it is interesting here too that the yogis are the people practicing yoga are breathing the same air, and the word conspiracy, breathe together, and they're the ones who are literally doing this now forbidden act of sharing the same air. And you said something about the vax business failing. That motive there, profit motive, greed, that makes much more sense to me than a bowl of underheated bat soup starting a pandemic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, well, they've gone from bats to they're combining so many agendas in this magic virus. It is astonishing to me. For instance, one of the themes they want to roll into this, I think they want to get rid of pet ownership. They want to get rid of using animals as food. We know that. They want to get rid of animals for using animal products for anything, including mink fur coats, which apparently are very hot in China. So they attach the sinful COVID virus to any of their ideas, any of the things they want to change or get rid of. They want to get rid of pets. You won't be able to own a pet, I believe, in the new Agenda 2030 world.
Wow. See, that's Agenda 2030 stuff, and if they can use the virus to force that in, they will. And I've seen these statements made where they'll say, well, your little pet has a bigger carbon footprint than your SUV because its diet requires this many. Yeah. It's like, okay. So you're right. It's a new form of labeling things taboo, sin, blasphemy. These people are sinners. And if you're vaxxed, you're saved.
Mm-hmm. And if your pet's vaxxed, it's saved for a while until you have to get the booster shot. Yeah, it's the magic virus. I said it at the time that any industry that wanted to make a change and they didn't have a mechanism to do so, they would have to adopt the COVID model where they could just blame whatever the issue is to get from A to B on COVID and just use that as the catalyst. Right. And it works everywhere. It's just it's magic. It's magic. Who ever thought they could convince people to stop flying anywhere? It's the climate hoax didn't work, and now they have a really great excuse.
Right. March 13th or so, like last year, right after this thing was declared a pandemic, RT put out an article that said COVID is doing Greta's work. And it is like magic. It's literally magic in the way that they're just transforming the world all around us. I heard Bill Gates talking about getting us on synthetic meat while he figures out how to black out the sky because the lack of economic activity means less pollution, so the world's heating up. So it's like we quit our jobs and we stopped using so much, which should cool the planet, but they said no, the planet's heating because there's less particulates in the air. So,
I heard that. You said that. I thought that was amazing. So they created a problem and now they need another solution, a better solution. So instead of just getting everyone flying again, now he's going to fly around and cover the sky with his whatever he uses for weather management. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I'm like astounded that these ideas aren't just instantly shot down. So I look at him as just a character in this world stage movie. By the way, I got a commenter here says Fakeologist is an original conspiracy gangsta. When did you start really breaking down the media and publishing it online? Was it like?
Well, it was 2012. 2012, I used the word fakeologist because I wanted to create a word that required a little investigation. I didn't want to just be a conspiracy theorist. So fakeologist was the investigation into media fakery, because 9/11 was, to me, one of the best media fakery events where they portrayed planes flying into towers as real. So that, to me, was media fakery. The media was required to sell the story, and it was just like a movie where they bring in the media to have fake reporters. That's what the leading media anchors, who were the most important people at the time, like Dan Rather, Peter Jennings, Aaron, whatever his name is for CNN, I forgot his last name right now. They brought him in at the time just for the 9/11 event, which was a 4 or 5 year event, and then they got rid of him. Aaron Brown, that was the name I remember on CNN, and therefore that's why I created the word fakeologist. Now, of course, Donald Trump came along in 2016, and he co-opted the word fake to meaning anything he disagreed with. Now, he was right in a sense that the media is fake, promoting fake stories, but he never explained it, even though he was the one person for years that said there was more to the 9/11 story, and maybe he would get to the bottom of it if he became president, which, of course, he didn't do.
Great point. Great point. He hijacked that term. He stole the word fake. So fake news, and I remember when fake news was being thrown out there, and I even saw some alternative media talking heads like Paul Joseph Watson from InfoWars. He banned me from a live chat for calling the Nice attack fake. And so the way they use fake is it means a bias, a partisan bias, a political agenda. And when you say fake, you mean, no, this is atrocity propaganda. This is theater. This is soap opera presented as real. We're being governed by a reality TV show.
LARPing is a good word. I like live action role players. It's all these major events are LARPing events with crisis actors. And
okay, I got a couple questions.
We're ruled by myths.
I got a couple questions for you from the audience. Hoaxahontus wants to know, what are your thoughts about the 2012 Mayan prophecy? And so prophecies in general. Does the world end?
Yeah, I think the world's always about to end. I didn't give too much thought to the 2012 Mayan prophecy. I'm not even sure what it is. Yeah, I guess the world ending. And as you said, the ongoing asteroid story where we're going to get hit by an asteroid, of course, at the last minute, it just misses us. To me, that's just a constant, never-ending, end of the world, just hang on to your ankles idea that happens is recreated every single year, maybe a couple times a year. I don't give it any thought.
Right. I call these rolling prophecies. That's a term I've come across.
That's good.
You just roll it forward, and you can laugh at QAnons for being part of a rolling prophecy, but I'm sorry, but climate change is one too. So we have a few minutes here. Let's go ahead and, so if people want to support what you're doing and listen to you, one, they can go to darkmatter.radio, and I'll have a schedule so they can listen to your podcast.
Okay.
But where do you generally direct people? What social media do you favor, etc.?
Well, I think the best social media is the old-fashioned website, the thing where you could have your own space on the internet. And I still think it's really important, even though it's actually hard. Social media has made it difficult to get people to realize they have this thing called a browser where they can directly go to anyone they want anywhere in the world on the internet and not go through a third-party mediator. So I have fakeologist.com. The main page is now, I turned it back at the beginning of 3/11, which I know you like to call the beginning of the pandemic, characterized as a pandemic, COVIDian world, 3/11. So at that time, I changed my entry page to a filter page because I knew people were going to be possibly coming to my page. So that's a page that says, if you believe in COVID and you believe in the virus, then just you can stop clicking and go away. You don't want to proceed. When you go to that site, you click one more link and you'll get eventually to my main page, fakeologist.com/blog, which you should bookmark. That's another term most people don't know anymore. You can actually create a bookmark and save all the places that you like. That way you can get all the material. The other thing I did in the last half of last year is create a video server called fakotube.com. And that's where I archive my favorite videos that I think are at risk from being deleted from the normal sites that people go to, like YouTube, Instagram. And I try and save the ones that I think are on message as I see the world. So I put stuff there. and I have a few select people that I allow to upload. I can't let the whole world upload because I only have so much money and so much space. I'm not Google, so I try and, in general, restrict uploads to just a few people. I will let a couple people live stream because it has a live streaming service, because I don't want to waste time setting up a million accounts at YouTube, because you know that the minute we use the COVID word, that is going to get us censored. So I don't want to waste energy because there's not enough time in the day to recreate accounts. So I concentrated on FacoTube. So those are my two primary sites. And the other thing I'm focusing on and spending research time into is cryptocurrencies, because from what I'm hearing from different content creators, now we're getting banks and payment institutions like PayPal, they're starting the censoring as well and gatekeeping for the controllers. And that's a really dangerous precedent, where if they cut off your financial or blood supply, that's really going to put a crimp in people's opposition.
Yes, in fact,
or criticism.
DLive is one of the channels that I've been on. I accrued about 2,200 subs since last year. Even though I've been qualified for a year plus, by their standards, they've denied me partner status. And I started making fun of them the other day because after the Capitol riots, they demonetized my channel because they say I engage in political speech. And I'm thinking, they support video gamers, and video games are all political because it's all propaganda. So, and anyway, they took away the monetization, which, if you have a 24-hour stream and you're monetized on a channel like that, that could cover your electric bill, your rent bill. So it's a very real power they have to control you by saying, well, if you speak these particular syllables in this order, we take away your money. And we're dealing with digital book burning and digital content creation burn. It's a book burning. It's a destruction of culture. So I'm glad that you're preserving it over there at FacoTube.
Yeah, and you really do need to explore the new financial roads that are being created. Now, I don't know if the cryptocurrencies are just the banks creating their own controlled opposition. That's certainly a possibility. But at the moment, I believe currency and money systems are at the same place that the internet was about 35 years ago. It's hard to believe it's been that long. So I believe the World Wide Web, the graphical interface, was in the early 90s. I don't remember the day I switched from bulletin board services to a graphical Netscape browser, but I think it was in the mid or early 90s. And that decentralization of information, where you didn't have to go to the TV, you didn't have to go to your newspaper, your national newspaper, your local newspaper to get information, was extremely powerful. And one of the things they used to try and re-centralize the internet was create these free platforms like YouTube and Twitter, where they reconcentrated and re-centralized information so they could gatekeep and control it. We have to realize, so with currency, they're now at the same stage where they have we have the tools to decentralize currency, where we can not be gatekept in the financial sense by the big banks, the central banks. And that's why I encourage people, if they go to fakecologist.com/donate, I don't like PayPal. I know, again, PayPal was another re-centralization of payments, and they're gatekeeping as well and deplatforming people. Same with Patreon, same with all these services that we actually do not need. So I'm encouraging people, if they want to support my work, go figure out how to buy a Bitcoin. It's not hard. Or a similar Litecoin. You can buy you can get any currency you want, and I'll give you any wallet you want. But for the most part, I would like to concentrate on Bitcoin and Monero based on my own research. But I've created links to Coinbase, which is a currency exchange where you can take your Visa, your credit card or your fiat currency and switch it into digital currency and send me donations anonymously, because crypto is pretty much anonymous. I don't know who you are, and I don't need to know who you are. And no gatekeeper can know who you are.
Yeah, and
so
on that
is
anything that you subsidize, you get more of, and anything that you penalize, you get less of. And so it is important. I put a link in there, fakeologist.com/donate,
thank you.
because I know how it is with this where we're in, where yes, your money's threatened by the content that you choose to create. So if you want, or if people want to hear it, they have to support it, because I got demonetized on DLive, and most of what I say here is innocuous. YouTube long ago decided that they didn't want me to make any money off their site, and they're hemorrhaging.
Yeah, but you're obviously speaking truth, even though it's not. You're not attacking the narrative, but you are exposing the narrative, and you're doing it in a very intellectual way. But obviously, someone is listening that doesn't like what you're saying. So if you are being deplatformed, then you know that you are over the target. And
Yes.
I don't think you should waste your time with these other channels if you can use them as fishing holes where you can fish people over to your own servers and your own form of monetization, which I think it is very important to support all content creators directly, without gatekeepers, without central servers. So I think you should also figure out how to get people to donate through crypto, because I see it as the future. And most people in the centralized servers before the World Wide Web, if you are old enough, you can remember The Source, Prodigy, CompuServe, AOL. They were all laughing at the World Wide Web because they thought their central servers, with their simplicity, were going to be where people end up, and that was going to be the network. But of course, that's not how it turned out, because decentralization and allowing ungate-kept creative forces is always going to win in the end, which is why free enterprise is always going to work better than centralized communism, which is where the world is headed. I am also convinced, and we haven't really talked about this, that the China model is where the Western world is going to be taken to, unless people wake up to see what's happening. And that is what the goal is. The COVID narrative is the distraction.
I agree. I think there's a major shift that's happened culturally. The mobs are being weaponized against the individual. If you show your face, now you stand out, and you're at the mercy of the mob that has the power of state behind it. They have people snitching on each other. The snitching last year was just off the charts, where cities had to open up numbers like 311 for neighbors snitching on their neighbors for violating these rules. And all of this stuff is very anti-American, very anti-individualistic. Killing free speech because it might offend somebody, shutting down somebody's business. So yes, it does appear to be the case that
that's
this
all
reset
the
is
Chinese
happening.
model. It's all a one-party dictatorship, censorship model. I have lots of people. I occasionally look on my statistics to see where people come from. Nobody is coming from China. Now, I know most people in China will use VPNs, and most likely US VPNs, to come to my site. So I don't know that they're not from the US and are from China. But obviously China is heavily censored, and I'm pretty sure you can still use a few methods to get out of China and see the World Wide Web. But yeah, we don't want to become that system. And people are, if they bring us into the China model while people aren't paying attention, and then it's too late to go back, that'll be too bad. So that's sort of what we have to expose.
Yes, and I do on my channel, what I think we're doing here in the chat also is it's parsing the media narratives, analyzing the news objectively, and just describing things as they are. So we're not surprised by any of this. I'm not surprised by where this is going, and I'm observing. And so I've taken steps to preserve my ability to communicate to the people who want to listen. And I have dozens of extra YouTube channels. I'm everywhere. because I refuse to give up any space. I'm not going to be pushed off the edge. I'm just going to expand. And that's what this network's about. So I'm really happy that you got on board. A lot of people are, because now with you, John LeBon, and a few others, we're consolidating, I think, some of the best content creators on the internet today over there at the network. So for anybody listening, if you go to darkmatter.radio, there's going to be a bio page set up with Fakeologist. It'll send you to all the relevant links. And then, of course, anytime you go live, we can more than likely mirror on the network. It has 24/7 listenership. It's been around for a few years now. But yeah, we're definitely taking it in this direction. So again, I want to say thanks for joining today and telling everybody about your channel and becoming a part of this thing.
Sure. I don't really have a regular broadcast time. One of the things that I do like about the decentralized internet is everything is on demand. I think that lots of people consume on demand. They don't like to be held hostage to appointment radio or appointment television or video. I really like that, and I like the ability to go on whenever I feel like it, whenever I can get a guest that's interesting and coordinate a time, because you can do that anytime, anywhere. So I don't, even though I really like the live interaction in the chat and perhaps phone calls, because I could take phone calls too on my setup. Unless I am going to do it really super consistently, which is difficult. At the most part, I really like being able to just go, okay, I have a guest, I can go live. And that's the other reason I like having my own platform, because I control all the emails. So for instance, if they sign up at fakeologist.com, if you email me, I can set up an account for you, and you can set up your own account at FakeoTube. And then when I go live, you'll get an email notification. Hey, that's something YouTube doesn't even do anymore. They don't send out emails. So I can do that. I know you do that with Patreon, which is another way. But it's Patreon, again, they're not, they could go away at any time or decide to cut you off at any time. So that's why
you can't even put the word QAnon in a Patreon post. They will cut you. So I'm very careful there. But you made a great point here about the decentralized nature of it. I saw this headline. I think it said something like, podcasting killed the radio star. And that's certainly true. Sure. I've always been so, not erratic, but so busy. I just can't be held hostage. I have to be able to listen to something at my own pace. So what we do with the network is, we record whenever. This is for Dark Matter After Midnight, so this has a very specific time slot for the replays. So anytime you record, it'll just broadcast at the same time every night, live or not. But so we have sort of the traditional organization, but I'm definitely configured for a network of podcasters doing their own thing.
So if I wanted to go live, would I contact you, or how would that work? If I said, okay, I'm going live, but would I go live on your network at that time? It would normally be at this time of night, in the evening, Eastern time, 8 p.m. evening. That's my normal time slot, sort of Sunday to Thursday.
Well, I have a dedicated, basically it's a board computer, a little laptop here. So if you want to go live, all I would do is I would mirror your radio stream through mine, or I could give you the direct key. Either way, it's as simple as I push a button and then you take over whatever was there in that slot. So if it was a previous, like this conversation.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, it's a very simple, streamlined process, and it's working out great so far. John LeBon just had his 4th program, 2 pilots, but 2nd episode of Apostasy was today.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Well, I would maybe just give you a heads up, or you're on my email list. If you're not, actually, I should add your email to fakeologist.com/blog. And that way I usually send out my own email blast, and then you'd get it. And if you wanted to hook up and just start, and I'd rather you press the button, because I have enough buttons to press here. Then you could, if you wanted to, you could stream it live.
Yep. And then what I do,
fine with me.
We've got a pretty good social media network following between all the Facebooks and Twitters, and we blast it out. And yeah, hopefully we basically bring a lot more people to these ideas, because this is way beyond all the rehashed sideshow conspiracy theories. You're actually doing analysis. So again, appreciate you coming on board here. And I'm going to send a link to everybody on the mailing list to check out your site. And then I'm setting up a page at darkmatter.radio. And so if somebody wants to join your site, do they just go and join your mailing list? Is there a membership there?
Well, the easiest way the easiest way is to join my Discord. By the way, my Discord was taken down 2 weeks ago. Well, maybe it was a month ago. There was a Discord purge. I don't know if you got taken down at the same time, but my entire Discord was canceled and my account was frozen. So I wasn't sure if I wanted to set it up again, because it does take a little bit of effort to put all the channels together and whatnot. So luckily, two of my members, Velicet and Benoit, they recreated it with their own account and my permission. So they recreated it. So it seems like it's just a colorful, easy to use platform that people really like. So if they want to join my server there, it's fake11.com/Discord. And we just do, the moderators will just make sure you're in the right place by doing a little voice verification. Usually, I believe they do a voice verification where they just hear your voice, make sure you're not a bot, and then you're in. And then I just ask people if they want, give me your email address or an email address, and then I plug it into the main blog, fakeologist.com, and then you'll be able to post over there. And unfortunately, none of these accounts are integrated, so I just prefer people use the same username, but they can also go to fakeotube.com if they want to, because I'm gonna stream mainly my screen. There's really nothing to show really on fakeotube.com, which will show the live stream on that platform as well if you want to listen that way. Otherwise, you can just listen to my audio stream. I have a 24/7 audio stream at fake11.com/stream 1 or stream 2. We also have an audio chat where people, it's actually a fantastic resource where we get regular voices and new voices come and just tell their story or tell their, just give their commentary on what's going on. And it has regular people, but anyone is welcome. We really like new voices. And we record whenever there's enough people. So people just show up and we record, and it is broadcast live around the world at fake11.com/stream 2. So that is an audio chat where people just talk, regular people, about the psyops of the day. And
Excellent.
There's a regular show Saturday morning at 5 in the morning, because that's late Saturday night in Australia, and we have Australians that hang out once a week, and that's a pretty interesting show. So yeah, there's lots of content, and it's all on the value for value model, where there's no membership fee. You just pay whatever you want, whatever amount you want, for whatever value you think it's worth. But we don't have any paywalls, because I want to make it as simple as possible to access the data. There's no membership. It's just, you feel you got value, pay whatever you think it's worth. I think that's
Awesome.
the best method. I think it's the best method.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's important just to bring the network in and not exclude anybody. I like the freemium method. You like with John LeBon, you listen for the first hour, or many of these podcasts, and then you go to their site if you want the rest. But yeah, I'm again trying to consolidate. I think that it's great to have a lot of minds actively parsing stuff, because some of these big hoaxes, some of these things take so many different perspectives to actually put the puzzle together in a decent amount of time. So again, I'm putting a link to your site in the chat. We'll do this again soon. And
okay, great.
I'll send you an email so you can add me to your mailing list. And I'll suggest everybody else does too, because even if they kill all of our platforms, if you have the mailing list, it'll be very easy to reconstitute and get back to the streams or wherever.
Yeah, but some of they can listen. Every method can be blocked. I get bounced. My emails get bounced from Comcast right now. So if you're going to give me a Comcast email, my emails won't make it through to you probably, because what they do is the big servers will go to an email reputation service, and they probably own those services too. So if you are broadcasting from an IP that is blacklisted, the people on that email server won't get your emails. So I haven't been blacklisted by the big boys yet, but Comcast is a pretty big concern in the United States, at least. So if you give me a Comcast email, you're not going to get an email from me. So you might have to go sign up at Proton Mail or one of the other servers that maybe aren't blacklisting me. And if it's just like anything else, if I want to go appeal my censorship, then that's a whole process that I don't really want to deal with. So yeah, it might be down to you need my IP at the end when they blacklist fakeologist.com. That'll happen too. I can guarantee it.
That's one of the reasons why I like the term fakeologist. We make up so many terms. We make up. We have to come up with new ways to describe things, terms that they didn't give us. And I think it's very important, because even if they are able to destroy everything we've done here, we have created a culture with a lexicon that is able to understand and reconstitute itself. But again, what we're looking at, I think, into the future, I'm not so optimistic, especially as the Mars program approaches, and we'll see. I kind of thought that 2020 was a litmus test, and people broadly failed for the most part, but we'll see. So do you have any sort of optimism about 2021 for your...
No. No, not really. I think it's just we're just going to keep marching on to the one world, centralized, capitalist on top, communist on bottom, China approach. The China class is already in control of the United States right now, and that is the corporate and governmental elite that are in lockstep with the Chinese model. That's where they want to take everything. I don't see any turning back. I just see things getting worse. I'm sorry to say I don't have no good news from this point of view at the moment. There's nothing inspirational. We've run out of hopium right now.
Right. I heard there's a batch. I heard it's bad, but there's a batch of hopium going around that's keeping the QAnoners on the hook until March the 4th. But after that, I don't think there's any more hopium left in the world.
Yes, the March 4th. I think that'll come and go as well. Which really, it does suck. I have to admit, it does suck. But
hey, let me run this by you really quick. I Can't Breathe, which last year, I Can't Breathe was the meme of the year. George Floyd, 5G towers supposedly sucking the oxygen out of people, and then you have the mask makes it hard to breathe, and then you had George Floyd being knelt on. That phrase, I can't breathe, happens to be an anagram for a better China, which I thought was just an interesting little coincidence or side note. But now, I can't breathe, a better China, and now build back better. It makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Integrated PSYOP with a little bit of Easter eggs thrown in for the observers who know what's going on, I guess.
Yeah, and the trial was supposed to be on 9/11 last year. Whatever happened with that? Was it put over, or the George Floyd?
They had a hearing. They had a hearing on 9/11. No, actually, he's on bail, and I think the trial's going to come up next month. So that's going to be big. That's going to be big, because they're going to say he did it according to the book, and the fact that he was so calm works in his favor because it wasn't a crime of passion. So no, there's when the weather warms up, the rioters will be out in the streets, I imagine.
Oh right, yeah. No, I forgot. Yeah, it's all of North America is still under a bit of a deep freeze. So yeah, I guess they'll just recreate the same old stories again when the weather warms up. That makes sense.
Exactly. I mean, they put him down for the winter, but yeah, it'll be there. So I'm expecting it. Definitely, it's just like it's the next season in this reality show. Last year, I think, was also typified by the Purge series. I mean, we lived through so many movies last year. The existence of predictive programming is no longer a conspiracy theory. It's just how media works. I think we're just calling it. But okay, so going through comments, see if anybody has any final anything for you. And it looks like a number of people are saying thanks for joining. Let's see. Somebody's asking. Okay, here we go. Dave Hoaxman says, "Thank you, IPS and Fakeologist."
Thank you. Yeah, it's always good to talk to you. I have to admit, there's so much content out there. It's hard for me to keep up to your daily schedule, so I've fallen behind. You must agree that the amount of content creation out there is off the charts. There's a lot of new voices, what seem to be regular people, just all over the place. And sometimes I just change my focus on Canada where I live because it's a little more relevant. But the content's crazy right now. Just so much of it.
And that's why I like reaching out to people who are in different areas so we can know, because it's just not the same. It's not uniform everywhere. The methodology is the same, but it's at different stages. And so, yeah, definitely appreciate.
We might be ahead of you in Canada because Canada is way more compliant. But if you want to look to the north, that's what they're going to bring, at least here in northern states. I really see an integration with the northern states, which have more in common with Canada, including the weather. I really see a Mason-Dixon line forming again in the United States. Not to mention the mega regions. I don't know if we talked about America 2050, which is the redrawing of the American borders, but that's totally relevant. Very important.
Have not talked about that with you or heard about it, but I will look into it because, well, everything that they say they're going to do, they do. And it seems like everything, I mean, Dark Winter was an exercise. The COVID-19 was an exercise. These are all things that they prepare for in advance. They rehearse. So if they're talking about 2050, that'll be after we've all been vaxxed, neutered, and the skies will be black, I imagine.
Yeah, America 2050 is a very real plan. Every area of the world has a 2050 plan, and if you want to see the North American map, the Rockefeller lockstep style NGO think tank plan for North America, just look up America 2050. You'll see the map and how they envision it. Just like Greater Israel, that's the plan for the Middle East. Right from the Mediterranean to Persia, Africa, the reorganization of Africa, and I think the world central hub will be China. China is just the amount of resource and rebuilding and redirection to China is just crazy. Even our own country, we have Chinese corporations in Canada just draining our resources and just sending them off to China. They're doing things undercover that haven't even been approved. I don't think it's happening in the U.S. in the same way, but here in Canada, as around the world, China is in every country.
I saw a meme today. It had the COVID virus, and it said that this is the longest anything ever made in China has lasted. You know, I mean, I don't really believe it's a Chinese virus like they say, but anyway, I think
it's a Chinese plan. It's a Chinese model, and who is behind China? It's the same old people. It's the Anglo-American Empire. They're just in China. They just moved their operations to China.
Well, I saw this coming. I have to say, PNAC, they said that this was going to be the Chinese century, and they also mentioned space wars. Yeah. So expect space wars too. And I brought up earlier this incident a couple days ago where some engine parts were falling from airplanes. I brought that up because I think that the public is being prepared for space wars and stuff falling from the sky.
I didn't quite understand the angle. I know there was a story in the media about pieces of planes falling out, but I didn't really look into it.
Well, at first I was going to ignore it, but then I thought there was like two different instances that happened 4 hours apart on the other side of the world. So I thought this looks like a template thing, kind of like after Floyd, you had others being kneeled on the neck in the same way in other parts of the world. And I thought, well, what could be the agenda? And then I see a commercial on NBC for a show called Debris. And then I see Leonardo DiCaprio in a movie that's coming up called Don't Look Up, about asteroids. So I look at this all as integrated, entertainment and the news. And if they have stuff falling from the sky, I suspect it's to prepare us for space junk Armageddon, possibly coming soon. Mandatory helmets to go with your mask.
Okay. Yeah, I don't quite get the I still don't see what they're getting at with unless they're just trying to promote the idea of space, which as the song you used to play all the time, space is fake for sure.
Right, exactly. My thinking, space is a new war-fighting domain, and that it's just another area where they have a global threat. Climate change, viruses, and now debris. And this is why every other day they tell us there's an asteroid coming. And how can they still tell us the straight face that we're about to get hit by a space rock when they've been wrong every single time since, the dinosaur one, 66 million years ago?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, hey, this has been an interesting talk as usual. So we'll be in touch, and I'll put everybody in the mailing list in touch with you on your site. Maybe they check it out and get on your mailing list. So thanks again. Have a great evening.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Take care.
All right, everybody. That is Fakeologist, the newest addition to the Dark Matter Digital Network. If you go there, there's a menu. It says on the top, Fakeologist Show, Apostasy, Infinite Plane Radio. Anyway, this will take you right on over to fakeologist.com. We've gone over some of that. He brought up Bitcoin. I should have brought this up. Bitcoin's damage to the planet. The coal-powered Chinese phenomenon that uses more electricity than Argentina. There's a good reason for environmental campaigners and academics to worry about the effects of cryptocurrencies on the planet. So now your digital currency is a threat to the planet. That tells me that there's probably something good in it. If they're trying to tell you it's bad for the environment, if they're trying to scare you about it, if you use cryptocurrency, the sky is going to fall, then it's probably something you want to be a part of. Okay, thanks everybody for joining. If you want to hear this on a replay, go to darkmatter.radio. If you're on my Patreon, you will get that link as well. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. The edge is in your mind. Have a great night.
The edge. your brain, the infinite pain. The edge is in your mind. 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 Edge is in your mind. Edge is in your mind.
For as long as I remember, my mind never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal, selling communism and laying out some psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground, killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood, lost the places wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs, drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and ensure it's divided. Bent over idols raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new spaceline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game, no brain, no shame. Every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal dirt got its go. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greater scheme. In the halls of mental asylums, echoes what critical bosses scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers and psycho rapists thrive. Disease management is the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans, no questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is soft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infested all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartment to the murder crew. Students specialized to lose a broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-Tricks, trolls and agents set their traps. To lure in the light minded to the dumbest theories, meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guardrailing its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secured. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions. Nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to foster wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever thirst for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
this right now.
Flynn at these, he went to this QAnon, it wasn't specifically QAnon, it was a Patriot gathering, I believe it was in Austin, where he kind of flippantly answers a question from the audience. He fields a question and they say, can't we just install Trump? And he pretty much said he doesn't see why not. Same with Sidney Powell. So a number of characters out there, the Pillow Guy, Mike Lindell, they have all said Trump's coming back in August. Now, these individuals, I think, are primarily responsible for the continuation of this Q narrative. What do you think? Are these the three main players? Are there any others?
Absolutely.
these are some of the biggest players. What Flynn and Wood and Powell have done is really take hold of this leaderless story. And, one of the biggest problems in the QAnon community right now is that nobody's in charge of it. Nobody's directing it. And on one hand, that sort of sends all the followers scurrying in every which way direction. Now, it's also good to me. It's not a problem because this is a point where somebody could take control of this movement and use it to specifically direct violence. And that has not happened, and that's very fortunate. But these folks know exactly what they're doing. They know how much faith the QAnon movement puts in them. They know how much faith the QAnon movement puts in Donald Trump being the real winner of the election, and everything that's happened was all necessary in order to really prove all of the fraud. You hear the phrase in Q-land a lot. It had to be this way. Trump had to appear to lose in order to win. And of course, I ask people, well, why couldn't he have just won? They never have an answer for that. It's always about it's always about exposing the corruption, which I guess you have to pretend to lose in order to win. And these people know that. People like Mike Flynn, they know how devoted the Q movement is, and they have exploited it. They've massively exploited it. Michael Flynn has $5 million of legal bills he has to pay. And in QAnon, he has a movement that is more than willing to give him money to do that. Lynn Wood, it's the same thing. Sidney Powell, it's the same thing. Giuliani is the same thing. Maybe they're not out there quoting Q drops, but they don't have to be. They're throwing out the terminology of the movement that lets people know that I'm one of you and I believe the same things that you do, and I've got the power to fix it. And it's very dangerous, at least to me.
I think so. I think they're playing with fire, and I think there is a financial incentive. I find it very fascinating that Mike Lindell has $2 million worth of masks he can't get rid of because they're not good enough to meet CDC standards, and nobody wants to buy them. And I'm like, okay, right. Obviously somebody here, some people here are definitely making some money in this. Now, I have some questions in the chat section from people. Clockwork 113 wants to know your thoughts on some other conspiracies. He says, what's your take on the Mandela effect? Any thoughts on the
Mandela effect? Sure. And that's what that is our sort of collective misremembrance of things. And it's named after people who could swear up and down that they watched the televised funeral of Nelson Mandela, except Nelson Mandela didn't die then. He died, fairly recently. But people who are like, oh, I was a kid and I saw Nelson Mandela's funeral. Well, you didn't. You think you did, because your brain has told you that you did. And the Berenstein Bear books are the same way, or that Sinbad movie that doesn't exist. I think it's a Sinbad movie.
Yes.
But the Mandela effect, I think, is a really good example of our brains really being kind of terrible at retaining information. And, we all sort of tell people, well, I know what I saw. I know what I remember. Well, what you remember may just not be accurate. What you saw may be completely misinterpreted, or something that you have turned into something else. I mean, we are all kind of terrible at remembering things for how they actually were, but we're great at remembering things for how we think they were. So I think it's a fascinating, sort of brain chemistry subject.
Yeah, I agree. I looked into it, and I read about the eyewitness testimony, just the research on eyewitness testimony in general and how unreliable it is, and also how powerful the effect of consensus is on our beliefs. And I think this kind of relates to the QAnon thing, because I know a lot of people who believe in the Mandela effect, and they hang out together. And if you don't believe it, they call you an NPC or a troll, and they kick you out because they don't want it debunked. And I kind of feel like the QAnon community is almost like the Mandela effect community, where it's a self-reinforcing echo chamber.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's the kind of thing where, you believe it and you don't want to hear any differently. Totally. And eyewitness testimony is always unreliable. There's a great example of this in the Flight 800, the plane from New York to Paris that crashed in 1996. And there's always been a conspiracy theory that was shot down by a missile. And you have people like eyewitnesses who have sworn in FBI affidavits, like under oath, that they saw and then that they heard and then saw the missile hit the plane. Except that is literally impossible because that violates the laws of physics. But these people swear they saw it, and you can't tell them that they didn't. So what you're left with is just a piece of testimony that is totally useless because it's impossible.
Right, exactly. It is a very fascinating topic in general, I think also because it has all these spin-off theories, like it connects to CERN and it connects to the idea of simulation theory. I think it's a fascinating conspiracy theory or alternative interpretation of the facts. But as far as conspiracy theory goes, QAnon, I think it's kind of an outlier. And I kind of resent in a way the fact that it kind of broad brushes everybody. Like for one thing, QAnon is really big on the Space Force, and in that Q&A you alluded to, he said that the Earth is not flat. So this would take the flat earthers out of the QAnon crowd, which makes sense to me because the QAnon thing seems more political than metaphysical or getting into the nature of the world. But to get back to the word cult that you used in your title, this is where I find it to be culty. It's the online community that it doesn't even matter what your beliefs are or what convinced you. You're in the group now, and you just turn on your phone and you're there. That's the part that I agree with you that we're dealing with a cult, just a culture. It's not a dangerous cult necessarily, although the media is trying to paint it as such. But anyway, what are your thoughts as far as tomorrow? Donald Trump has a rally, and he's been inviting people, and I believe he even has some QAnon influencers with media passes. Do you think he's going to continue to stir the pot to roll this narrative forward that there's a war on the deep state?
Yeah, I saw that just today. One of the big QAnon influencers, this guy Jeff Peterson, who goes by In the Matrix, is going to be there as a press member, which is like bizarre. The Trump rallies, it's like I kind of don't even pay attention to them because it's always the same thing. The claims, much like you, the claims are always really vague. There's no details ever presented. It's always just sort of the same platitudes and playing to the greatest hits. And of course now the crowds are smaller and there's no Air Force One, and it's honestly just a little sad. I feel like it's still it's dangerous just because of all of the everything that's going on and sort of the violence in this movement. But to me, it's like that's not the thing that I'm worried about. Like I'm not worried about him going out there and like activating the Q army. He's just going to go out there and say what he says, and his most devoted fans are going to love it no matter what. And it is cult-like, and I think you get that a lot with QAnon, where there's an in-group and an out-group, and there's a jargon, and there is a pushing away of non-believers and a punishing of apostates. I mean, that's very cult-like. There are ways in which QAnon is not a cult, is not a traditional cult. There's no charismatic leader. There's no Jim Jones who's like word is God. You don't have that with QAnon. And I feel like when you say the word cult, people get certain connotations that aren't always useful when dealing with QAnon, but at the same time, like, it looks a lot like a cult. Even people who are scholars in that world were kind of sort of struggling with how to look at it. And, people that I interviewed for the book were like, I really don't know what this is. So, yeah, it's that term is very loaded, but I think it does apply in a number of ways.
Well, you've used the term religion. Religion, in a sense, that I think it becomes, or rather a movement, but I've used the word religion. I've seen other people use that in a sense that it's like a total worldview, but it's a political religion. And in many ways, it seems like they've templated, maybe deliberately, they've templated their political narrative onto the book of Revelations itself. And I've thought this for some time because they're always hoping for the end, and it's a rolling prophecy. And you can find this with many prophecy cults where they can prophesize the end of the world, and when it doesn't happen, the faithful will find a reason to stick around, and nothing can ever really end that. No amount of contrary evidence will ever undo it because they can just explain it away in some way. So, this is, again, the side of it that I think is somewhat culty. But as far as their charismatic leader, they've got Trump, and Trump's own biographer said that he's going through his Fat Elvis stage. And I think he even called it sad, as you did. And I'm like, okay, well, if Trump exits, what becomes of QAnon? Like, is this the end of it by your assessment? Or do you think that there's going to be someone else who can keep this thing going? Like Marjorie Greene or Matt Gaetz, these characters, or Flynn. Do you think there are any people out there who are going to manage to keep this going post-Trump?
That is the question. What happens to a movement that has a messianic view of Trump when the messianic figure is not around anymore? I have no idea. I think about it. I think about that a lot, and I don't know. Now, I think that if Trump were to officially kind of anoint a successor, where he brings Matt Gaetz or whoever up on stage and say, I'm not going to run again, but this is my candidate. I'm going to support him with everything I've got. He upholds the MAGA values, whatever. That would be a little bit different. But, right now we have no idea if Trump is going to run or not in 2024. And I sort of go back and forth on, of course he is, and then of course he isn't. So I really don't know. But I think that there are figures in that world who are charismatic enough and beloved enough to pick up the mantle. And I think Flynn is definitely one of them. He's absolutely beloved in that community. He knows exactly what to say. He has that sort of military background and sort of the homespun American values. And of course, he was a victim of the deep state and the Mueller witch hunt and all that stuff. Marjorie Taylor Greene really could do it too. She's very charismatic. She's very attractive. She's a woman. I think that really helps. She's a businesswoman. She is an outrageous button pusher. That's what she was doing before she got into politics, was just trolling, and she's great at it. So I think that she absolutely could do that. Beyond that, I don't look at Matt Gaetz as being all that charismatic. I don't look at somebody like Ron DeSantis as being all that charismatic. Ted Cruz is never going to be that guy. Mike Pence is certainly never going to be that guy. So I would say of the figures in Trump world that I keep an eye on, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and Michael Flynn are the two that I could see becoming the successor to that messianic role in QAnon.
Got it. And one of the things you said here, people came to QAnon because of the pandemic, and they stayed for the stolen election conspiracy theories. And that's a great point. People had a lot of free time. It was an election year. And so I think it was a great opportunity for people presenting this information to have a captive audience. So on the stolen election conspiracy theories, where do you think that's going? Is this all just ginning up discontent, or do you think they actually have any sort of intention of overturning things?
Well, they can't overturn it. The election is what it is. You can say what you want about it, but Joe Biden's the president. The electoral votes were certified. The process played out as it's always played out. He was sworn in. He's got the nuclear codes. He's the president. So whether or not you want to believe that doesn't matter, because he is. But I think that the QAnon promoter community has really latched onto this idea that Biden is not the real president. And you can get people to believe that because they want it to be true. It's the same with so much of QAnon in general, is this idea that it's true if I believe it, and it's my truth. And you can't tell me what my truth is, only I can. And of course, so can Lynn Wood, apparently. But I think they're going to ride the stolen election as far as they can. And they're doing it right now with the Maricopa County audit. There's no indication that there was any particular fraud in Maricopa County or anywhere else. There never has been. There's always a few votes that get thrown out for whatever reason, but never to the extent that they think is going to happen. And where it all falls apart for me is that there are no details offered up of how this is all going to happen. How would Trump be reinstated when there is no law that allows for that? How is this extraordinary thing going to happen? who is going to make the decision? You know, how does this all work? And they never tell you how. They just tell you that it's going to happen. And that's where trust the plan comes in. You know, there's no mechanism for this to actually take place, but it's going to. So just trust it. You know, because it'll be fine. And that is a movement that is very malleable and can be exploited in any number of ways. So I think they're going to have quite a long time of prophesying that Trump will return to office. And then at some point it will become clear that he's not going to, unless he runs in 2024 and he wins, which is entirely possible. And of course, then they will, you know, vindicate themselves, even though what they believed was going to happen didn't happen, and will, you know, sort of have to start all over again.
Yeah, and that's a great point. They'll feel vindicated even though they didn't actually accomplish what they were supposed to. And this is something I comment on frequently. In 2015 or 2016, or when this thing started to really pick up steam, this deep state narrative, or I guess 2017 was it, with the Save the Children thing, where they wanted to save the children who were being trafficked for adrenochrome. And I thought, well, that was 2016. This is 5 years later. Now we're talking 2024. At some point, it's going to be save the disaffected teenagers. Like, they didn't save the children on time, if that was the objective. So, yeah.
Right.
It's just not a credible story to me anymore if it extends that much further into the future. But anyway, your book does quite a lot, I think, for bringing this thing down to reality. I think you've done a great job of going through all of the claims and how they've arrived at their different conclusions, and you've separated the mythology from the actual Q drops, which have already stopped. So I want to ask you, where do you want people to go purchase your book from? Do you prefer we go to Amazon, or you have a link that I think I have on your Twitter page? Is that where I should be sending people, for people who want to read The Storm is Upon Us?
Yeah, there are any number of places you can buy it. You know, obviously, if Amazon's your thing, go for it. If you want to support your local bookstore, that's great too. You know, whether by going in person or bookshop.org is a great resource for that. You can get it as a Kindle. You can get it as an ebook. There's any number of ways to get it, and I really appreciate people who are maybe more or maybe less skeptical about QAnon reading the book, because I think it will put a lot of things in perspective about this, about where this came from, how it is being exploited, what about it is true and what about it isn't. You know, why do we believe things like this in the first place? And I think that's useful for anybody to have. And you know, if you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm there at RothschildMD. I talk about all this stuff quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, this is a really important subject, because it's not just about QAnon. It's about how we process information and how we allow it to influence how we think and what we do. And I think we're really all just figuring this out as we go.
Absolutely. And I think it's a great book. I recommend anybody who was into Q, believed in Q, even if you still do, I would say recommend it, because it's an incredible study. And it's also a great example of how groups can be influenced, how demagogues can reach certain groups with certain messages and almost put them under a spell. I mean, I think we're looking at a very effective alternative reality game being played out in front of us. And it's a fascinating study. So I'm going to send everybody to darkmatter.radio as well, where we have a link to your book. I have a couple more questions for you, if we can keep you for another 7 or 8 minutes here and just make it a 90 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Commenter here says, ask him if he thinks Q sent Kyle to Kenosha. Now, the background there is QAnon. Of course, Q has the number 17 attached to their symbolism. So you have Kyle, who's 17. He has a white hat when he shows up at a Trump rally, and then he goes to Kenosha. So his question is, do you think that Q sent Kyle to Kenosha, or have you come across that claim?
I haven't. I haven't seen a lot of the connection between Kyle Rittenhouse and QAnon. I don't think Q is sending anybody anywhere, and I haven't seen in his social any particular mention of Q. He intersects with a lot of those same people, like Lynn Wood, but I don't think there's any particular connection there that I've seen.
Right. Yeah, Kyle's an interesting character. I'm trying to figure out, is he just caught in the middle of something? I've been following his mother's pleas to get justice for Kyle or get him help because Lin Wood more or less exploited the kid's situation, kept him, I think, locked up a little longer to raise money, and it looks like a mess. But then I find other accounts where Kyle's at some bar hanging out with Proud Boys who seem to be doing some kind of initiation for him. So what are your thoughts on Kyle Rittenhouse? Is he innocent, just trying to defend a neighboring city, or do you think he's something of an activist or somewhere in between?
Well, I question why he was there. I mean, this is a kid who had to cross state lines to go to a counter protest. He wasn't in any danger. His city wasn't in any danger. I don't know why you're going there. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, it's clear what he thinks is going to happen because he's got an AR-15 and he's wearing rubber gloves. I mean, I don't know if that's intent to kill somebody, but I don't know what his intent was. I don't know why you put yourself in that situation, why you take that kind of risk. That's the question that I've had over and over about that incident is like, why is he there? What is he doing there? He's 17. It's a school night. What stay home and do your homework. Why are you in the middle of this? What do you hope to accomplish? And I'm fascinated by what is eventually going to happen when his trial takes place, because I find that to be really the most fascinating aspect of that whole incident.
Yeah, it really is going to be an interesting case. And yeah, that question came up because when we were following this story, a lot of QAnoners did indeed attribute this to, this was a white hat operation. And this idea of Q sent anybody, I don't think Q sent anybody anywhere, but the guy who led the Capitol riot had the sign, Q sent me. So no, Q doesn't send anybody anywhere, but people can, I guess, act in the name of Q. It's a fascinating topic. I'm glad I've had you on for this long. I have a commenter here says they just ordered your book. I highly recommend it.
Awesome.
And again, thanks for taking the time. We've had you on a good amount of time, and I'll put a link on darkmatter.radio to the Twitter account of yours to get the book, and also to the uploaded podcast so that you can share this around and other people can hear this and hear what you have to say on the topic. So again, thanks a lot for your time. Anything else you want to leave us with here, Mike?
No, that's it. Just, take care of yourselves. It's a difficult time right now. Everybody's sort of, under constant stress, it feels like. And I really encourage people to just take care of themselves and try to unplug every so often. And all the madness will be there when you come back on. So everybody just take care of yourselves.
Yeah, great point. Commenter here says, Q sent my brother to the funny farm. He's probably joking, but it underscores your point. Take some time off if you get caught in any of these echo chambers so you don't find yourself believing these strange things from cryptic voices from who knows where. Thanks again for your time, Mike. Have a great night, and I'll be in touch via email.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Thanks.
All right, everyone. That was Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything. I'll put a link at darkmatter.radio. Mary Smith says, thanks, Michael. I didn't know anything. Yeah, if you didn't know anything about QAnon, this is the way to find out. You have to talk to someone who's done the deep research because a lot of it is partisan attacks or simply ad hominem, suggesting that these people are motivated by hate. And that really wasn't the topic here. It's not a hate group. It's not a racist group. We're talking about a political conspiracy theory that's a combination of things. I mean, it's almost a religion. His description is perfect. A movement, cult, and conspiracy theory of everything. Nothing like it. It's probably the result of, 2020 and everything that followed from that. I mean, it's a fascinating topic. Anyway, thanks for joining. Subscribe below if you haven't. I'll put links, darkmatter.radio, in the chat. Definitely support the author and write reviews. That will help their book get more traction. Have a great night, and I'm going to return to the 24/7 stream, and whatever podcast is in the roster will take over. This is Bow Down Babylon by Empress Infinite.
Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. down on your knees and pray. Oh, evil man, you got to face your limitations. Babylon weeping your corruption. People got no time to lose. The system has their claws in you fools. I said the people got no time to lose. The system has their claws in you fools. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, down, down. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Pack up your things and run as fast as you can. Big brother is coming to devour you whole, rip through your soul. Beware of heathens, yeah, and those that smite you. Jaja is calling, your children be ready, don't get left behind. People got no time to lose. The system has no claws for you fools. I said the people got no time to choose. The system is making all you fools. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Say bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, your children. Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, your children. Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, Rastafari, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up,
Most of the names that we see, in particular, I like to point out Chauvin. How much clearer can you get? The Proud Boys, if you didn't know, are proud of what? Being Western chauvinists. So Derek Chauvin represents that side in this dialectic, the side of Western chauvinism. He's the indicator that, no, this is going too far, this is wrong, this is oppressive. So they chose the name Chauvin. Like, these aren't real people, these are lifetime actors. And that's one of the main things to take away from this form of assessing the media. Not taking for granted that everybody's honest and who they say they are. It's just basic spycraft and deception. And people who don't take that into account are naive. Echo Charlie says, the Kenosha hat trick was a thing of wonder, highlight of the 2020 riot season. Well, if it was real, and this actually was very telling, like, where do you stand on this? Whose side are you on, Kyle or the mob? Real or fake? Let's just take it as a thought experiment. Let's say Kenosha was fake. And you have 3 days of riots, the police are standing down for political reasons, and if you watch the footage, and let's just assume the footage was all, look, if it's a hypothetical, in this hypothetical situation, people were getting mugged, beaten. There were shootings. There was a lot of destruction. That wasn't fake. The question is, how do they insert an operation into the middle of it? A highly, an extremely well choreographed and very meaningful psychological operation, one that just drives the narrative. How do they put that into the middle of, actual riots? And I'm starting to think maybe it's not that difficult. It's just closing off a couple of blocks, maybe inserted footage. But anyway, real or fake, where do you stand on it? Because the story is he decides to go stand up for a neighboring city. And he does just that. And he doesn't actually attack anybody. It's all self-defense, even though he brings a weapon. So his critics say he shouldn't have been there. But what they don't say is the rioters shouldn't have been there. Do you realize how many of those rioters were bussed in from out of town? And this is the case with all of these events. So to criticize Kyle for going there without criticizing the rioters for going there reveals, well, you're on the side of the mob. If you're on the side of law and order as opposed to the chaos of the mob, then yeah, you would probably have to say, well, the vigilantes, the militia, filled in the power vacuum. And that's what it looked like. Restless Bear says, I don't have a hard time believing Kyle was real. It was an easy thing to happen during those riots. I didn't either. And the one thing that I still can't get around is the bicep. That's the thing. Because that is one of the finest examples of special effects I've ever seen. In fact, we talked about this for weeks in our Discord channel, where a lot of people are predisposed to just call it fake. But I wasn't satisfied with that. You can't just say it's fake and walk away. You didn't give us a burden of proof. And it caused us to do a lot of research into squibs, into special effects, into things we may have overlooked. But no one to date has actually provided any definitive evidence that it was fake. We have a lot of questions, and it is very questionable. Is it fakeable? Well, that's the thing. Is it fakeable? And my answer there is yes. And I was leaning towards real until Lin Wood stepped onto the set. Lin Wood, the attorney from, I think they call him Attorney of the Damned. He represented the Ramses parents. But when that individual entered the scene, I kind of thought, okay, this has got to be spectacle. And then Donald Trump goes to Kenosha, drops off a $42 million check. And I'm wondering, well, could this have just been a theatrical production to help sell his election? Sell the Purge narrative, like from the movie The Purge, where America is going to go to hell quickly if we don't get a law and order president back in. So I'm more inclined to think that Kenosha was just a movie, more or less, superimposed onto the real thing. But look, if I find out it was real, I'll give props where due. I've been saying for some time, someone needs to go find out. I'm not saying dig up any graves or twist any arms, but I don't think it'd be difficult to find out. And that's the thing. It's not on me to find out. It's on the person who's asserting the whole thing to be fake. Restless Bear says, I think they took advantage of a convenient situation. That's the other possibility. It's likely that you do have the real riots, but then you have the instigation. You have the agitators, the agents, the provocateurs. But then you could have an entirely pre-scripted, choreographed sequence of events inserted into the middle of it. Echo Charlie said Donald Trump wanted to win Wisconsin in 2020. Right. Well, there's a few other things about Kyle you should know too. It wasn't like he was just watching YouTube videos and he saw the riots and he said, I have to do something. His background was training with the police as young as 14 years of age. He was involved in fundraising and trying to foster inter-community communication with the police departments and the people in their neighborhoods when he was like 16. So he was already an operative, if you ask me. He was already an operative. He was trained for this. And there was something I thought was kind of interesting that night in Kenosha. A number of things stood out to me. In one scene, a police officer walks up to the militia individuals, and Kyle's among them, and he says, okay, we're going to push them down this way. I'm talking about the mob of people. And he hands Kyle and the other a bottle of water. So they get bottled water. And I thought, well, it could be something innocuous as giving them water, or it could be a sign to say, it's clear, scene is clear. We're going to go with the operation. We've closed off the set. The actors are going to come at you, and you're going to do your thing. So I'm open to the possibility that we looked at a psychological operation. I mean, the Derek Chauvin event was fake. I mean, the name is not a coincidence, and the correlation to Proud Boys, and the way that these events are symbolically, and in many ways, it's not just symbolically. There's subtexts that are pretty much overt, where they're linked to other events. The death of George Floyd and subsequent events has been linked symbolically to 9/11, to Rodney King and those riots. Well, Kyle's on trial, so that's going to be something to be following over the next few months. What happens with Kyle Rittenhouse? They're going to point out double standards. Like, how did he walk away from the scene holding a weapon, whereas anyone else holding a cell phone would have been shot? They'll try to play it like it was some kind of an example of privilege. And there is the possibility that Kyle is an innocent patsy, more or less, caught in the middle of a bigger scheme. His mother, Wendy, would kind of suggest this, unless she's an actress. And I'm saying this because she's trying to suggest that Lynn Wood manipulated the situation and exploited Kyle, kept him in jail longer to raise more money. And apparently Kyle and his mom, in their defense, they're out tens of thousands of dollars. They're trying to find all kinds of money that was due them, but went to all these other individuals who suddenly got in front of him and his cause and made him into a bit of a hero for a little while. But that bar scene is very fascinating to me, because at the bar scene that I mentioned earlier, I think it was called Pugsley's. So he's at the bar doing the AOK symbol. His mom's there, which is why it was legal for him to be at a bar. And they play this song from the movie Aladdin, Proud of My Boy. And that's, I believe, the Proud Boy theme song. So, again, it's all looking to me like a Fed-run operation. And Kyle, innocent, caught in the middle, or an actor. Again, I'm leaning towards actor. The only thing that will ever change my mind, and if you want to change my mind, you're going to have to go out to Kenosha and twist a certain arm. I'm not going to say whose. A Trump supporter warns CNN reporter of, quote, civil war if former president is not reinstated soon. Now, this is from thehill.com, and it's also a CNN reporter, so there's no reason to assume the person they're speaking with is a real person. But if you look at social media, you can kind of see the vibes and how people do think this is a real thing. He didn't lose. I know he didn't lose, one woman told O'Sullivan, indicating she believes the claims that widespread voter fraud led to an unfair election that swung in Biden's favor. He's coming back soon, and you guys are going down, a Trump supporter identified as Ron said, sparking laughter from the others in his group. The military knows it was a fraud. He won by over 80%. He's coming back in the middle of August. So that's about 6 weeks from now. Again, this is all backed up by things that have been said overtly and insinuated by people close to Trump or in the periphery there. Individuals like the Pillow Guy, Sidney Powell, General Flynn, they kind of seem to be doubling down on it. O'Sullivan asks, what happens if that doesn't come true? And the response is, we're going to be in a civil war because the militia will take over. A self-described member of the 3 percenters who attended Now that's another one too. The 3%ers is a group that was added to a terrorist list in Canada. So in Canada, 3%ers are terrorists. Anyway, it says at least 6 members of 3%ers have been charged with conspiring to attack the U.S. Capitol. One woman told O'Sullivan she believed that it was completely staged. And I believe that. In fact, I know that to be true. And until there's evidence to the contrary, I have no reason to not think that to be true. The so-called insurrection of 1/6 was a lot of cameramen, camera women or whatever, and theatrical photographs being taken, people being walked around, let in. It was not an insurrection. But you do have a lot of shady characters who showed up with weapons in their hotel rooms, and they're being arrested. And so they're painting this up to be, this was meant to be an insurrection. They were trying to take over. They wanted to hang Pence. But it all hinges on the testimony of a few very questionable characters. People like Jake Angeli, the guy with the Viking hat, who claims that Q sent him. And I talked to the lead Q investigator yesterday in that interview on Dark Matter, and he said Q doesn't send anybody anywhere. There is no Q sent me. But I want to point this out, though, because my thinking on this whole Q thing, and this is why I feel like it's a very important topic, is that everything we're experiencing now is part of a template. And I think that we're just reliving what happened after 9/11. So you have 9/11, and then you have the post-9/11 world. And the post-9/11 world was characterized by smaller attacks, the Patriot Act, civil liberties being curtailed. You had pro-war and anti-war. This 19-year program based on eliminating this worldwide ubiquitous threat, which is gone now. So the new 9/11 for this next 19 years, I believe, was COVID, which kicked off on 3/11, the date the pandemic started. And since then, you can see how the narrative has changed to where now, instead of radical Islamists that everybody's learning about, that we have to get educated on, the new threat. Like after 9/11, suddenly everyone had to become an expert on jihadis. Well, now the new threat is the QAnoners. And that's why I think it's interesting that the information about the group is being so, it's proliferating. You can't avoid it. And it's all obviously disinformation, but it's one of the dominant stories. This QAnon story. And the reason why I believe is this is a massive public misinformation campaign. So the public will accept the existence of a new threat, and it's the white Al-Qaeda. This is the plan. And I think it's a template. And as I said, it's all templated. Like after 9/11, you had certain changes that we went through. Certain issues arose because of this new threat. And we're seeing the exact same thing. And in many ways, QAnon is the Quran for the white Al-Qaeda, the vanilla ISIS. And one of the things I learned in that book, The Storm, is that the QAnon drops, if you total them up, it constitutes a larger body of work than the New Testament. Okay, let's see. So there you have it, your new terror threat. We're just kind of waiting. And I'm seeing some interesting things kind of popping up here. If you look at the Metascript perspective, a lot of building collapses, some kind of collapse-epidemic. Like, what's that about? And also the way that the collapse in Miami looks, it certainly recalls the Oklahoma City bombing, to my mind, which is a callback to the Turner Diaries. A very significant book there, the one that inspired Timothy McVeigh, because that book has made a comeback in recent days because of the 1/6 insurrection. I want to bring up something kind of random here. Someone had tried to suggest to me about a year ago that Steve Carell, the comedian, is actually playing the role of Alice Cooper. And so I have a picture comparing them. And so that's gone around for a while. That's not a new one. You've probably seen this. There's a number of reasons why it's not there. But anyway, then I have seen people making comparisons of Jill Biden and Alice Cooper. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but you got to draw a line somewhere. You can't say that Alice Cooper looks like Steve Carell and that Jill Biden looks like Alice Cooper. And then you put Alice Cooper, Jill Biden, and Steve Carell together, and you don't have a match all the way across. Because you couldn't say Steve Carell and Jill look anything alike. So it kind of debunks itself, but I just thought I'd put it out there. Not the same. Although I did find a picture, and I think it was posted by... No, it was actually posted by Alice Cooper himself, where he held up a photo, or a meme rather. He framed the meme comparing himself to Steve Carell. I'll see if I can find that post. Oh, look. According to FEMA, the best way to prepare for hurricanes, get your vax.
Can do to our communities and the importance of having an emergency plan and taking the steps to ready yourselves, your family, and your community.
You can take simple steps to prepare for hurricanes, including getting a COVID-19 vaccine and building a ready kit with items and documents you need in case you need to evacuate.
All right, get your vax and then pack your bags. Good advice. Right now, though, another one of the stories that we cover here quite often, or this ongoing development, is the attack on conspiracies, and that's the purpose of QAnon. I think the whole purpose of QAnon was to infiltrate the not conspiracy but alternative media and broad brush everybody. And I see that it's worked quite well, because now they can set a precedent and say, hey, conspiracy theories used to be a laughing matter. You know, look at the flat earthers, look at the Bigfoot believers. But now conspiracy theories make you dangerous. Sort of like religion. Oh, religion's fine, but we can't have radical religions. You know, this argument, this slippery slope argument that is used against religion can be used against the free flow of information itself. And that's what I think the ultimate purpose here is. I think it's about thought control and about censorship. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic, in my opinion, was a convenient excuse, just a cover, something to do in order to give them the opportunity to cure the infodemic. And the infodemic is the real thing. That's the information that contradicts the powers that be, the ones that control the media, and it's the real conspiracy stuff. Not the fake conspiracies that they give the masses to mock and laugh at, but the real questions. All right, let me go ahead and go through some voicemails. We have quite a few. Like I said, this probably goes back about 2 weeks. So let's just go through go back to 611.
Hello?
Okay, I think he calls back.
Hey, Tim, it's Steve Bergman calling from Canada here. I called in and talked on your show last year, and we had a good 3.5-hour interview. I'm curious why you didn't upload. I know your YouTube channel got deleted, but I'm curious why it didn't get re-uploaded on ips.com or whatever your website is. But look forward to chatting again soon. Looks like you're just wrapping up this show, so hopefully I'll catch you next time. And I got a whole bunch of new information. However the flow of the conversation goes, I'm sure it'll be a good one. So keep up the great work, Tim, and hopefully talk soon, buddy. Cheers.
Okay, and to answer that question once and for all, because it's a very tricky thing to have multiple things going on, live streams, audio streams, forums, Discord, social media, and having everyone on the same sheet just doesn't happen very easily. So what I've done is I've redirected infiniteplainsociety.com, and it takes you to a simple page that has links to everything I listed. So 24/7 stream is right on top. The forum is next. Latest on SoundCloud. Listen now on the 24/7 player. Gab TV, DLive, Minds, Odyssey. And I just updated these things. A Twitter account, podcast feeds. So the podcast feeds, if you click this one, this will take you to a list of all the different platforms that host Infinite Plane Radio, and you'll find we have Spotify, Radio Public, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Google Podcasts, Breaker, Apple Podcasts, and I believe we're on Amazon. My point is, if you subscribe to any of these feeds, you'll get the latest. And if you want the video, I'll usually put the video link in the description. And we also have the video links posted at that infiniteplanesociety.com. So, and if you didn't know, on SoundCloud, even though it's an MP3, I upload them all as video. So you can download it and you'll get the video. Echo Charlie says, why can't they just do a subliminal vax campaign? Right, exactly. Well, that's part of it. See, I happen to think that it's all a psyop. It's all meant to, it's a schism. It injects a schism into society. But the psychological operation is all about the boundary. So you got borders with your nations. You have your home, your front door. And you have your skin. Like all these different boundaries. And the threat of the needle going through the skin with an unknown taps into some primal fears, I think deep fears, fear of the unknown. And of course, the trust relationship that you have with government, I think, determines your relationship to the vax issue. And that's what they've been playing off of. So I think that they wanted it to be a polarizing thing. That's why they didn't just give it to us as a pill. Or just, hey, if it's convenient, just go pick up this pill because there's a bad bug going around. No, it's got to be this injectable. I think it's all a psyop. It's not a real transmissible pandemic that we're experiencing here. It's just a war game based on this hypothetical thing, like a demon that possesses. But that as long as you accept the premise, you're kind of stuck with this dilemma. Do I take the jab or do I not take the jab? Those of us who don't believe aren't really stuck with that dilemma. But the jab thing, the jab question, it's almost like, are you saved? You know, or, and this is again, it's a personal choice. Because this choice has everything to do with your role in society. Do you feel like you are accountable to everybody else enough to face your individuality a little bit, give a little bit for the community? So it gets people to do their part. I saw this tweet earlier today where an individual said, I got my vaxes, I wear the masks, I carry my hand sanitizer, and I still caught COVID because somebody didn't do their part. So, you know, the anti-vaxxers are pretty hateable at this point because the ones who are obedient still get punished for what the disobedient ones do. And this isn't all that dissimilar from certain religions, you know, like the Calvinist Baptists and others who, in their explanation of their particular view on Christianity, they see that God's judging the world because of the sinners. And you can't just let the sinners do their thing because you get caught up in this dragnet that when God floods, well, the flood doesn't really discriminate. So they kind of resent the ones who are triggering God's wrath. And it's not that dissimilar from global warming, where in much the same way, the non-believers are held to be responsible for what the believers are living through. That's where you get Greta with her, how dare you? You know, how dare you screw up the world? Okay, this is the tweet that I referenced. So apparently I don't have a cold. I tested positive for COVID. Yes, fully vaccinated. Yes, wear my masks and carry hand sanitizer. So far things are manageable. Mostly, I'm just mad that despite precaution, someone around me wasn't doing their part. Angry face emoji. So somebody else got him sick. He stayed clean. He got vaxxed. He's masked. He probably has a space junk helmet on, but somebody didn't obey. Some Trumper, some conspiracy theorist, some vax hesitant, super spreading bioterrorist. And this is an important point too. The left, the pro-vax, they would be pro-mandatory vax far before the right would, because they're pro-gun control, which is about government mandating, your self-defense be relegated to the authorities. So, it's about power relationships. And so they're mad because not everyone's doing it. And this is typical of religions. They can't just have their own faith and live and let live. No, they won't be happy until everybody's converted. And this is one of the themes behind the last major PSYOP, 9/11, where the terrorist ideology, when you get into it, the idea is that you can't have your second coming, you can't have your paradise until you've killed all the non-believers, the infidels. And that's what we see here with all forms of utopianism. So the anti-vaxxers, the non-vaxxers, you're actually considered to be infidels in this new paradigm. And the new religion, which most people, including most of your friends, family, and neighbors and co-workers are all part of, the new religion is a combination of Islam, Christianity, scientism, and Judaism, all mashed together. And the space program itself has given all of the faiths a new heaven. It's the new religion. The new Bible is essentially the smartphone. And here's the thing. Right now, we're living through, I believe, a mass curation process where now everybody has the Bible in hand. That is the authority. This is the authority on reality. You have the book that tells you everything you need to know about creation, your life, your role, what is forbidden, what is acceptable. The new Bible is the smartphone, but the problem is it has too many authors. See, in the Bible, you have one author, it's God. And you have a few spokesmen, men, and that gets the message out with the fewest amount of signal attenuation. It's a clear message. As clear as they could have gotten it, but you see it's not perfect. But the smartphone, the new Bible, this will be perfect. Once they curate it by eliminating all the heretical information, all of the conspiracy theories. And that's what they're working on right now. And I think that's where the Q story fits in, because they are giving the powers that be all the excuse that they need to take greater control over the content that we have access to. Now, if you look at the screen, this is from the NATO event, big witches convention recently. And what you're looking at is the digital monolith. And this is from the Charlie Kirk show. The image says, "Watch the world elitists ogle bizarre NATO monolith." So you have a digital monolith here. And we have discussed this at length. The symbol of the obelisk, the symbol of the monolith are synonymous. Only the monolith is also, I think, more about this monolithic worldview. And that's what they're praising right here. So it's a monolithic worldview. The digital screen on it says combat climate change. In the new religion, God's wrath is actually climate change. Because most of the people in the New World Order religion don't believe in God or the flood myths. But you give them a flood myth with science attached to it, you call it climate change, and they believe in it. Oh, by the way, happy birthday, climate change. Climate change turned 33 last month. But the significance of the digital monolith, this is what I wanted to get into. Because I've been saying, ever since we started hyper-analyzing Stanley Kubrick's film, that the screen, your smartphone screen, is the monolith, and this is the screen through which your reality is filtered. So you're being given a curated view of everything. And of course, if something gets in that they don't want you to see, they eventually censor it. And if you retain that information in your head, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a super spreader. And you have to have that information removed. So the lexicon of epidemiology applied to the spread of misinformation is very intentional, because they have been setting us up for this, for thought crimes. Because thought crimes, mind viruses, are transmissible and they lead to destruction and death and terrorism, etc. They had people accepting this premise for 9/11, where, oh, you have some Quran verses, you've been radicalized, let's dump some water up your nose until you confess, and we get these mind viruses out. We contact trace to see where you got them. So contact tracing actually started then. And I considered it to just be a new inquisition. Who was meeting with the devil? Contact tracing, who associated with who, and could they have picked up the devil virus? Well, it's the same thing here. The eradication of conspiracy theories is about the purification of your handheld Bible, the internet. The world of information is being curated as rapidly as they can digitally burn books. And that's what they're doing. They're just deleting stuff and replacing it with acceptable stuff. And they're preventing people from finding the wrong information in the first place. So it makes sense to me, though, that if we're going to take the monolith as a symbol for the curated worldview, that they would now be worshiping a digital monolith. Because it's no longer analog. They don't have to go send out their agents to go burn books or burn individuals. No, now you just delete the information and you censor and ghost and shadow ban the individuals. Problem solved. And I think that's the message here of the digital monolith. All right, let us continue. I have a few other things I want to go through today. So this is just a short opinion piece. A few things, actually. Let me bring up this one first. This is from the Daily Mail. So there's an organic food shop of QAnon believers, and it looks like they were targeted. So this is another example of, I think the public's getting used to seeing QAnons getting arrested. Started with 1/6. In fact, the author of the book, The Storm, wanted to reference the criminality of QAnoners. I didn't want to go there because I don't want to broad brush any group. Because the same individual, the same people, the same sympathies won't criticize Antifa, for example, and their myriad of crimes and violent offenses. But people are being accustomed and conditioned to accept that, yeah, it's normal to see QAnoners and conspiracy theorists being arrested. It's a strange thing that's going on. And I'm like, wow, look, organic food shop peddling dangerous COVID conspiracies. Its store's owners are arrested after refusing to serve customers wearing masks. Do you remember a time when wearing a mask into a store might get you, I don't know, the cops called on you because only robbers wore masks? Well, now we're in the post-reset phase where, society has gone cannibalistic, it's self-looting, and it's appropriate that we're all wearing, or that they're asking us to wear masks. And here we have these store owners don't want masked individuals in their store, and for that they get arrested. But they're called dangerous. Well, you don't have to go in there. There are other stores. Nobody's forcing you to go into a store owned by people who have political opinions that are wildly different than yours. You don't have to. It says the store's social media pivoted from 6 years of posts about healthy eating, as seen here, to conspiracy theories. Right. And that's another thing too. Conspiracy theorists are said to be immersed in their own universe. These conspiracy theorists are dangerous because they are constantly immersed in their echo chambers. But nobody ever talks about mainstream media extremists, which is the norm. I mean, mainstream society has been totally conditioned to think that they have everything right and that their fears are legitimate and acting on those fears is rational. But I'm like, nah, it's actually the case that the mainstream is in a cult. In fact, it's a doomsday cult. If you believe what you're supposed to believe, truly, you would be wearing a helmet right now for space junk. you would have so many fears, you'd probably never leave quarantine. Okay, it says here, June 29th, 2020, they started posting anti-vaxxer quotes, which rapidly escalated to posting several times a day with QAnon-style memes of COVID and U.S. election conspiracy theories. So you see this rapid escalation? This is the slippery slope. Like, oh, one day he listened to Alex Jones, the next day he heard a flat earth video, and next thing you know, he's shooting up a synagogue. Like, they always have these slippery slope stories. It says QAnon is a discredited far-right conspiracy theory that claims a cabal of satanic cannibalistic pedophiles run a global child sex trafficking ring and conspired against Trump while in office. The caption on the shirt says, "Everybody needs to rally. We need to wake up." At the last rally, I believe, in Ohio, I heard somewhere that they weren't allowing you to wear Q shirts, which I think is just capitulating to the MSM. You're going to let the MSM dress you? If they tell you to take the Q off your keyboard, are you going to take it off your keyboard? Here's an opinion piece from politicsusa.com. Opinion: armed rebellion threats confirm Trump is a national security risk. Now, these are the stories that the public will accept to be real. I'm telling you, this is the new ubiquitous terror threat, and this is probably going to be protracted for the next 18 years. This is going to be the new radical Islam, vanilla ISIS, and we're watching it, I think, unfold. I think it has to exist in the mind of the public first, and it's almost there. The insurrection planted the seeds, but I think we're waiting on another PSYOP, an OBL type thing, another Timothy McVeigh to step forward and instigate something. Because look at these opinion pieces. This is what people actually believe. It says, there have been plenty of warnings that Trump represents a clear and present danger to the national security of the United States. After the events of January 6th, there should have been a government-wide effort to silence the treasonous Trump, but there has not been. There have been ample warnings and threat assessments from intelligence communities that he's a national security risk, but little is being done to stop the maniac. Now, this is an opinion piece from Politics USA, but I'm reading this because it reflects what I believe the majority will accept. The top counterterrorism official at the DHS, John Cohen, says Trump's delusion about reinstated in August could lead to political violence in the United States. On Friday, MSM host Nicole Wallace was speaking to Mr. Watts and commented, "It's jaw-dropping that the disgraced, twice impeached ex-president's utterances are now a national security threat on a daily basis. It's remarkable that it continues on. It's also remarkable because it's significant online. Think if you're a believer in this conspiracy and you've seen everything from QAnon to January 6th and the inauguration, how would this not lead to violence over time?" So this is from the DHS, and they're talking about these rallies in Ohio, and they're suggesting that these are clear threats, and they call it the big lie. The big lie is what they call the notion that Trump didn't lose. They don't even call it election fraud. They say, oh, it's the big lie. And they're trying to just push it to the side. But if you've listened to Trump in Ohio, if you've listened to any of the people around him, no, actually, it does seem to be the case that they think he'll be reinstated. So it says, according to conservative journalist Charles Cook in an article for the National Review, quote, "I can attest that Donald Trump does believe genuinely he will be reinstated this summer. I can attest, too, that he's trying to recruit journalists, politicians, and other influential figures to promulgate this belief. This is not a fundraising tool. This is not an infantile bit of trolling or a trial balloon, but this is a fact." The opinion piece goes on to say, it's obvious that Trump supporters take it as a fact that treasonous Trump will be reinstated in August. And many of them are ready to take up arms against the government if this fails to come into fruition. It says, in a free society, it's difficult to muzzle fanatics and underlings like Matt Gaetz Marjorie Taylor Greene. So anyway, this is just an opinion piece, but I think this pretty much reflects how the masses see this QAnon thing, which is completely fallacious. It's a straw man. Just like the flat earthers they show you on TV are always the worst examples you could come up with. It's the same thing here. I've never met one of these violent insurrectionists they show us on TV. Echo Charlie says, healthy eating and yoga is the gateway. Yes, that's something that they've said too. Healthy eating and a belief that everything is connected. These are the things that define the yoga crowd, and the yoga crowd are said to be very susceptible to QAnon. The yoga crowd was called out last summer by the BBC for having a conspiracy problem. I think it's because they breathe too much. They're the ones who are just obsessed with the stuff, the air. Like, breathe in, get more of it. So, of course, the NWO, who's trying to cut down on our carbon footprints, would want to, clamp down on the breathers. All right, let's go through. I got some more voicemails.
Hey, Tim. Just wondering if we could auto-hoax the cyber attacks that are happening quite often the last few weeks. And I just noticed today at UMass Lowell, they went under a 2-day lockdown or cancellation of classes and due to cyber attacks. And I don't know. I just think my overall opinion of it all is that they are preparing us, like seeding the words and vocabulary into our diet of reading, so that when it actually happens, we know it. Just like in November and December, they talked about insurrection in the news, but in another way, and then they actually made it happen in January. So I don't know, food for thought.
Good call, and appreciate the message there. And the cyber attack threat, EMP threat, these are all things that have been wargamed. And everything they wargame, they do in reality, or what we call reality, which is an alternate reality game, if you really look at it.
Hi, my name is Alex from Ring Central Team of Experts, and this is a courtesy call to check whether you guys need assistance on your...
Oh, no, actually, we're back online. Appreciate that.
Hey, Tim, check this shit out. I just live in a little podunk town in Missouri, and they had their little Republican, fundraiser yesterday. And who shows up? The McCloskeys.
Oh, the McCloskeys. And the McCloskeys stepped out of the cover, out of the book, The Turner Diaries, right off the cover, into the world in 2020, 42 years from the publication of the book. The McCloskeys, the Turner Diaries, these are all very important figures right now in the zeitgeist. In fact, I've been doing a bit of Metascript analysis this morning, and I was just looking at the year 1969 and the parallels between 69 and 2021, especially with regards to the space race. But there's also a bit of helter-skelter, and a lot of this has been foreshadowed with the McCloskeys and the callbacks to the Turner Diaries, which we'll get into. It all does connect. So anyway, this individual is describing how he's out there in Missouri, and he came across the McCloskeys.
What the hell? I just want to tell you that they're paying them to run around to all these Republican fundraisers. Everybody getting their picture taken with them.
So they want to get their pictures taken with a couple that became famous for pointing guns at marchers on their street. Now, this was in the climate was a little chaotic. There were riots at the time. They knocked the fence down, but their house wasn't being broken into. Nobody stepped on her lilies. They didn't touch the lawn. So they come out with an AR-15, and she's got a gun, like a golden gun, kind of held sideways. It was just a psyop to say, hey, look, wealthy couple, no kids, giant mansion, very insecure and violent. Then you have the peaceful marchers, and they're in a city where they have a very high homeless population. And so the gated community has to confront this. So this is all theater, and I believe the McCloskeys are playing into it. And if you take a selfie with them, well, you just took a selfie with a couple that appear to be templated off of the cover of the Turner Diaries, the inspiration for white nationalists everywhere.
It just makes me laugh.
Okay, another voicemail from the same individual. Oh, this should be good. This is the Pac-Man one, I think.
That's all I got.
Yeah, this is the one.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about the Pac-Man world record because I saw that the highest score you can get for Pac-Man is 3,333,360. Then I started doing research on it. It was achieved by Billy Mitchell in 1999, and seeing that he faked the whole thing, and it was all certified by Twin Galaxies because he was a part owner in the company, and so they had a bunch of fake world records. The biggest one being Billy Mitchell with Pac-Man, and then he started trying to sue a bunch of people talking about it. And that's all I got.
Okay, so let me take a look at that.
Okay, so I wanted to...
Yeah, it does seem to be. The game's maximum score, 3,330,360 points. The Ballad of Pac-Man King. Yes, I'll look into this. And as you know, the number code always tells you stuff. The video games have been an integral part of this PSYOP entertainment complex. In fact, the most influential game of all time was Space Invaders, which was released 42 years before COVID. And the number 42, Outer Space Invaders, these things are always connected, but the video games have it all. I have a collection of video game covers, like one called Warp Speed. Like, think Operation Warp Speed. And the video game from decades ago is about driving around delivering vaxes at the end of the world. And the cover art has these meteors or something coming from the sky, space junk. And the space junk, and it all looks like COVIDs. All right, let us continue through the messages. I want to get through all of these. Here's another one from...
Hey, Tim. Can't wait till you're back. I got some real gravy here for you. If you could look up the U.S. Navy released footage of of course they're going to release footage of the 40,000-pound bomb explosion that triggered an M3.9 quake during a shock trial on the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford. So I don't know if you can see this video, but it's about 30 seconds showing the, whatever you're looking at. And I think it looks fake. I mean, I've never really started seeing things the way you do. And it's pretty funny. I actually think it looks like they just twisted some video game engine. And it's like I think they're trying to get us accustomed to seeing their new level of CGI. And that's messed up. I don't know if I can see it or if you can see it, but let me know. And anyways, that's it.
I'll take a look at the M39 trial on the USS Gerald Carrier. I'll look into this because our worldview, I believe, is more or less, and I found what he was talking about, it's informed by video evidence. And is video evidence? Well, television lies. A photograph is a lie. That there's a level of mediation that the mass minds have gone through, our minds have gone through. A lot of us have pulled out of it, but if you're still in it, yes, you have become acclimated to accepting obvious CGI as evidence of something real. You haven't ruled it out, and it matters. It matters in the aggregate. I mean, how many fake things have you accepted on bad evidence, and how does this, in the big picture, form your worldview? It may seem innocuous. You're like, oh yeah, I believe that I saw a video of space junk landing near, I think the last one that we saw was out in near Seattle. It was space junk. The other one landed in the Indian Ocean. But anyway, so you don't question it. You just passively accept, okay, space junk's real. Well, then when they amplify the PSYOP a little bit and they have space junk knocking down condos, well, you're not going to be in a position to say, no, they're just faking it to put us under space junk lockdowns. And a few years ago, you may not have believed that they could have done COVID lockdowns based on something like, with such a low kill rate. But I think space junk lockdowns, climate lockdowns, these are all things that they would like to have us go through, and they will accomplish this if people don't question the computer models and the simulations. So the caller brings up a good point that yes, we have been conditioned to live in a simulation. Okay, I have a few other voicemails I want to get to. Okay, let's see what we have here. Canada. Okay, a couple old ones here. I'm looking through. I think I have another one. I went through this one yesterday. I have an individual who's pretty mad about the debate with McToon, which is another discussion in itself, and we'll go over that separately. Because there isn't a debate to be had here. I mean, try to imagine, like, if you believed in, let's say, simulation theory. Debate simulation theory versus heliocentrism. It's like you're not even in the same ballpark here. It's not a debate. Nor is asserting that the world is flat, is that a reality denialist position? Because reality denialists would say that what we see isn't there. But nobody's disagreeing on what we see. We're disagreeing on the interpretation. And the interpretation that leads you to believe in outer space as presented includes the filter of their video evidence. So you have to look through their screens. You have to accept that to be real. And I kind of wonder, too, this moon landing thing, right? For decades, the moon landing hoaxers have been called out as the kooks. And it kind of moved on to flat Earth. And the more I look at the flat Earth topic and debate, well, look, I don't think you can debate flat versus round. I think it's fallacious. But you can easily debate moon landing, real or fake. You can. And so that's where I think we should be focused, or where I want to kind of focus, is on what we can debate. And I think that the flat Earth debate has been inserted, or is being inserted, in order to, I think, take away the credibility of people who could actually credibly criticize these space agencies and their hoaxes. Like, how are you going to be in a position to criticize the Mars bases or the lunar bases if you can't defend your, quote, model, if your credibility hinges on that? Why are you going to defend a straw man? And the model that you've been given to defend, and I say given because it just showed up one day, is full of holes. And it presupposes that it says a lot of things. Like, it presupposes that, that this evidence means, therefore, that we're enclosed. There's no more land. So the model we've been given automatically rules out that the world's any bigger. And I think that's a problem too. There's so many problems with the model we've been given, it's not defensible. And then also you have the biblical baggage attached to it. And you can't bring a Bible to a conversation about flat Earth any more than you can bring a Bible to a conversation about climate change. Now, let's talk about climate change. Well, let me get my Bible because I think God's doing it. Here's my verse. This one here says, oh, the sodomites make God mad and he will send the floods or turn you into a pillar of salt. It's like, no, I'm sorry, but that's not evidence. It's not evidence for climate change. You can't use the Bible for evidence about the shape of the world or the animals on it or anything. It's the source isn't admissible. And so no globe believer or even globe defender, none of these individuals debating would disagree with that. They would say, yeah, the Bible has no place because you can't trust it as an authority for a lot of reasons. And I would say this, and this is where they won't agree with me, that the screen that the screen that they get all their information from, that is the Bible of the day. And that if you accept everything that comes through the screen as absolutely true because it came from that authority, well, then you're in the same position as the people pushing the false biblical model. And it's false because it hasn't been conclusively proven. Even if it turns out to be accurate, you don't have a model right now. There hasn't been any investigation, no new evidence for either side. And you won't ever see any attempts to unite on this and explore, because they don't even want to have doubt. What they're doing is I think they're mostly attacking the idea that the people who doubt establishment science can actually have a point in the first place. They don't want to admit that you have any points. You know, when I talked to this Mick Toon, and one of the first things we discussed was the ISS, I brought up how they have an arm, and the arm was hit by a piece of space junk. The piece of space junk ripped a hole in the arm above its elbow. That's what they reported. And so I said to him, okay, you find this to be interesting? He said, yes. And I said, well, the mission was called Celestial Immunity. So isn't it interesting that the ISS got vaxxed? And I believe he laughed at that, but then changed the subject. But my take on it is that, no, this is not just a coincidence. This is not just a way of telling a story based on a random occurrence. No, the fact that the ISS got, for the first time, hit with a piece of space junk in the arm above the elbow on a mission called Celestial Immunity tells you that this is a propaganda operation. That alone is so discrediting. So we're not in a place to debate, because they can't defend the space station, and they won't even try to defend it. They want to keep you focused on the Earth's curvature. Do you know the curvature of the Earth? And can you see too far based on your vantage point? And then you include their formula that includes the assumed radius of the Earth. There are so many assumptions built into it, but you can't say that the flat Earth quote model exists and that it's competitive with the globe model, because the globe model, if it is a lie, then it's going to fit your expectations. You know, same thing with the ISS. When you look at the space station, the footage that is from the inside, or the spacewalks, well, if it's not real, what you're being given is meant to fool you. Every question will have an answer. Every observation will have a false explanation. I mean, the naivety of the people defending things like global warming and pandemics and even the globe itself, the naivety is what kind of astounds me here. In a way, it's no different than the nature of those who are faithful in their religion. I would call them MSM fundamentalists. And the MSM, the mainstream, is what comes through the screen. And it's beyond simply the mainstream news. It includes entertainment. It includes all of your comic books, video games, really all media that gets published falls under this. And if it doesn't, it's usually getting censored or marginalized. I have a video here, Crisis Shakers. I've been seeing a lot of these show up, and when I see videos like this, I think we're looking at a psyop, the other side of the COVID psyop. So if you remember last year, people were dying of COVID everywhere, and you saw the actors on the screen. Well, now the anti-vaxxers have their victims.
I'm Skelton, and I'm very real, and unfortunately, this is also very real.
So she says, I'm very real, and unfortunately, this is real. And it's a video montage of people shaking and saying that they got the vax. Now, they're not at the hospital. They're not talking to the doctors. They're not getting big settlements or payouts. You're not going to see them on the nightly news. No, they go to Instagram. They shake it up. They shake their money makers right on over to GoFundMe. Help people who have been injured by the vax. This person here says, I pray that everyone keeps donating to help with the circumstances. Like, yeah, keep throwing the money at them. They're raising $50,000 for these 5 crisis shakers. That's the term I coined today, crisis shakers. Hey, if any of you watched South Pole's Saturday Night Live parody, there was a skit that was mocking Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and their rocket envy. Well, look what got posted today. This is a comparison of Blue Origin and the rocket that's going to go to Mars. This space race thing is all reminiscent of 1969. You have a lot of competition between these, and it does turn out that, yes, Jeff Bezos is going to space with his brother. However, Richard Branson's going to get there first. Richard Branson has already started his countdown. If you follow his Twitter, he's going to space on 7/11, the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. Interestingly enough. All right, let me go through the rest. I think I have all the voicemails covered. I want to double check. Here's Richard Branson talking about going to space to check out the customer experience.
I am so proud to have this remarkable crew of mission specialists and pilots by my side as we fly into space. I've always been a dreamer. My mum taught me to never give up and to reach for the stars. This July, our dream will become a reality.
This July, our dream will become a reality. I mean, you see how reminiscent this is of 1969? This is why you have to read the Metascript. Go to the Metascript.com if you haven't, because there is a templating going on to our reality. And if you can see it in the big picture, then you'll see the nuance. And 2020 summer was templated off of 68. And we were looking, last year I was saying, if this is their methodology, if this is their MO, then next year we're going to see 1969. We're going to see space race, rockets to the moon. We're going to see another Charles Manson, and who knows what else. You just go through the history books and see. And in many ways, we do see this rhyming of history right in front of our eyes. So I find that to be very fascinating that on 7/11, the anniversary of Skylab, we've got Virgin Galactic going to space. Another kind of interesting occurrences here. Statues of Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth II have been toppled, desecrated, and damaged in Canada. In the same day, I see a statue of Princess Diana go up. I've also seen a video of simulations showing satellites being taken down by the Chinese military. And someone sent me this. This is Call of Duty Season 4. And you have imagery of satellites being taken out of orbit. It's just one of the things we'll be covering soon. Anyway, if you're concerned that anyone you know is becoming an extremist, I have a link here. It's from Facebook. It says, "We care about preventing extremism" in Facebook. Others in your situation have received confidential support. How can you help? Facebook and Twitter are both trying to stop extremism at the source. So if you know an extremist, make sure you go report them to Facebook and other social media giants. All right, thanks for joining. This is Where's the Curve by Chief Crow. Subscribe below and get the replays, podcasts, and also InfinitePlaneSociety.com is now a hub with all of the links that you could possibly need.
point of truth. Where is the where is the where is the where is the
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheep's in the herd, the crazy ones which society help. No.
For another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
Okay, thanks for joining. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms, Auto Hoax. I'll put a link to the song in the chat. You can get links to all the music played at Infinite Plane Radio. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com. That's the new hub. Phones are open right now, 833-311-1984. And I'll go over a few topics. It's kind of open phones, open topics. Open phones for open minds, but we're also very tolerant of closed minds. So if you're closed-minded, and also if you hear the gunfire out there, it's just fireworks. It's not. Sounds like a war zone. Okay, again, 833-311-1984. The people out there are celebrating their freedom. It's not as ironic this year since people aren't wearing masks, except for the ones who voluntarily wear them. And I find that the anti-masking position is now kind of in a funny way, because if you're opposed to the masks, don't wear one, but the people who want to wear them still can, and we're really not obliged to stop them. And I think all along it's always been not anti-masker, you've just been anti-mandatory masking. And that's how you know they were trying to brand you and impugn you by saying, oh, you're an anti-masker. It's like, well, no, you're pro-face, or they're anti-face. If you're going to go with labels, the mask Karens were anti-face. And many of them still are. But no, in truth, you were just against the mandate. And as it's been lifted, you see people just dropping it. And I still do see people here and there. And I find them to be interesting. I'm like, well, okay, they watch a lot of TV. If you're that scared, why are you leaving the house? I used to avoid people on purpose, just by, for lines, avoiding traffic. I would do things at night. Like, it's not hard to avoid people, but if I thought I could die and I have to wear medical protective devices to go outside, I wouldn't go around people. So I think they're very brave, we'll say that. The brave people wearing the masks, conquering their fear. It's like, wow, you broke out of quarantine? Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I chose 311 because the present zeitgeist, which gets an update every so often. So after 9/11, we had the post 9/11 universe that we lived in for 19 years. Now we're in the post 3/11. So if you've been paying attention, 3/11 was the date that they declared the pandemic. It was the new 9/11 for all intents and purposes. That's where all the predictive programming pointed, as it did with 9/11. You had a lot of preparation for that particular date. Only 3/11 wasn't hyped the way 9/11 was. So looking at it through that lens, you can see, okay, well, the next 19 years, we're going to be in this new universe. So it's the post 3/11 world, post COVID, and not post because it's not over. It won't be over. What's also interesting, and this is one of the topics, is that they've reinvented the previous threat of radical Islam, but now it's the radical QAnon. It's quite literally that, as you'll see, as you've probably noticed, that the radicalizing verses of the Quran have been replaced by the radicalizing verses of QAnon, and now you've got vanilla ISIS everywhere. White Al-Qaeda. And I put the 1984 in the number because that's the year it's always going to be. I don't think Orwell was warning anybody about how things could go wrong. I think he was just describing things as they are. All right, here's a couple of the topics I wanted to get to tonight. One, I want to talk about this Metascript again. You know, we're often talking about the zeitgeist that we're in and how it's guided. That's the thesis of the book, The Metascript Decoded, is that there is guidance, that there is a bit of news bending, a projection of agendas decades into the future by framing the news, framing the entertainment, framing the movies, to lead the mass mind to specific conclusions, you know, like drills in the mind. So anyway, last summer, and this is one of the things we talked about extensively, last summer, 2020, was templated off of 1968, and that was reflected in a number of ways, which we talked about, but I was thinking, well, is this the MO? In other words, if 1968 is being used as a template for 2020, are they going to follow this? Are we going to see 69 being reflected in 2021? And sure enough, as you've noticed, 1969 has kind of resurfaced with the talk of the race to the moon, the space races. And there are a number of space races going on right now. Races to the moon, races to space, competition between the space CEOs here in America. Then you have the Chinese and their race to Mars. Then you have Tom Cruise and his race to film the first movie on the ISS. So this has all been against the backdrop of the crypto talk, which kicked off with Elon Musk and the Dogecoin to the moon meme. So this to the moon talk and its association with these space personalities has been pretty prevalent if you're just looking at the zeitgeist here. So I'm looking into this 1969 and I came across something very interesting. So one of the things that we noted last year, 1968, aka 2020, you had these peaceful protesters, and they were called peaceful. That's just how the media framed them. And it was kind of perplexing. I'm like, are they just gaslighting us? You know, why would they keep calling them peaceful when they're stopping cars, fighting in the streets, burning things, breaking things, even if they're only damaging property and not killing people all the time? It's not peaceful by definition. But this got me thinking, okay, well, this could be part of the script. And so here's where it ties in to the past. So 1969 was when the peaceful hippie types became violent. At least this is exactly what Charles Manson was talking about. And by the way, when Charles Manson became a cult leader, he became a cult leader after he was released from one of his stays, and I think he was 33 years old. Cult leader Charles Manson became the 33-year-old. Anyway, this is one of these stories I wanted to get into today, the story of Charles Manson and Helter Skelter and its relationship to 1968, 1969, and how it seems to be kind of reflecting today. And we'll get into this. I have a bit more to talk about on that, but before we get any further, I also wanted to comment on this. Richard Branson going to space in 7 days on 7/11 happens to be the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. Richard Branson is competing in the space race between these space popes here, between Bezos and his brother and Branson. Let me go ahead and go through your comments before we go any further. One Step Too Far says, did you see the cop kill the guy who stopped the mass shooter? No, have not yet. Have not yet. But go ahead and post a link and I'll go over it. So let's go ahead and get into this. My main point is this. Charles Manson had this prophecy about this race war, and he was trying to instigate it, interestingly enough, with a psyop. That's what they were doing. And he imagined in his head that the Beatles album, the White Album, was communicating a message to him. And this is what he was communicating to his cult followers. So you have this this album that he's reading all kinds of significance into. And so the song Revolution Number 1 is the one that he interpreted. Much like QAnon, you could take messages and interpret them in any way. With this particular, with the Manson cult, they interpreted these Beatles songs in very self-serving ways. So they took Revolution Number 1 to mean this, though, that it was a transition from peaceful protests to violent revolutionaries. That this was basically what he was suggesting, that they had, that he was there to kick off this revolution, which he called Helter Skelter. Now, here's one of the lines in here is, well, this is what his interpretation was, that they were in the end of days, basically. Now, Helter Skelter, this song, Revolution Number 9 is another one. Revolution Number 9 is just noise. It's machine gun fire and oinking of pigs with the word rise being chanted. I mean, I find it to be unlistenable. I think it's garbage. But the fact that Charles Manson was basically creating a psyop, a false flag, blaming these murders, real or fake, I think they're probably fake, but blaming these murders, scapegoating blacks in order to kick off a race war. It's like he should have just gone to work for CNN. I mean, that's a very Jussie Smollett type of operation. But that's what they were doing. Anyway, I find it to be very curious, very interesting material. And again, I'll get into why, and it has to do with this Reflections of 1969 in 2021. And that's one of the things I'll be returning to as we get deeper into this. In fact, I've been updating some of our mind maps. Other things to talk about. A few other things. This is Big Think. We are all conspiracy theorists. Trump's rally just ended, and Salon just put something out a little while ago. Donald Trump's real legacy, the weaponization of alternate reality. It's funny, like the media has no self-awareness. It can talk about how putting people into an echo chamber of conspiracy theories can make them violent, or they're in an alternate reality. They're being manipulated by demagogues. And it's like, what do you think you're doing? Most of the hate crimes are instigated, all of the wars are supported and instigated by MSM. It's not the conspiracy theorists causing the problems. But we talked about this earlier. What we're actually seeing is a mass purification. It's a holy war. It's a holy war, and they make it look like they're trying to, clean up the surfaces of things that could, germs and viruses. They want to sanitize things, but no, they're trying to clean your minds. We're looking at a global brainwashing operation. I've been saying for some time that the Plandemic was really just a cover for getting rid of memes and ideas. In other words, they're fighting an infodemic. The infodemic is real. The scamdemic is what it is. I mean, there's hardly any point in really going deeper into that. Also, just so you know, tonight we're going to be adding more music to our 24/7 live stream. I'm also going through archives. So if you have any requests, if you have any tracks you haven't heard in a while, we're also creating videos for some of these tracks to put them back into circulation. And I'll be playing a couple of those tonight. In fact, let me go ahead and take a quick break while I make sure my phones are on. The number is on the screen, but this is a track from One Step Too Far. This is Moon Man. Be right back.
I roll a 8 in a book, they ask me what that took. I manipulate mathematics, roll up on a math book. You getting shook, I'm shaking bacon. All these looks that you be making cause offenses that I be taking. So watch it before you make them. Shooting stars and asteroids, the night sky is fantastic, boy. Making straight galactic noise when flashbacks hit from acid, boy. And every time a flashback hits from every single acid hit, I remember just what happened when the last few times I had a bit. Anyway, let me get back to the night sky. Where you're looking, you'll find me when I die. So fried, oh my, I'm burning a bunch of lies. The shit that ain't never harsh, in fact the shit is always kind. So I made a game plan to stay landed on the moon. Leave me stranded dancing in my moon pants and chanting about a new sense of sense that I'm free from urgency and nothing could be hurting me. And when I walk I'm hurdling, gravity's now absurd to me. I'm on the moon, man, I can't stay on the ground. Just call me Moon.
All right, that's a sample of one of the new tracks, of a few others. And of course, I'm also going to make an effort here. And if you're listening, if you're one of the contributors to Infinite Plane Radio, I do want to have short interviews, maybe introductions to some of these tracks from some of our artists. So I'll have them call and we'll pre-record some interviews, etc. Maybe even take questions, which is one of the things we can do with this phone system. We can take third-party callers, fourth party. Not that I care to. You know how it devolves so quickly, especially when people are vehemently in disagreement with one another. Okay, so I have a few things here I want to go through as well. This is something that might give some hopium. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, how's it going? I called a few weeks ago with the Sharp Power Economist magazine.
Oh, yes. And I remember? Yes, the Sharp Power Economist magazine cover from December of 2017. And I talked about that a few times because it says the new sharp power of Chinese influence. And I'm like, new influence? That sounds like flu or influenza and then Chinese. And so, yeah, that was a great find. And you also pointed out some of the video games, the video game covers, like Warcraft.
Yeah, I have a few others for you if you're interested too. I just came across recently. And I was wondering too, if you ever looked into the, I think his name is Larry Salona, the guy who wrote the obituary on Kubrick.
No, actually, I haven't looked into it, but I think somebody had mentioned something about the date of the obituary. Why don't you fill me in on that one? Because I think that was a really important point.
Yeah, like when I called, it was just like off the top of my head. I didn't have the information available, but I went and looked it up after we talked. And so he worked for The Guardian, obviously, because I thought it was like The Times for some reason, but Kubrick was living in London at the time. So this guy named Larry Salona, he was like the main obituary writer for The Guardian, and he wrote Kubrick's obituary. And Kubrick also had this exact writer write the obituary for the woman who died in Eyes Wide Shut, and even says Larry Salona in the film. And then another interesting thing about that is Larry Salona is an anagram for Royal Lancer, so that's kind of an interesting point too. And if you want to look up like an interesting video about this, there's a channel called Collative Learning, and he has a video called "The Plot Thickens," and it's about this topic.
Awesome. I'll look into it. And if you care to, infiniteplane.media is the forum, and I'm having people post links there, and we have a lot of people looking into it. And yeah, that's a pretty solid one there, because there are many indicators that Kubrick's death was faked. That it was, I mean, he's probably dead, I'm sure of it, age-wise. However, his theatrical death, and of course, the release of his last movie being timed with the Apollo anniversary, everything about it suggests pre-planning. So the fact that it's encoded into his movie, which is a key plot point, the death of that particular character, doesn't surprise me.
Right. If you wouldn't mind looking up something, there's a Time magazine cover that I think really plays into the whole, everything is scripted thing. And it's from 2008, I believe, and it's called Why the Economy is Trumping Race. That should come up on an image search.
Okay, here we go. Why the Economy is Trumping Race. And I think I remember seeing this one, and this is the one that has President Barack Obama with the devil horns and divided into black and white and color. What is it about this cover?
Well, it's got the word Trump in it. So right there, it's like, black and white, Trump, like pushing the race issue.
Got it. I see that. Yes, absolutely. And that's something about Trump that I find very interesting and telling here, because if you want to think he's rogue, go ahead. But there's no one I can find more hardwired into this metascript than Donald Trump. In fact, today is the 36th anniversary of Back to the Future. And that movie, of course, Donald Trump is in it. He is Biff Tanner, the inspiration for Biff Tanner. And it's loaded with predictive programming for 9/11, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, for sure. No, Back to the Future is crazy. And to add on that, too, the Biff Tannen character is a conglomeration of Trump and Elvis, which ties into the Jurassic Liars theory.
Totally, yeah. I mean, if you took Elvis and Trump and you just merged the two, you would arrive at Biff Tannen. And they did that on purpose, I believe. I think it's all intentional. That movie is very significant also because of the time travel and the numbers in that movie. It was released in 85, but it like Trump there's all kinds of references with Donald Trump to time travel, always involving the number 85 and 58. I mean, even Trump Tower is 58 stories high. There's so much about that movie. In fact, I have some links on it. So no, I always appreciate when you find examples of predictive programming like this, because it just tells us, yes, we're looking at a stage.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever heard of the movie Daybreakers?
No. What is Daybreakers?
It's got Ethan Hawke in it, and so it's pretty intense. It's a movie about widespread virus, like pandemic, that starts with a bat, and it basically turns terrible people, if you will, into vampires, and then they turn people around them into vampires. So it's kind of like a vampire pandemic. And then what's really interesting about the movie is there's a character in it literally called Elvis, and his blood is the key to the whole, finding a cure for the thing. And he even wears a jacket that has a phoenix dragon symbol on the back, and he drives a Firebird. And on the side of the Firebird, it says rising from the ashes. So it's got some pretty intense imagery in it.
That really is. And I hadn't made that correlation. Okay, so this is all very fascinating to me, because the symbol of the bat has been used with the Batman franchise with Dark Knight Rising as a phoenix, this burning bat. And the phoenix means reset. You burn down, build back better. And what was the catalyst for the reset? Well, it was the bat, the virus. Mm-hmm. And I hadn't made the correlation between the bat and vampires until very recently. Like at Transylvania's castle, they were giving out vaxes, or you can kind of scramble Dr. Fauci's name into Dracula if you bend the F into an A. My point is, I hadn't made that connection, though, to Dracula or vampires very much until just now. And now that I think about it, the very first zombie fiction was I Am Legend, which became The Last Man on Earth, which became all these other ones. But it really started with Richard Matheson's I Am Legend. And in that one, it's a plague of vampirism. And he's the last human in a world of vampires. Like, that's the plot of the movie, The Last Man on Earth. So, yeah, this is a very interesting find here. Daybreakers, all these elements, vampirism, plagues, and bats.
I think there is something to the vampires, because, like, we're inundated with all the zombie, stuff in mainstream media, but also vampires are everywhere. And even in that movie, Daybreakers, there's kind of like a factory, basically, where one of the main characters is played by Sam Neill, who's in a lot of, these predictive programming movies. And they have like a harvesting center where they're actually hunting down humans with pure blood, and they're storing them because that's what the vampires feed on. So it looks like the Matrix too, where they're almost in like Matrix pods in like this big like containment facility.
Fascinating. Yeah, that's a story right now in Newsweek. Actually, it's an article from a couple of months ago. But can blood from young people slow aging? Silicon Valley has bet billions on it. I mean, I heard that Peter Thiel was injected with young blood. I mean, if he was, it's not working. I've heard that Al Gore has a refrigerator van following him, and it's full of blood packs that he ingests. I think David Icke said that. I find that believable, but I haven't seen anybody conspicuously not aging.
Yeah, I find that not credible too. Like, I've heard people like Alex Jones say that they have like this anti-aging technology and all that, but I don't see that in effect. What I kind of think it is the people who don't get this, V, they're going to have like the pure blood that's going to be so desirable to these people.
Now, what about this? Because, I do think vampirism is a thing, but could it all just be psychic? As in, like, if they feed off the fear in some way, could they be harvesting our energy? And is that all they need? Or do you think there is going to be some eventual culling, as so many think?
Well, I think both are plausible. There's even a scene in Daybreakers where Sam Neill, he's kind of like the head vampire. He drinks someone's blood, and he's even like, this blood's, even tastier than normal because it's full of your fear. So they do talk about that pretty often in these programming things.
Unbelievable. See, that's what's so insane about this, is that like, I was talking to one of the biggest skeptics of this whole notion. He's an author who wrote a book really countering everything QAnon says. But you can't say they don't have a point when everything in the culture seems to constantly reference this predation, this intra-species predation, that the elite class are somehow involved in blood drinking or whatever. And it's all over. I mean, I'm always talking about the one where Lady Gaga has the piano shaped like a human brain, and she's got Freddy Krueger gloves while she's playing the music. And the song,
oh yeah, that's crazy.
And the song's called Adrenochromatica. No, it's called Chromatica, but you think adrenochrome. And her mouth has this glowing mask that's glowing purple. So I think that song is just kind of flaunting it, the performance. So I can see why people arrive at these conclusions. And Sam Neill, I'll have to check this movie out, because he's always in movies that contain a great amount of symbolism. Like, he was in that In the Mouth of Madness, which is one of the few movies I've watched probably more than 5 times.
Yeah, that movie's like all of John Carpenter's stuff is it's almost like a Kubrick level, the way he implants all these things in the films, and he just seems like he's just as connected.
I think so. I think some of the ones who, there's a few of these directors that I think are meta-scripters, and it's indicated in their films. And I have a list of them, and also authors as well, worth looking at. And that's why I find it fascinating when you bring up things like these Economist covers. Well, we have Economist covers, we have the movies. All these things are communicating the zeitgeist right out in the open, and that's what we're reading. These video game covers are also very fascinating. So Daybreakers, the battle for blood begins. Even that is very suggestive of the Vax Wars, the battle for blood, and it's got the crossbow, like the penetrating device.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. There's a lot of crossbows in the film.
Fascinating. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. What else have you come across as of late?
Well, speaking of John Carpenter, it's kind of interesting that there's an alternate cover for Escape from New York. If you look up Escape from New York Laserdisc, I think it's the Japanese version, but it's another really in-your-face 9/11 one that I haven't seen anyone reference before. Okay. But if you look at you can see the helicopters, they're all facing the towers, and all their lights are just directly over the two towers. And then you have the one eye symbolism and all that.
Right. Okay, I think I see the one that you're talking about. And this is I'm actually, I'm looking at the novel. Escape from New York, a novel by Mike McQuay, John Carpenter, and Nick Castle. And it has the burning towers. It says the height.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so the book cover, he's facing burning towers. That's the fire's in front of the towers, but you can look at the way the picture's arranged. So that's an interesting example. And now I'm looking at the one you referenced. And this one, is this the one with the Statue of Liberty on the ground?
No, that's the main cover. There's one where it's a big, Kurt Russell's head is the main focus of it with the one eye. And two towers are kind of in the background with a bunch of helicopters facing them.
Okay, I'll come.
You might have to add in, if you do a Japanese Laserdisc, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, I'm finding it here now. The Japanese version. And you're correct. I can see added layers of symbolism. The one eye symbolism is always prevalent on so many movies. That's fascinating. Yeah, another metascriptor, another author worth looking at. And even this novel might be worth looking into. For example, Tom Clancy's a novelist who's being credited with having predicted a number of things. And it's uncanny. Did you know Some of All Fears predicted 9/11, more or less. And on 9/11, an American astronaut was reading that book, and he claims that he...
Oh, there, I see it on your screen.
Yeah, he claims that he witnessed 9/11 while reading a book about it. I mean, so unbelievable.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I saw it flash on your screen there. It's not that one you have. There's a few, obviously, but it's the one where Kurt Russell's head is really big.
Oh, okay. I see. The one where his head is... There's the snake is back. There are so many here. I'm kind of inundated with covers, but notice, though, how conspicuous these things are. Between the Twin Towers and the Space Needle, that's where a lot of the focus seems to be. Do you think the Space Needle has had its comeuppance yet?
I don't think so. I'm kind of... I know that Jurassic, his dates, haven't quite panned out yet exactly, but I kind of feel like it's going to happen maybe I don't know, within the next 3 years.
Yeah, I've been following Jurassic's work, and I think you might be right. And, oh, by the way, I did find your cover here. And, yeah, it definitely has helicopters firing, and the bullets are going right through the towers. And, Donald Trump claims that he saw the second plane from his... one of his building.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was you probably know this, but his apartment was used in the movie The Devil's Advocate, and they probably did have a front row seat for that whole event.
I think so too. I think they were laughing. I mean, I think that they really get a kick out of this stuff. The Dancing Nurses says it all. And did you know the date of the Freedom Tower, or rather the One World Trade Center Tower, the one that replaced the Twin Towers? Do you know the date that thing was opened?
I think it's 11/3. If that's correct, I learned it from you.
yeah, it's an 11/3. 13 years from the 33-year construction to destruction ritual. So they're built in 68, taken down in 2001. 13 years later, a Phoenix number, the new tower opens on 11/3, and it's 1776 feet tall. And I have found a number of references with that number that tie it to the Tower of Babel, another topic, but nothing is coincidental. And you can see the integration between the real events and the fictional events. I mean, this is incredible. Great find here on Escape from New York.
So this is kind of a weird one. I never heard of this movie before. I think it was a television movie, but if you look up The 10th Kingdom, and it would be like the VHS covers of it. It's got the New York skyline, and it's like a total like as above, so below, and it's even got like a big like devil on the top. So I mean, it's really an interesting one when you think about like this is like the inverted kingdom.
Okay, this is interesting. Let me take a look because now I see this. I see this. The 10th Kingdom.
And there's two different versions of the cover.
Okay, I'm going to go through a few, and I found the one that you talked about that has the devilish face on the top with the Twin Towers reflected on the bottom.
And then they do the opposite too, where the towers are on top and the other like Fantasyland is on the bottom. It's like they're purposefully inverting it with their two versions.
You know, someone sent me an image today, and I bet I can pull it up really quick. It was from an article about how the space station may need to be retired. They were talking about the death of the space station. And the cover had this appearance where it looked like the solar panels on the top were the towers, and the ones below were a reflection. Not that dissimilar. Here it actually is. The article is, the ISS as we know it may be coming to an end. But take a look at the solar panels and tell me it doesn't look like the Twin Towers and then like a reflection, like they're mirrored. There's just kind of an
oh yeah, definitely,
kind of reminiscent of the cover we're looking at here, and I think that might even be the meaning, because I think we're looking here. I believe we're seeing the Tower of Babel. I think that's the main symbolism behind this thing, and it should be an interesting week. By the way, in 8 days or 7 days now, Richard Branson is going to space. Coincidentally, I'm sure, on 7/11, which is the anniversary of Skylab falling to the Earth 42 years ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's quite the coincidence.
And people who look at...
They're also doing that... Oh, sorry. They're also doing that EMP test on the 9th.
Oh, the EMP test. And this is consistent. Anything they do in drills, it's not because they want to stop it from happening. I mean, this is so peculiar. You do fire drills so you don't get burned at school, but everything else they drill for happens to us. Oh, we drilled for terrorists. It happens. We drilled for COVID 19 years ago. It happens to us. So if they're drilling for space junk and it happens a year later, you can bet that these EMP drills they have been doing are putting key agents and assets in place. So they're going to do it. And whatever they do, I hope they don't kill the internet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, if their predictive programming pans out with Blade Runner 2049, sometime around 2020s, they had like a full, solar flare or something, some major EMP event where all the digital data got wiped out. So I mean, I hope it doesn't go that far, but it might.
Yeah. And commenter here says drills are rehearsals, and that's kind of how I look at it. And there's a number of video games that are showing satellites being shot down. That's been a reoccurring theme of late. In fact, I was mentioning the song Helter Skelter because the first line says something about a she falling down. And the whole song is about, of course, this instigated war. And as I said, I believe 2021 is partially templated off of 68. So I'm looking for predictive programming that way. I mean, if predictive programming is real, as we're demonstrating here, then you can look back and you could find it to be a predictive model if you know what you're looking for. And anybody who's looked at the Metascript, like the Metascript.com, the breakdown, the connections with the number 42 will understand why it's so consequential that Richard Branson, Virgin Galactic, another reference to the goddess of the night sky, why Richard Branson would be going to space on the anniversary of Skylab falling. I mean, that's quite a ritual, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think you've touched on this before, but his character is based on the character of Zaphoid Beeblebrox, I think it is, from Hitchhiker's Guide, and that's the 42 from that book, too.
Exactly. He's based on a character out of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and Jeff Bezos is another interesting character. They're all interesting characters, but they all kind of relate because he's in New Mexico right now, Branson, He's going to do this in New Mexico. Bezos is from New Mexico, not far from where I live right now, actually. And I think they're also templated, Bezos in particular, is templated off of The Man Who Fell to Earth, a David Bowie film, and a character about a Martian who comes down to Earth, uses his superior knowledge to become extremely wealthy, like owns all the biggest corporations, and then he basically goes back to Mars. And I think there's a correlation between all of these characters, and we've analyzed this before. So anyway, it's just very consistent that the guy from Virgin would be taking a flight on the anniversary of Skylab. It's a trip, right?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I've seen that movie before, The Man Who Fell to Earth. There's actually an interesting Elvis scene in that movie, if you remember, where he's like sitting down watching the wall of TVs, and an Elvis song is playing, and they make a lot of mentions to different numbers. I think the number they mention is 84, which is like one of Jurassic's numbers that he talks about.
Oh, yes.
So that's an interesting scene.
And, okay, Elvis and Bowie share a birthday, which is 1/8, which is also kind of fascinating. Let's see. Then there's a number of things that relate all these characters together, and it all seems to tie to that number. You know, like Elvis dies at 42. David Bowie, of course, his name, DB. D is 4, and B is 2, 42.
Oh, yeah.
And then, you know, what's more, with David Bowie, he's based on, because that's not his real name, it's based on the character from Space Odyssey, Kubrick's film, David Bowman, the guy who later becomes one with the monolith. So all of this is integrated and connected. And David Bowie's persona and his music and his movies have all tied in and paralleled with the advancing of the space age. Not a coincidence that the first music video in space was a David Bowie song, or that the Tesla Roadster is named after him, Starman, which of course is an anagram for Mr. Satan, another reference to The Man Who Fell to Earth. I mean, it's a very integrated story, and I think whatever happens on 7/11 is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Have you ever seen the movie Upgrade or heard about that?
No, what's Upgrade about?
Oh, that's a definite must-watch. It's really entertaining too. Like Daybreakers is entertaining too. But so Upgrade is about a guy who becomes basically a quadriplegic in a wheelchair, and a character who's almost exactly like a younger Elon Musk. His name, I think, is even Eron, like E-R-O-N. He gives him this chip to put into his back that's going to give him back his movement, but then the chip slowly starts to take over his entire body, and it's very similar to the neural net or the Neuralink that Elon is supposedly developing. And there's even a scene in that movie where someone sneezes nanoparticles onto someone else, and it starts to affect them. So I mean, it's got a lot of the nano neural net predictive programming in it.
Okay, I'm going to have to watch that one. That one looks solid. I mean, I saw an article by Futurism today, and they called him Elon Muskenstein, or like Frankenstein, or Franken-Muskenstein. They think he's going to do this thing where the Internet of Things is going to somehow involve all of us and AI, artificial intelligence. And have you heard Grimes talking about how artificial intelligence is going to allow us to perfect communism?
Yeah, I did see that video. It's pretty wild.
Now, here's a bit of foreshadowing, I think, because whatever you think of AI, I think it matters, because a couple of things here. AI is 19. A is 1, I is 9. So 9/11, of course, 19 hijackers, 19 years later, COVID-19. Now the World Economic Forum is talking about this global AI initiative, or Gaia, and global AI. And World Economic Forum is all about the post-reset. So rebuilding society with this global brain. And even going back, by the way, Pearl Harbor, that was actually called Operation AI. So it seems like so many of these major psyops that transform the world have that code attached to it. So it's worth looking at. And this movie Upgrade says, not man, not machine, more.
Yeah, exactly. That's like what Klaus Schwab says.
Precisely, exactly. Klaus Schwab, Klaus Vader, who is at the head of this organization, which has the 666 in its logo, and Reset literally is just Phoenix. It's the same thing. It's their occult order, and it's presented in this way that's meant to be, I guess it's palatable to most people, this new religion, and people are going with it. Have you seen the digital monolith at NATO?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so this takes everything a little further, because everything we've seen, I believe, the major events from the 60s on forward have had Kubrick's signature all over them. And the monolith, which was appearing in 2020, again, another 1968 callback. In 2020, monoliths were appearing all over the place. Well, just now at NATO, all the world leaders, including Joe Biden, were ogling at this big glowing monolith. And they call it the digital monolith. And it's an idol, basically. But it's the new God. It's the new monolith is digital, because I think this is basically about this AI God thing that's going to police us all. I think this is their God.
I wonder if that's who they're going to set up as the leader of the New World Order here. It's like literally, like everyone's kind of expecting a person or an alien or something, and it might just be like a monolith AI device.
That would be consistent with Stanley Kubrick and his vision and this idea of the space odyssey. And all of this stuff is very much, I think, fascinating to talk about, because clearly it's part of our story. They're shaping our zeitgeist, and every one of these book covers and movie covers just reinforces it. I mean, how many coincidences do you have to see before you can just call it a pattern? And at this point, I mean, this is almost an art form, reverse engineering decades of propaganda to figure out what the truth is.
Yeah, I had a kind of an interesting thought. I was researching, viruses because of all the stuff that's been going on. And have you ever heard, it's just kind of weird. So like, if you think of like the last year of Trump's presidency, have you ever heard of the Epstein-Barr virus?
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up. So for the way I came in contact with this is that A.G. Barr, his father, Donald Barr, worked at a high school who employed Epstein. Now, Donald Barr wrote a bunch of Gothic Gothic tales, but they were like romance novels, but they were very dark, basically about keeping teenage sex slaves on desert islands, but not islands, but small planets in outer space. So anyway, that's Barr, and I'm like, wait a minute. So A.G. Barr's father hired Epstein, and this guy's a total creep, and he wrote books about what Epstein created in the future. So I thought that was strange, but when I was searching across them, I found, that there's an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus, and I looked into the Epstein-Barr virus, and it causes people to have the Alice in Wonderland syndrome.
Well, I didn't get that far. What's that?
Okay, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a neurological disorder where people feel smaller than they are, larger than they are, or they lose track of time.
Wow.
So this is all really strange. I mean, it sounds like being Cosby'd, but there's an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus that gives you the Alice in Wonderland syndrome.
I was thinking about it in terms of like scripting too, because it's like, what are like three of the biggest things that happened at the end of Trump's presidency? You got Epstein, and then Barr, his attorney general, and then the virus.
Ooh, Epstein-Barr virus. Fascinating sequence there. And yes, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome, AIWS, is associated with brain tumors or psychoactive drug use, and it may be the initial symptom of the Epstein-Barr virus.
Well, that's wild. I've never heard of that.
Right. Well, it's all, to me, this all sounds really, strange, considering how often you see Alice in Wonderland associated with mind control. And here you have Epstein and this story about child trafficking and human trafficking. So that all kind of ties together. And then again, Donald Barr, the book that he wrote, it's worth looking at on the Wikipedia. It's called Space Relations by Donald Barr. And Space Relations is about basically sex trafficking in outer space on little islands. And this was the boss of Epstein.
Yeah, that's out of control. I'm definitely going to check that out. It's ridiculous. I do have one more small one for you if you're interested. It's kind of like a Transformers knockoff, I think. But if you look up Mighty Orbots, it's kind of like an anagram of robots.
Okay, Mighty.
And then
Find him. It's Mighty Orbots. I got it.
And then Devil's Asteroid is like the specific movie, I think. So it's another one where they relate, this virus with space, if you look at the cover. I'm assuming it was big in Japanese, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, again, you see the virus from space. It's just the spiked ball, just like the cover that you brought up earlier, the sharp power. It's such a common theme, isn't it? They're constantly correlating outer space with inner space, aren't they?
Yeah, and like that doesn't even look like an asteroid. It looks like one of those underwater mines or something. Like it's totally out of place. And then they call it the Devil's Asteroid.
Right, the Devil's Asteroid. This is all very fascinating because, like I said, they correlate outer space with inner space. And so space junk is stuff you need to get out of your system, right? Well, when the Celestial Immunity mission was going on a couple weeks ago at the ISS, the arm was hit by a piece of space junk right out, the arm's 32 feet long, and right past the elbow it got a hole in it from a piece of space junk. First time it was ever hit by space junk in its 20-year plus history, and it happens to hit the arm on a Celestial Immunity mission. So they vaxxed the space station. I mean, this is fascinating.
It's so silly. And you just made me think too. So the word junk probably means something that we haven't really thought of yet, because you have space junk, like you said, that stuff we have to get rid of, and then also the junk DNA. So they're combining. Yeah.
Good point there. Junk DNA, and also, another thing, injected materials is often referred to as junk. And so, these correlations aren't unintentional. There's another cover by The Economist worth looking at. It's the one that's called The Aliens Among... No, I think it's called... Yes, The Aliens Among Us, How the Virus Shapes the World. And this cover is another one where they clearly make a correlation between outer space and inner space, where it looks like probes and satellites, but no, these are viruses and bacteria.
Yeah, that looks like that Warp Speed game.
Exactly. And then also the aliens among us. Well, who are the aliens among us? These, of course, would be the invaders, the ones who are carriers or super spreaders. So there's a subtext here, to this virus and the invasion story, and then the outer space story. And then also, if you look at the cover of Independence Day, it has the mothership descending upon I believe it's the Empire State Building, and it's like blasting it with...
Oh, yeah.
Now, the significance of that, it's the same basic symbol, if you ask me. It's the same symbol of the Space Needle, where you have the disc, and then you have the vertical shaft, or the tractor beam. The tractor beam is what you're seeing here. But anyway, Independence Day is another movie that... This one was foreshadowing 9/11 in some ways. People compared it to 9/11. But when they lit up the Empire State Building like a big needle, it also looked like the cover of this movie. But this is another example where it's outer space invasion, and the symbolism is connecting again to the needle, the vax needle.
Yeah, that's pretty ominous. When they lit up the Empire State Building, that was crazy, where it was red with the siren going off. That was just ridiculous.
Right, and it was like the Eye of Sauron or something. But and I have an image of it here, and it looked like a big needle. And they said that they're going to keep this thing lit until the pandemic is gone. And I'm like, so you got a big glowing needle on the skyline there.
And I think that they, I don't remember exactly when or what it was for, but they were projecting like images onto the Empire State Building, like different like gods and goddesses and things like that. I don't remember that off the top of my head.
Awesome finds. Escape from New York. I'm going to take note of all of these. The 10th Kingdom one. Let's see. going through, I'm bookmarking all of these, and I'll put these on my minds.com account for people listening. Definitely appreciate you pointing these out, because this is very revealing. And I think one of the best things you've pointed out so far was the Economist cover, Sharp Power, 2017.
Sure. There's one that says Space Invaders scene too. I don't know if you've seen that. The Economist.
No. Which one is that?
I think I don't remember the exact title, but it might. If you just put in Economist Space Invaders, I think it'll probably come up. But it's another one that just equates all this to space.
Oh, okay. This is fascinating because I see it now. It says, "Will vaccines work?" It's got the Space Invaders game and a bunch of needles that look almost like Empire State Buildings. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it looks just like the Atari game again. So like they're really like, they started this, symbology early with the, prior to even 8-bit games or 8-bit.
Now, the significance of Space Invaders, here's another correlation here, is inner Space Invaders, right? Or the virus. And they look like little viruses. But also the game Space Invaders is the most influential video game of all time, and it came out 42 years before COVID. So there you have the number 42.
Oh, wow.
Always associated with space and Space Invaders. So 42, another example of it correlated with 2020 and tying into this particular agenda. And on the cover here, it also says, searching for alien life. So the other articles often relate to the picture in a subtextual way, searching for alien life. And then you have, of course, the viruses correlated with UFOs.
Yeah, that's they got everyone, expecting an alien invasion or something, but I feel like it's already here.
Fascinating. I'm going to put all these in our collection. I mean, this is great work here. The Economist just has to be listed among the metascriptors, along with the various authors and directors that we are, finding to be a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot for your time, man.
Yep.
I appreciate everything you do.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for calling, and call back anytime. And again, everyone listening, the number's 833-311-1984. All right, have a great evening. I have a couple of other people trying to call in.
You too. Thanks.
And if I missed your call, just leave a voicemail. Let me get to your comments. I think somebody had a link here. One Step says, I posted the first TV spot for Spider-Man that includes a bank heist that ends with robbers escaping in a helicopter and getting caught between the Twin Towers. Okay, somebody asks, is there a 30-second skit of Giuliani in drag with Trump motorboating him? Really odd. Oh yeah, there is. In fact, I can probably find that for you. What about it? I'm sure there's a rational explanation. It was a roast. This was a press roast in 2000, and I don't think they foresaw YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. I don't think they ever imagined that this would come back to haunt them in any way. But yes, that is what happened. But whatever it is, I don't think it was like blackmailable material there. Yeah, great call. Appreciate that very much. We get all of our best tips from our listeners. All right, how did we get to a video of Giuliani smooching Donald Trump? Okay, let's get back on track. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I think I had accidentally cut a call. Just go ahead and call back at your convenience. Evolvement posted this in Discord. I don't know if these are actually like on the market right now. Mask Kini? Is that what that is? Okay, it looks like a couple masks tied together, and then it looks like a swimsuit made out of masks. I don't think it's real. Although I have seen people swimming with masks on. And it's like, what do you do if one of them doesn't come back up? Like, do you rescue them? Okay, I'm going to go through a few other links. Oh, by the way, Donald Trump spoke in Florida today. I just heard a broken record. Let me know if you heard anything in that. I didn't catch anything. Got a shout out from Toto Cult. Says it's been a minute. A lot of people who have fallen away, who have lost touch with Infinite Plane Radio, are finding us again because some of our old channels have been banned or are coming back from the dead. They always come back. You know, sometimes it takes a little while, but they do come back. I do have a bit of hopium to share if anybody's interested. We'll probably get to that in a few. Yeah, we'll get to that. Came across something. It ties into everything else having to do with this time travel. Donald Trump, Time Traveler, Barron Trump, and all these books that seem to suggest that, yes, we have a time traveling president and they're involved in some kind of, what would you call this? I mean, the war in the deep state involves all kinds of elements that people aren't really fully aware of, I don't think. But you wouldn't believe what I came across today, so let me pull this up. It has to do with Ingersoll Lockwood, the author of the book about the time-traveling Trump. And what this person found is this. There's a secret message on his website, the author site. So somebody set up a site for Ingersoll Lockwood. And on the site, there's hidden like messages, like Easter eggs. So here I am. I'm at IngersollLockwood.com. And if you select all, you'll find that against the white background, he has messages in here for people to find. So I went through the messages, and here's what I found.
This is not CNN.
And that was also an Easter egg, I guess. But this is all hopium. So this is what it says. It says that military intelligence intercepted a plan by the deep state to destroy America 16 years ago. So they knew this plan was going down, and they needed somebody to fight back. So it says white hats needed someone loyal for the role of the president. So after approving certain clearances, the military installed Trump into the RNC. Think about that for a second. The military installed Trump. Now, I didn't write this. This is on that website. The media was complicit. The algorithms weren't strong. The white hats controlled the election. Anyway, it goes on. There's a few other parts I want to get to here. So it says, all the people, it looks like they will get away with their crimes, but they won't, because Trump and the military have been dismantling the web of criminals in the dark. The top levels of corruption are under control. Trump has started this Space Force that talks about how they're basically monitoring all the bad guys. I'm going to scroll to the end of this. It says the media was left in the dark. They're trying to delay the military from making their next move. Again, this is all hidden on his website, and a QAnoner clued me into this today. It says right now everything on TV and politics is fake and has no legal standing. So that's good to know. It says, don't forget, Barr is a patriot working behind the scenes. Anything stating otherwise is false. I'm going to move on to see if there's anything else good here. To take down the establishment. There's more good than bad. Dark to light. Military operation. Trust the plan. So if you think that sounds delusional, you're probably right. But that's making its rounds. Now, you want to believe that Joe Biden doesn't eat babies, but what do you make of this? Biden munches on ice cream and cherries during his Michigan trip. Again, you can't say the QAnoners don't have a point. They're constantly throwing stuff out there to make us wonder, like, what are they really doing? Does anybody else find that to be very questionable? All right, a few other things I had to get to. Again, phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. I have a number of topics that I had on the Minds account here. Most of the stuff we went over earlier today. Okay, happy birthday, Tom Cruise. Interesting. Also, 36th anniversary of the timeless film. Back to the Future opened this day, July 3rd, 1985. A little bit of trivia, but again, if you look into predictive programming, it is somewhat noteworthy, worth looking into. Here's Claire Halton says, on this day, Back to the Future was released. Here's a few images from it. Again, Biff Tannen is Donald Trump. And so if you want to know what we were talking about there, you can find that the creator, the writer, Bob Gale, says, yes, Biff Tannen was inspired by Trump. Says the character possesses aggressive and selfish personality traits, bullying those around to get what he wants. In a new interview, Gale explained how Trump inspired him. This admission came after the outlet pointed out the parallels between Biff and the president. And that's pretty interesting right there in itself, that they had noticed these connections before he even announced it. And I would say that these are not coincidental. Everything about that movie has to do with 1985, has to do with even 1858, if you look at the sequels, and everything. It's called the Trump 58 Matrix, something we may look into here very soon. In fact, we'll do a mind map on it because it's unbelievable. But when you see it, you'll know, okay, well, it's there. This is again why I suggest that maybe he's not rogue. Restless Bear says it's the 50th anniversary of Jim Morrison's death. Okay. Oh, by the way, Rush Limbaugh was on the air for 33 years. Doors fans remember Jim Morrison in Paris on the 50th anniversary of his death. Just another empty casket. No autopsy, very unusual. A sealed, no witnesses. All of this very unusual. He's probably there in the background somewhere. '27 Clubber, Jesus Christ Complex. So the story is, and then of course his dad, military intelligence, Gulf of Tonkin. There's quite a lot there to look into here. But the story is that he faked his death and he came back as right-wing pundit Rush Limbaugh. There's a few things that would substantiate that. Another topic for another day. Let's see, Knockout Bear says, Biff does love them motorboat ladies. Really, I'd have to watch the movie again. Does he do that? Now, the Trump 58 Matrix just shows you again that you can't really be talking about a rogue character if he's this like integrated into our collective conscience. I mean, that's kind of what they've done. Listen to this. Ring of Fire, World War III fears. Just bringing this up. Pearl Harbor style attack. Bringing this stuff up. I think it's all very interesting. Also noteworthy that Michael Flynn, the QAnon leader, that his brother, now this is worth looking at. He controls the Pacific. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Yes, General Charles Flynn takes command of U.S. Army Pacific operations. That's kind of nice to know. Brother of QAnoner, who suggests that Trump could be reinstalled. 777 says, peed on breadcrumbs. You know, that's what has been said about QAnon from the beginning. But I talked to someone last night about this. We had an interview worth listening to if you want to know how wrong QAnon has been and how little it actually matters. And it doesn't matter because they say that the Q drops, and look, the Q drops in total have 60,000 more words than the New Testament. But they say that the Q drops pertain to the future. So you can find a Q drop from July 2018, and it probably pertains in some way to right now, today. But we did speak with Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, a Cult, a Conspiracy of Everything. And what I'm convinced of is that QAnon is not a hoax. It's not a few people who arrived at something and it's just this runaway train. No, it's a movement. It's organized. And I think it was probably, it is just as scripted as everything else. It's a plot line, it's a narrative, it's gate-kept, it's guard-railed, and it's leading us on a predictable track. And I think what they're doing, and I alluded to this earlier, for this post-3/11 world, they've reinvented the universal terrorist threat, but instead of it being ISIS or Al-Qaeda, well, now you've got the vanilla ISIS, the QAnon radicals, the QAnon extremists. By the way, Matt Groening from The Simpsons is a Freemason. That is a picture of him with his Freemason regalia on. And I've seen him making the 666 sign with his hand. The AOK sign, which is not okay anymore. It's a hate crime now. But anyway, this might explain why The Simpsons are so often like integrated into this predictive programming all the time. And in case you want to hear it, I do have a couple of clips here. Have General Flynn talking about reinstalling Trump.
Lawfare, for those that don't know, but lawfare, which is part of the warfare that we were in, you have legions of lawyers that are out trying to block and tackle some of these different investigations that are ongoing in different states to try to discover the truth. I mean, it's just that plain and simple. It's an incredible level of deceit and dishonesty to say that anybody that wants to determine whether or not our elections were free and fair is a conspiracy theorist is just a real disgusting way of saying, we stole the election and we're going to get away with it, and we don't want anybody else to know what the truth is. And one thing I do know, and I'm a perfect example of it, is the truth will eventually come out on top. It'll eventually.
So someone in the comments here says they can't believe anybody would still be following the QAnon thing. Well, he's massively popular. Now, here's a video of the McCloskeys on their front porch waving weapons at the peaceful protesters. Now, the thing is, their house was not in danger. There's no reason for them to get out with the weapons as they did. I mean, I guess you can debate that. My take on this whole thing, though, is that this is fake. They're out there getting autographs, they're meeting people, they're running for office. These two individuals are part of a psyop. And if you look at their wardrobe, and this is all about symbolism, it is an exact copy of the cover of the Turner Diaries, which, like Space Invaders and like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, came out 42 years before 2020. So here's the cover of the Turner Diaries, which inspired Timothy McVeigh. And then here are the McCloskeys in action. Same wardrobe, same storyline. Although the Turner Diaries is quite a lot to go into here. It's laughable. It involves nukes, which are fake. So, like, no, the white nationalists aren't going to nuke everybody else. It's not even possible. Totally unbelievable story, but the public will believe it, and they find it believable. Prince William and Prince Harry united to unveil a statue dedicated to Princess Diana. It looks nothing like her. In fact, somebody transvestigated it and they pointed out that it has an Adam's apple. But interesting that the Queen has her statues in Canada pulled down, and now here you have this thing put up. It's not as grotesque as the statue of Baphomet in Michigan, but it's pretty bad. And there's this statue of Elon Musk you got to see. I mean, you think they could 3D print or something, a mold, but this statue of Elon Musk looks nothing like him. I keep showing this to people. I'm like, hey, do you know who this is? And like, no, it kind of looks like my friend's dad. Like, nobody would associate this. This is not Elon Musk. I'm sorry. You can't gaslight me into it. It looks more like Mayor Bloomberg than Elon Musk. There's nothing even remotely Muskian about it. Like, how does this happen? How does this happen? Anyway, let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and address your comments. Again, phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Let's see what we have. Lickety says Flynn calls him a betrayer. Oh, yes. She called it. Lynn called General Flynn a traitor. I didn't know what the big deal was. But now I can see. Because if you look at it closely, it looks to be the case that the QAnon is a massive provocation in order to ensnare the right entirely in this campaign to broad brush anybody who doesn't believe the mainstream news as extreme, and also to bring up this idea that mentally ill people can catch extremism like you can catch the flu. Oh, if you're mentally unwell, unstable, you're mentally ill, you can possibly catch a conspiracy theory that radicalizes you. So that's just another way they're figuring out how to demonize information. Like I said, this has all been about the infodemic they're trying to quell. Here's a note from Facebook. Are you concerned that someone you know is becoming an extremist? We care about preventing extremism on Facebook. Others in your situation have received confidential support. Snitch. Do you remember a year ago it was, oh, your neighbors are coughing, snitch, they might have COVID. Your neighbors are going outside, snitch, they're breaking lockdown. Well, now they're saying, oh, you know somebody who might be an extremist? I mean, how many people do you think have reported me? 100 YouTube channels taken down. I'm pretty sure they know me already. Oh, by the way, Rachel Dolezal embraces the social media influencer who transitioned into a Korean. This is insane. Meanwhile, Telcom X, Sean King, is getting ripped on for exploiting people by pretending to be what he's not. This is all insane. That's why I say it's always going to be 1984. It's never going to change. And not only is it never going to change, but I don't think the ratio of people who see through it to those who can't will ever change either. Like, I think it's unchangeable. Take a look at this. Here's several examples of harnesses on the space station. There's literally hundreds of examples we could point to. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You're an anti-science cretin for not believing what they tell you to believe, for not believing that they're floating in space. Elon Musk said his Starlink satellite network is on track to beam broadband internet everywhere in the world, except polar regions by August. The significance here, I think, is this. One, he said he's putting 42,000 of these CubeSats into space. 42,000. The reason that number stands out is that it references, of course, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Now, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is being referenced as well because, like the caller had mentioned, Richard Branson is based on one of the characters, one of the tritagonists, Zaphod Beeblebrox. This is Richard Branson, right out of that movie, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So Musk has said he's almost completed his mission of providing broadband internet everywhere in the world. Well, I want to point out that the movie itself, in the very intro, which I won't play the audio because it's horrible, but it starts out with the globe, as seen from outer space, surrounded by cube-shaped UFOs. Like CubeSats. And what do? They blow up the world. So the movie actually begins with the Earth blowing up. But again, it's cube-shaped UFOs. So you see the pattern there? Cube-shaped UFOs, cube-shaped orbiting routers. I had this notion in my head that maybe Musk is actually putting, bombs up there tungsten rods, kinetic weapons, or something. But yeah, so just a heads up. Salty Siren says, I knew he looked familiar. Oh yes, he's Zaphod Beeblebrox. Jeff Bezos is, I mean, there are a number of characters you could say that their archetypes borrow from. Maybe Dr. Evil. There's quite a lot of iconography around Amazon worth talking about. And he's being ripped on because of the way that his rockets look. Oh, and by the way, another connection between these space popes and the number 42. Construction begins on Jeff Bezos's $42 million clock. Yeah, he has a 10,000-year clock that's being built into the mountains. And it's $42 million, 500 feet tall. But I think he's based on the man who fell to Earth. Jeff Bezos from New Mexico. The man who fell to Earth lands in New Mexico. So let's look at the iconography really quick here. Whenever you look at Bezos, what's the first thing that stands out? For most people, it's the eye. Jeff Bezos' crazy eye. The one eye symbolism. The last caller brought this up as well with that movie cover from the John Carpenter film. The one eye symbolism isn't that subtle with this one. And my contention is that not only is it probably a surgical alteration, entirely intentional, it's symbolic. And it has to do with his role as one of these, among the priesthood of the cult of the obelisk. But now let's look at David Bowie, who plays the man who fell to Earth in the movie. And when you look at Bowie, one of the things that should stand out to you is that he too has a very distinctive asymmetry. One of his eyes has a very dilated pupil, which is it's emphasized on all of his album covers. And then of course you often have this as well, the lightning bolt, Satan falling from the sky like lightning. And by the way, when the Tesla Roadster was sent to space, it was playing the song, a David Bowie song. The character in it is called Starman, which is an anagram for Mr. Satan, which I think could also be another reference to this idea, the man who fell to Earth. But there he is up there. Another example, though, of how Bowie is all over this space odyssey. And Bowie, of course, David Bowie is based on, this character is a reference to David Bowman of Space Odyssey. So it's interconnected. Jordan says, watch G.I. Joe reruns on YouTube. It explains everything. I believe it. Now, the song Space Oddity is the one about Major Tom. And I'm wondering, could Major Tom actually be, Tom Cruise, who's going to the space station here soon? We shall see. All right, let me go through the rest of the topics for the evening. For some reason, the nonners are looking after Britney Spears. This is from George News, a big QAnon channel. This is what they're saying. Britney Spears is a trafficking victim. The situation ties to Pizzagate. An exposure of what happened to her can expose the bigger epidemic of trafficking in Hollywood, Project Monarch, and much more. Goes on to say, getting Britney's story out will save her and liberate so many other Hollywood victims who have been enslaved and abused by the satanic Hollywood machine. Pray for Britney. So Britney, if you're listening, the QAnoners are out there praying for you. Knockout Bear says, leave Britney alone. Martyrs. They're looking for martyrs, I guess. Now, how do you catch a person who catches predators for a living? Have you seen this? The Chris Hansen from To Catch a Predator is being sought after because he skipped court. Apparently he was subpoenaed and he decided not to go. So now they're trying to catch Chris Hansen. Not sure how they do that. Zara says Rose McGowan spells it out nicely. Now, Rose McGowan, didn't she date Marilyn Manson? There's a connection. Now, there's a few connections to go into there with Rose McGowan, Marilyn Manson, and a few others we should probably look into here. Okay, this is a good one here. Let's look at Rose McGowan. Wasn't she part of the Children of God cult? Was that her, or was that... Yes. Rose McGowan's childhood in the cult Children of God. So this is all very interesting. I'll have to hear what she said. So I'm going to have to catch up on this, because she was involved in the cult that Joaquin Phoenix and River Phoenix were a part of. So this is a cult helmed by a rogue preacher, had all kinds of Pizzagate stuff involved. So you may say Pizzagate is a hoax. You may say that the QAnoners don't have a point, but whatever you think, there's something here. Joaquin Phoenix and Rose McGowan spent their early years in a religious cult, then it became infamous. It says, I remember this stuff. It's pretty dark, pretty sordid. And isn't it interesting that whenever you find these stories, it's never the Satanists. It's always just Christians. It's the Jesus types. It's like, do they project much? You have a satanic panic. They're warning about Satanists. Like George, that Free Britney. It's like, we got to save them from the Satanists. It's like, I think you need to free them from the Jesus people first, because they're the ones who are turning up behind all these cults. I mean, they thought Charles Manson was Jesus. It says they melded worship of Jesus with 60s era free love, that the apocalypse was coming, and that their doomsday prediction encouraged them to live hand to mouth, to beg for food. What are the allegations? All kinds of stuff. But anyway, this is all really intriguing. I'm not going to read it. You can read it yourself. Children of God cult. I didn't want to get sidetracked. However, the part that I find interesting is that it connects Rose McGowan to Joaquin Phoenix, who played a pivotal role in the build-up to 2020 as, the Joker, and also with his activism, his climate activism, his veganism activism, his communist claptrap at the Hollywood thing. All of this stuff is interconnected. Very fascinating. Also, of course, Joaquin Phoenix, his brother, River Phoenix, is supposedly dead. His death is, of course, connected to other individuals who are connected to this conversation, people like Johnny Depp. So the death of River Phoenix connects Johnny Depp, who's actually good friends with Marilyn Manson. So we'll have to mind map these covens and these cliques to show how this stuff is interrelated. Zareth says he was Process Church and MK Ultra. I'm talking about Manson, right? That's right, Manson does the same thing with the eyes. I was actually looking at some Marilyn Manson covers the other day. Look, 42 weird facts about Marilyn Manson. First article that pops up. And you're right. The emphasis here on the eye. And this is what I was pointing out with, of course, Jeff Bezos. Manson, of course, is very open about his musical influences, and Bowie is one of his influences. Now, there's something really strange too, we're finding out stuff now about Marilyn Manson and how much of it is real. His accuser's 33. Instead of going to the cops, she starts this story. It's like, are they tearing down an idol? He was accused of having Nazi knife sex, whatever that means. So I find it all to be very dubious, although there are some kind of strange things about Marilyn Manson, but is it all just shock value? That's what I would have to ask. I'm not going to do a deep dive now, because as far as I'm concerned, he has served the PSYOP entertainment complex. He's basically a crisis actor. He was there with Littleton, playing a role, certainly not calling anything fake, but helping to say, oh no, these shootings are a referendum on America. Zareth says they're all tied together. I agree. I definitely agree that there's these connections, and that's what I want to explore. I also want to look at the Manson killings again. In fact, we'll do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, Sunday the 4th. Because again, I want to talk about this 1969 and its relation to 2021 with the space races, whatever's going on with society now. We're going to see a few things, I think, in the coming days or weeks because of the instigations with Trump. It's getting very interesting, if you ask me. I'm going to leave phones open for a few more minutes. I want to scroll through my Twitter feed. So if you want to follow along with my Twitter, it's @RealTimOsman. That's my Twitter feed, @RealTimOsman. And what I mostly do there is I take notes on things, I like things, I retweet things that we'll be discussing later. Here's a quote from Branson.
As the Virgin Galactic founder, I am so proud to have this remarkable crew of mission specialists and pilots.
Again, I just want to remark on this Virgin. Virgin is another reference to Isis. The ISS is a temple to the sky goddess Isis. The New Agers, the Thelemites, call Isis Babylon. So you'll find terms like Isis, Babylon, Virgin, interchangeably used, referring to the space station. And that's why I've been talking about this thing being the Tower of Babel, and that it's going to take a fall. So none of this is coincidental. If it's on TV, more or less, it's scripted. I mean, there's obviously some things that aren't 100% scripted, but that's why I'm talking about a lot of these things from the Metascript perspective, where you can see how there's this bigger picture that everything fits within. And it's so consistent through the decades. There's quite a lot to talk about, but like I said, we'll continue with this tomorrow. If you have anything to add, if you want any of the links, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com, go to the forum, and I'll post the links to everything we've discussed here, everything the caller brought up as well. All right, one more thing. Like I said, we have a lot of new music being added into the 24/7 stream. So if you go to infiniteplainsociety.live, we always have the 24/7 stream going. So I'm going to take off. This is a new track. This was posted by Symbia. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up, caller?
Not much. I just thought I'd call in and see how's it going with you.
Pretty good, actually. What have we been discussing tonight that piqued your interest? Did you hear the last caller?
No, I didn't really catch the last caller, but I heard you talking about 42, Elon Musk. Then it got me thinking, like, have you looked at his dad and how weird it is that he married and had a kid with his stepdaughter? Have you covered that?
No, although...
That's 42.
No, I haven't.
42 years younger.
Okay, that's interesting. Elon Musk's family tree. I remember that he said his dad was evil, and he cried. And I thought, this guy's got to be acting, because why would somebody... I mean, he's crying, he's in his 50s, but he said, quote, "My dad has a carefully thought out plan of evil. He plans evil, and he's done every crime you can think of." He's roasted his father, and that's actually a direct quote.
Yeah, it says that it's like, his estranged father marrying his stepdaughter that's 42 years younger than he is.
I see that.
Thought that was...
Okay, Elon Musk's dad, 72, had a baby with stepdaughter who's 30, 42 years younger. Yeah, great connection there. Very, very bizarre. This whole story just gets weirder all the time.
Yeah, how does that make any sense? Like, what's going on there? That's not a coincidence.
Well, if I had to guess, just given this whole, my view of what the space program actually is, the esoteric side of it, it all revolves around, I believe, sex magic and this belief that they're incarnating certain energies when they're conceiving at certain dates and times. And so I think this is some kind of occult eugenics. These inbred elites with their their religion. Like there's something sick going on here for sure. That can't be a coincidence.
Yeah, I thought I'd call in. Yeah, I don't know if you covered the Yulin Dog Meat Festival.
I haven't
going
covered
on in China, where they're eating like a few thousand dogs. I don't know about your feelings about eating dogs, how that goes.
I've heard about that. I've heard of rescue operations. It's insane what I've seen. I don't know how much is real, how much isn't real. We can get into that, but really quick on what you just said. Someone said Chalk Body Outline did a stream on Elon Musk's father.
Interesting. I have no clue who they are.
I'll take a look.
Or what that is.
I'll take a look. But yeah, of course, that's.
Do you take up any issue with people eating dogs, or is it just like to each their own, or what's your opinion on that?
I guess I would need more information. Can you send me a link or post a link at infiniteplane.media in the forum to any documentary on the topic, and I'll comment on it. Anything people post there, I'll go over, but I don't.
I just meant like domesticated house animal, canines. Like, do you take up issue if someone were to eat them?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and yes, I mean I hope people aren't eating Fido. I get that, and I will look into this topic about what's going on in China. All I know is that from what I've seen, there are people who are involved in rescue attempts. I'm not sure.
So
who's saving the bats?
If you have an issue with the people eating dogs, what's the big difference between a dog and a pig?
Or a bat, for that matter. Who's going to save the bats?
Yeah, or a bat, for that matter.
Appreciate the call. Look, I'll look into this dog festival and I'll comment on it because it sounds dark and satanic. So appreciate the call. Have a great night.
Likewise. Thank you.
InfinitePlane.media. Go to the forum. Post whatever you want. We will talk about it. And I'll show you what I mean. This is why we have the forum too, because a lot of these discussions are ongoing. So if you have something that you want talked about, you will get views here, and I will share it, and we'll learn what we can. So let me see what we have in here. McToons and Fight the Flat Earth destroy Horatio Barron. I'll look at that one. John McAfee's Dead Man Switch. Another nothing burger. No surprise. Although, I'm going to dig in this one a little bit more tomorrow. The sister of the guy that was killed after McAfee's dogs were poisoned thinks that McAfee's still alive and that he faked his death and got away. Also, I may revisit my conversation, not debate, my conversation with McToons and offer, I don't know, some kind of commentary on it to see what it's worth. But, we're dealing with broken machines. They've given over their perception to the monolith. And I think that's actually what it means. And I put this in the book, The Metascript. The meaning of the monolith, the space age, the space odyssey, is about man merging with machine, man's consciousness merging. That the monolith is just a giant smartphone with a person's mind inside, and they can go across the universe. And that's kind of what I think we're seeing here, is that the more you're integrated into the surreality, the more that you're plugged into the matrix and the world stage, the more you're on the other side of the screen. You're in your smartphone, you're in the TV, you're in the monolith. And I think that's the bigger message, and I think that's where most people are. And if you're debating people who are in it like that, well, you're not even debating. You're coming from a different viewpoint. I mean, it's worth talking, it's worth discussing, but I think you have to know the limitations of each other's positions. I don't accept video footage from this particular agency as evidence, but I can understand why you would believe what you do if you do happen to take that as evidence. Zareth the Alchemist says, people taste like bacon, so I've heard. I saw this conspiracy theory that said that the cabal, the elite, that they have certain gene pools they pull from. So for example, and this, I don't know where I read this from. I think it was above Top Secret. But it said that there are human hybrids already, and that there are these hybrids that are human and pig. So you have these human-pig hybrids that are apparently making up a large number of the police forces out there. Now, this isn't a joke. I read this on above Top Secret, and I thought that's nonsense. I thought it's just totally unbelievable that you have groups of people who are like genetically connected to pigs. And then I thought about a certain person whose father was a cop, and I thought, well, looking at him, maybe. Yeah, it was from above Top Secret, so it's not any stranger than the reptilian thing. Oh, anyway, Dead Man Switch. The Dead Man Switch was supposed to have gone off. It's been a week, right? How long after someone dies? I think it might have been 7 days. If he hasn't tweeted, it would go off, and we're supposed to get 31 terabytes of data. And this was not destroyed, as some had believed, in the collapsing condo. That actually didn't happen. I have to go through one more quick piece here, just because the title. Donald Trump's real legacy to America, the weaponization of an alternate reality. The weaponization of an alternate reality is what happens left and right. This is what happens when they insert something not real, like radical Islamic terrorists, like the invisible body-possessing demon that's now spreading across the land, and it's going through variants. They create an alternate reality, they weaponize it, they polarize groups, and if you ask me, the only thing in the vax is a schism. And that's, I think, I've been vindicated on that. All right, thanks for joining. If you know of any extremists, make sure you report them to Zuckerberg or Jack Dorsey. Anybody with extreme opinions. All right, this is PGA and Symbia, Speak Penguin or Die.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak Penguin or die. Time to hijack mass media narration, inject the real into all their creation. Go full rappel and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's an act shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for dying bitches, don't make us wait, it's 3 past 12. Go full rappel and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's an act shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rappel and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's an act shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full rappel and don't max it. All the hooks for life, it's an act shit. No, speak Penguin or die. Speak Penguin or fucking die. And go die already. Go full rappel and don't max it. All the hooks for life, it's time to hijack mass media narrations, inject real into all their creations. Go full rappel and don't axe it. All hooks for life, it's an act shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for the dying bitches, don't make us wait, it's 3 past 12. Go full rappel and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's an act shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rappel and don't max it. All the hooks for life, it's an act shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full rappel and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's an act shit. Now speak Penguin or die. Speak Penguin or fucking die. Speak.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak. Go full rappel and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's an act shit.
show. Euthanasia. Nightmare hippie girl. Blue wrench. Very Illuminati. Got the VIP cause I'm a 33. A bunch of important numbers.
3.
A bunch of important numbers.
42.
A bunch of important numbers.
481.
A bunch of important numbers.
5.
A bunch of important numbers.
0.
A bunch of important numbers.
9.
A bunch of important numbers.
23.
A bunch of important numbers.
7.
A bunch of important numbers.
11.
A bunch of important numbers.
11.
I'm in a cult. 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 Here's what I got.
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying to keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. The truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that, I'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like I'm going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Think and let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the thing.
Okay, I'm interrupting here. Let me go ahead and jump in. I am going through some of the footage now of the news this morning. The update news is that this Beirut bombing, and someone pointed out that there were some things in Twitter before kind of foreshadowing it with atom bomb imagery. Atom bomb anniversary this week. 75 years. Let me see. When was it exactly? What was the exact date? You know, this is an important week then. August marks the 75th anniversary. Okay. 75th anniversary, August 6th and 9th. Since the U.S. dropped atomic bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So that's interesting timing there. So let's go ahead and go through some of that footage now. I'm going to go ahead and bring some of these up. Michael says it's Obama's birthday. Barack Obama's birthday is today. Interesting. Okay. Well, hopefully Michael, has something nice for him. No hate. Says here, bombing put an abrupt end to the war in Asia. If they were just to bomb us all with tear gas, it would actually put an end to the COVID-19 scenario. Because if you didn't know that, actually, it's scientifically demonstrable that, yeah, in fact, you can cure COVID and purify the land with tear gas. Okay, so let's see. Big explosion in Lebanon. I read somewhere it was a fireworks company or something, but before I say more, I want to point this out too. We've been looking for some kind of event, some new 9/11-y event in order to bring about the next phase of this, something a little more real than COVID. And so that's what we're going to look at here. We have something spectacular in terms of visuals, very impressive explosions. What they are, don't know. So let's go ahead and get started. No Despair Bear says, I hope the bomb kills COVIDs. Watch them say, well, I don't know. You know, their writers have great imaginations, and I'm sure they'll come up with a way to make the bomb spread COVIDs. Okay, so here we go. Let's take a look at some of the footage. This is 3 hours ago. Now, the audio is kind of low, but as you can see, pretty spectacular. It looks like a very theatrical explosion. I mean, this is huge. Let's go ahead and see what the comments say. Well, here's another one. So you had a blast and a follow-up blast. So here's the next one. Okay. We're going to continue to go through the actual reports. News stories surrounding these. Okay, next. A huge explosion rocks Beirut, widespread damage and injuries. This is an image sent by someone in Discord, just so you can kind of compare. You know, we've been saying for some time that it looks like COVID-19's little emblem, the icon itself, it looks like a planet Earth covered in explosions. Like, that's what it looks like. Someone here says it looks like CGI is mixed into the explosion. Yeah, you could add CGI into it, sure. Testing out their PS5 level graphics. You know, as long as you're not assuming that this was recorded, you know, real time, many of these other possibilities are highly likely. I mean, it's not implausible that this thing is hoaxed out, that it's just a big theatrical production, but I have to continue to go through all of the available evidence, and we'll see what we find. Just being objective. Okay, so here's another explosion. This is another angle. Fast rising cloud, how big would you say that is? Mushroom. Again, what are we looking at? But I also have no reason to think it's a world-ending event. I'm just kind of curious the timing of it. This is the week. This is an anniversary week of the Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Let's go ahead and go through some more. Kez says that one looks fake AF. Well, you know, what are you comparing it to, though? You know, here's why, as a video editor, my take on it is, you know, I instantly see fake. You know, it's pretty obvious. In this one, the camera movement and the sound, that's where you would have difficulties faking things, unless it was pre-produced. So that's the other side of it. So nothing, you know, I don't really think it looks fake necessarily, but I have to see more footage. Now, like the space station, for example, they show you stuff and their camera's mounted, or SpaceX, when they land rockets, their camera's on a tripod, no motion, very easy to fake. But an unsteady camera like this, not so easy to fake. Although it could be an effect, but again, let's just continue to go through. Going through to see if there's any explanations here, or is this anonymous footage, which we should be watching out for. you know, like if they're going to fake asteroids falling or something, we need to watch all the footage and make sure it's not just a whole lot of footage from some anonymous source handed out through actors. Mr. Biggiesworth says COVID nukes would make a tasty gummy candy. Educational snack as well. Educational snacks? Oh yeah, even just little COVID-shaped candies. Auto hoax until proven otherwise, says No Despair Bear. Osher says they nuked the wrong state, not even close to Portland. IFEP 73, 3 to 4 blocks in diameter. No Despair Bear says it's a Tuesday like 9/11. That's right, 9/11 happened on a Taco Tuesday. Everyone in that immediate area should be dead, says IFEP 73. Looks like water vapor, says Linda Curtis. Orange smoke. Yeah, okay, someone said it was a weapons cache. I heard it was a fireworks factory. Like this is where they stored all the red smoke bombs. Those little those little colored ones, you light it, you throw it in your neighbor's yard, and then it brings out the smoke. Yeah, this is definitely a smoke bomb factory. Really, that is spectacular. Chalk Body Outline says, is that Elvis in the cloud? Oh yeah, you know, there are so many things that were spotted in the 9/11 clouds that you can't unsee. You saw the devil. If you watch that one, let's see, had a... Like that one made all the tabloids. You did see a devil in the smoke. I saw another one in the 9/11 towers that I can't unsee it. Here it is, in fact. Like when they fell. So, does anybody here see what I see? And this is a snapshot from 9/11. Now there is a meme that corresponds with this, which I could probably have access to if I asked in Discord. But yeah, there are a lot of people who see these still shots, and they usually see things in it. If anybody knows what they see, okay, Chalk Body, you see it? Oh, sure, you see it. X, you see it. Who else sees it? Pow Chicka Pow Wow, says Kez. Exactly. Okay, I think we're all on the same sheet. So anyway, here we are looking in the clouds at the explosion in Beirut, looking for similar things. Any indication of fakery or hoaxery. It's dramatic. No reason to assume that anybody died or cried yet. I did see some overturned cars, but the people near the cars were all very well dressed. They didn't look like they were covered in anything. Yeah, this has been 75 years since the bomb was dropped on Nagasaki. Again, watch the follow-up explosion. Okay, here's a collection of the explosions as seen from 4 different points of view. It says, many injured after reports at a Beirut firecracker warehouse. So it's firecrackers. So I said firecrackers and smoke bombs. Hope nobody lost a finger or an eye if they had bottle rockets. Okay, let's continue to peruse the footage. Next, what we have here, this is from RT, breaking, massive explosion rocking Beirut, cause unknown. Now, when people say it looks like CGI or looks, fake, one thing to consider is you've only seen these things in CGI. You've only seen them faked, or most of what you've seen has been faked, like in the movies. So, one thing I'll say, one thing that makes it look legit to me is multiple cameras consistent on the timing. Again, unless this was massively pre-produced. So I'm not doubting the reality of the explosions. I'm just not sure what they are. Smoke bombs, firecrackers. You can see some flashes down here. I find it very, very difficult to believe that this is a fireworks factory exploding. Like, we've never had a fireworks tent where somebody drops a cigarette and then you have a big, awesome mushroom cloud rocking the city. It doesn't happen like that. They would all have to explode, at once, or one exploding would blow the other ones out of the building. Like, I don't know if this is how it would work. It's too singular a detonation to be several million packs of Black Cat fireworks and M80s just spontaneously blowing up. And part of the explosion here, I'm going to watch it in slow motion. Okay, so you definitely see the buildings are detonating. And this is where it does look kind of CGI-ish. You have like a swirl of cloud cover, like exploding out from that ground zero radius here. Very, very big explosion. I mean, it looks like it's taking out some buildings. Commenter says, why are they telling us it's fireworks? It looks like a hydrogen bomb. Look at the soil. Yeah, that's a good point. It does. Look at the way the ground, the soil gets swept up into it. It looks very much like a hydrogen bomb, or what we've been shown to be hydrogen bombs. Now listen to this. How come there's no emotion from the person taping it? No screaming, no running, just filming quietly. This seems odd. Did this person know it was going to happen? At once like this, in such a spectacular manner, 75 years after the bombing of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, I'm saying fake. This is obviously fake. Compared to Oklahoma City, right? Commenter says, why the red smoke? Linda Curtis says, there was aftershock hitting the windows and people filming. Many tons of fireworks would be needed for a cloud that large. I agree. Some are suggesting it's unexploded ordnance. No screams, no panic, just dropping the phone. No yells. Right, well, okay, let's continue. 50 tons of ammonium nitrate. We're going to have to go to that explanation. Okay, let's see what we have. I'm finding a few articles here. The nuclear detonations from 75 years ago being brought up. Very, very curious. This is from RT again. I'm just going through the Twitter feeds. A Lebanese official says the massive blast that shook Beirut was caused by confiscated high explosive materials. So vague. So here's some imagery. It says, it would be naive to describe it as fireworks, they told Lebanese TV. CNN producer in Beirut says there is a chaotic scene in the emergency rooms. People with broken limbs showered with broken glass. Footage shows a blast shaking Beirut. It says one video filmed from a nearby boat shows a white pall of smoke over the city, followed by a red plume shooting into the sky, and then a massive explosion. Okay, so here's a scene from a boat. Yeah, I want to see it from the ISS, from one of these satellite cameras. So this was Instagrammed.
What?
There you have your sound.
What? What? What, bro? What? What?
Okay, let's go ahead and see what the official explanations are. Second video shows the explosion as seen from a rooftop in the Capitol. Okay, here's another explosion. I would say that the viewers are reacting appropriately. These aren't steady cameras. It's not tripoded. Lebanese hospitals told to prepare for casualties, large number of injuries. Okay, now this is where, I have to ask questions. Like, this looks fake to me, and here's why. It's like, wait a minute, a couple of questions here, and I've seen so many things like this. So, you saw that, you get hit by a bomb, right? Let's say you're walking by a fireworks factory and it blows up. You go to the hospital. They put a bandage on your head. They don't bother to clean the blood off your face. They give you a bandage on your head because you presumably have a wound there. They don't take the bloody shirt off you to check if you're injured, if there's any glass embedded in your body. If you were picked up, they would have ripped off the shirt, looked for other injuries. That bandage on the head would presume that he's been treated. This is someone who hasn't been treated. So I'm saying that this looks highly suspect. I would go so far as to say this is probably a mass casualty drill, and it's staged and it's fake, and this guy gives it away. Couldn't even get the blood out of his mustache, and he's got some kind of injury, yet his eye still looks injured. So, and look, he just happened to walk in front of the cameras. Mr. Bigglesworth says, how did so many cameras just manage to be facing the explosion at the right time? Exactly. They say 2,500 injured so far. Linda Curtis says it'll probably be 2,997. Blop Jones says, dude, the hospital got taken out. He probably put that on by himself. Cool story, bro. One, which hospital? You said the hospital. Is there only one hospital in Beirut? Only one emergency center? And two, he put it on by himself. So he had hospital bandages. So you're suggesting that the hospital blew up, but a lot of the bandages, the cheesecloth flew out the windows. So he got some from the burning hospital and wrapped it around his dome. Give me a break. Blop Jones trying to do damage control for the New World Order's bullshit story. JG says possibly staged. What exact injury would such a head bandage fix? An open skull? Exactly. It's like, no, the hospital's closed. Okay, well, just give me some cheesecloth to wrap around my head and I'll walk in front of CNN. Give me a break. No blood on the bandage. Blood all over his shirt. Look, if this guy if he walked up to an ambulance, not just a hospital, let's say there's some ambulances there, unless Blop Jones is certain that all the ambulances were blown up. You walk up to an ambulance, shirt would be removed. They would check you for wounds. He probably has shattered glass. What hit him in the head and caused him to bleed all over, but didn't hit anything else? Random Steve says, if it just happened, it would be soaked unless he's been changing it. It doesn't make sense. It looks fake. Blop Jones says there were 2 explosions. Okay, good. I believe that Blop Jones was actually there. So if you want to call in, I'll put my number on the screen. Commenter says that's sweet paprika on his shirt. Sweet paprika. It does kind of look like that. A little bit of a spice garnish like you put on deviled eggs. Kind of does. I really can't deny it. It looks like something they made in a special effects room. Crisis actors were obviously in place. So look, I don't give a benefit of the doubt to the lying mind control media. I don't give benefit of the doubt to well-known, well-exposed, pathological liars. So when you say, well, maybe the hospital was closed, so he had to do that himself, you're giving the benefit of the doubt and you're giving excuses. You're making excuses for the mainstream media. It's like, the story makes no sense, so we get some commenter, well, here's why it makes sense. Because this guy, and I know him, he had to just grab some cheesecloth and wrap his head up because the hospital got blown up. Like, how'd you know? You know, I mean, I'm surprised I haven't had someone call in and say, this is really offensive that you're calling it fake because my friends are there and they just got, you know, blown up and they're still missing. Like, Random Steve says, if the bandage was soaked and dripping, that would be the picture the cameraman would get. Right. I'm still curious as to what kind of injury he has. And look how clean the bandage is compared to everything else. Abbas Ibrahim, chief of Lebanese General Security, says it might have been caused by high explosive material that was confiscated from a ship and stored at the port. Right. Again, that's their official story. If you ask me, it sounds unbelievable. Just spontaneously exploded. Give me a break. Makes more sense than a fireworks factory. Oh, it was a fireworks warehouse, and you know we didn't have our. I mean, do they think we're stupid, or do they know? 200 says year of the psyops. Absolutely. Okay, let's go back and look at some more of the reporting. Again, this says a wounded man walks near the scene of the explosion. How much did they pay him? How much did this crisis actor get paid? American crisis actors, at least the ones who are being paid to crisis act during COVID-19, are getting paid $2,400. It's broken up, and they still haven't paid us our second half, but how much do Lebanese crisis actors make? Random fake name says black and white duality shirt. Masonic shout out. Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Black and white stripes, duality, order out of chaos. Very Masony. First it was fireworks, now it's confiscated explosives. PGA says the guy looks like a bee too. Yeah, he does look. I saw the yellow there as well. And I'm like, okay, yellow. Definitely a bit of symbolism here. All right, hold on a second here. I got to take a deep drag of this Flocka. The strain is actually called COVID-19. And I'm going to follow it up with a line of chopped up hydroxychloroquine. Now I might even take a shot of this black market vaccine. Not supposed to exist. Ready to start my day. X322 says maybe he's Italian. All Italians carry cheesecloth. Yeah, that's a valid point. He could be Italian. Just a tourist. IFEP73 says, another report I came across, they were waiting on the results of a trial from a terrorist they performed. Interesting. So, okay, I have to look at that. Rudy says they don't even bother making it believable anymore. It's just for the yeah, it is. It's for the hypnotized sheep. Okay, so they've added to it then. It could be a terrorist attack. JG says it's red like a COVID plume. Yeah, that's the other thing. Someone posted a picture of it. It does look like a COVID plume. And so again, you look at the COVID-19, and the COVID-19 is a symbol. It's an idol. And zoom in on the thing. Just another fake sphere that they're using to control the masses. NASA probably made this. Okay, so to me this looks like, and I thought this from day one when they first showed it to us, I said, this looks like the planet Earth, the fictional planet Earth. Well, we'll just assume it's a ball. It looks like planet Earth, and the gray would be smoke. because of bombs, and the red would be plumes, mushroom clouds, like the one we just saw. And so to me, this is an emblem of the takeover when the Chinese, the red, bomb everything. JG says, will the world now get covered in red explosions? This could be the start of it. You know, for how long have we been saying that World War III would be nuclear holocaust, mutually assured destruction? Random C says the black market vax is just Clorox clean update. Well, there is a black market vax. You know, they leaked it when there was the hot mic at the White House. And of course, hot mic means it's meant to be believed, and if they told you, you wouldn't believe them. But if they leak it, you will believe it. It's the strangest thing. It's kind of a paradox. You know, you don't trust anything about somebody, but if it's something that they inadvertently leak, then it's gospel truth facts, like chemtrails. Linda says, I'm sure NASA will say it came from those vehicles not of this world. Well, I know above the Bronx Zoo, there was a flying saucer. Still waiting to see if there's any eviscerated giraffes or elephants found in abandoned fields. Okay, so I want to find out more. Is this 50 tons of ammonium nitrate, and is this what it would look like? And then why would you have it in a concentrated area like that? I mean, the whole story makes little sense. Seems very staged, just based on the fact that, as someone else pointed out, all day yesterday, getting tweets about remember Nagasaki, remember Hiroshima. You're seeing images of nukes all over the Twitter sphere. And we wake up, you know, to this. So let me go ahead and see what else. Look, 75 years since the atomic bomb was dropped. Take a listen.
多分亡くなったんだろうと思いますけど、その後は分かりませんけど、その子の目が今でもこのお話をすると涙が出そうになります。辛い辛い。
Okay, so basically, though, 75 years, the survivors of the nuclear attack on the Japanese towns of Hiroshima and Nagasaki want to make sure their stories live on. Campaigns and online events are taking place to remind us of the world's first nuclear bomb attack. Now, the nuclear bomb, kind of like asteroids, kind of like COVID, kind of like global warming, is another world unifying psychological operation. So the world has to see it, so we all know, look what happens if we don't get along. Look what happens if we don't unify politically, ideologically, religiously. I mean, the justification for the one world order in many of the ways they have presented it to us is world peace. That's why all these astronauts are always saying, from up here in space, at the International Space Station, where we're all friends, we don't see national boundaries. We don't see borders. It's all just one. And that's all, of course, more propaganda, idealism. Now, this is a quote from a survivor. There is now a sense of impending crisis that we don't have much longer to live. So the powers that be rule through contrived crises. So here we're looking, again, this whole week. This is a quote from Jerry Brown. The world is under siege, under the sword of Damocles, and is not paying attention. So the idea is that the world's like basically in a huge, like a Mexican standoff. Everybody's pointing at everybody. This is still a threat. I was kind of wondering about this too, because I was thinking, did all the nuke phobes become 5G phobics? Were they repurposed? And look, if you look at the anti-nuclear weapon crowd, those activists sure wasted a lot of time and energy. Mo says it happened at the shipping port. Easy to stage something there. Absolutely. Blop Jones says if they did have a bunch of explosives stored, it would be a perfect target for the Jews to hit. Right. How do you know it wasn't Muslims in a plane crashing into that building where they knew that the Lebanese had stored 50 tons of ammonium nitrate? Or maybe it was a white racist, white nationalist Nazi hijacking a plane that had previously been hijacked by radical Islamists, and he flew it into a location where he knew there would be explosions and that it could be easily blamed on Israel. Or it could just be a staged event, fake and staged. Magnus von Thule posted a link. I am interested in the link, but I'm not going to click it without a blurb if you want to tell me what it is. Okay, it's another explosion. Thank you. Mr. Bigglesworth says, the official narrative says it has nothing to do with Israel. Hassan says gas accident. Look, either it's the fireworks warehouse, the town like stores their fireworks there for every 4th of July or something, which makes a lot of sense. It's either that or unexploded munitions. Again, here's an image from RT. Well, let's go ahead and see what the is. A lot of follow-up has come from the commenters. Blast unknown. The devastation has wreaked havoc on the city. I don't know yet if that's the case. It does look very limited, if you ask me, to a certain area. Lebanon's health minister said there's a high number of injuries. No deaths have been reported. No deaths have been reported. Quick, if you really want to capitalize on this, you have to go to these people. This is so messed up. We could do it, and I'm just not going to do it. But I'm just showing you what could be done. You go to these people don't exist, or these people do not exist. .com. And what you will find is a website that generates fake dead people. Well, not fake dead people, but people who do not exist, which you could then use pretty much in your psychological operations. So let me go ahead and show you, because they're essentially like free crisis actors. So this person does not exist. Now, again, this is all from a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com. And every time you refresh it, it generates a new face. It's called Generative Adversarial Network, the GAN. So basically, we're looking at non-existent human beings, and they look real. So here's how I would approach this. Let's just take this person. We'll say she was blown up in the explosion. It wouldn't be difficult to construct a narrative here where we say, this person, we'll just call her Tina Baker. Sorry, Tina, I'm borrowing your moniker. So Tina Baker was killed on August the 4th, 75 years after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, by an explosion from a munitions factory. Then we set up a GoFundMe account to pay for her remains to be properly interred, and a funeral, and awareness about unexploded ordnances and or fireworks. And then we bank on it. I mean, you know how much money you can make with GoFundMe? So anyway, sad story. This person, Tina Baker, blew up in the explosion. Prove me wrong, and if you question my narrative, you're committing a hate crime, you're a right-wing hate-monger, a racist, a bigot, and you should be censored. How do you like that? Commenter says, let's do it. Oh, you mean let's do what the MSM does and what they enable? Let's create fake victims and raise money on GoFundMe from dupes who are manipulated by emotional appeals? Rip Tina Baker. We may have to do it. I'll consider it. Let's see if there's any other victims that look believable. There's a Karen. No one will have sympathy for her. Okay, yeah, here's one. Innocent. Just nearby. He was on a boat. We'll take 33 faces. So we'll just take 33 faces, put them in a folder. We'll need some backstories written up. Again, the aim here, though, is sympathy. Creates a look, definitely there. That's going to tug at some heartstrings. This is how they look at it. When I say they, I mean the ones who organize the psychological operations. All right, so let me go ahead and continue. Yeah, rip Tina Baker. We may have to do a GoFundMe. Because GoFundMe dollars bring people back to life. And they actually do, in a way. You know, imagine this. You're an out-of-work actor. Hollywood's been shut down because people found out it's run by pedivores. So you become a crisis actor, right? You fake die, you get paid. It's like a whole new life. Brand new start, new career, new identity. It's like being reborn. Okay, look, mother of all bombs, MAOB, says a Moab-sized explosion went off in Lebanon. Yeah, mother of all bombs right now happens to be trending, which nobody died. Okay, here's an aftermath shot in the streets. Okay, so here you can see the blast radius. You could see what kind of damage it did. Overturned cars. And look, I'm looking at parts of buildings that are facing me away from the bomb that look intact, and the other sides in the blast path don't. So, I mean, it is consistent. I'm not necessarily doubting what they said it was. It's what it looks like. I'm just suggesting this is pre-planned, anniversary, huge propaganda move. It's not like they had a bunch of Antifas running around at night while it was dark, smashing stuff up. So when the sun comes up, they have a scene. Like, this is a legitimate explosion, blast. And are these areas that are full of people? Looks like all the windows have been shattered. There's a statue that didn't get knocked over. Now, I'm just pointing this out. That building has a 33 on it. Doesn't mean anything necessarily. But, yeah, if this was Antifa, that statue would have been down. So it was a real explosion. Commenter says, it looks like a massive ordnance air blast explosion. I love all these experts. Like, you remember how nobody knew anything about coronavirus on March 10th? And then March 11th comes around, and everybody knows everything about COVID. Everybody's an expert. And then June comes around, and now everybody knows everything about police brutality. And, you know, it's like they become instant experts. Well, everybody's a munitions expert now. Everybody is a munitions expert. And so expert Mike Glenn says, oh, that's a GBU 43 MOAV massive ordnance air blast explosion. And then left-handed lunatic says, no, moron, that's not a Moab. Those need to be carried by C-130s, and anyone would have noticed a large plane flying around with a bus-sized bomb. So there you have a couple of bomb experts, munitions experts on Twitter, debating over the cause. It is spectacular. I mean, really, we didn't get a real 9/11 with the COVID. We didn't get any visuals. Just cheesy CGI graphics. But this is pretty dramatic, this explosion. Okay, so let me go ahead and check my notifications. I just got tweeted a clip by Bigglesworth. Okay, let's see what you have here. To put it politely, the story was a number of people have oh, that's funny. A number of people have been sending me tweets. I'm trying to find something I haven't seen yet. Let me see what RT has to say. Many injured, major damage, still waiting for deaths. They've been blamed in a fireworks accident. The first one hit the city's port at 6 p.m. local time Tuesday. So again, like 9/11, it happened on a Taco Tuesday. The first blast struck the city's port shortly after 6 p.m. Tuesday. Within minutes, reports flowed in of another more devastating explosion. The video footage captured shows shock waves striking buildings kilometers away. Massive mushroom cloud of dust, debris shot into the sky. The minister said on TV that there are, quote, a very high number of injuries. The only report we have is Tina Baker, and we know that to be fake. Okay, here's another angle. And you know, if they were to pull off a fake nuke, and I had thought about this before, that they might do this. If they pull off a fake nuke, they can use it as an excuse for shutting down power, and they can say, well, it is imperative now that because of fallout you have to wear masks and gloves and foot covers. I Will Create TV says no coverage on CNN about it, just 2 small reports. I thought it would be a big story. RT says this is a huge blast, hopefully nobody got hurt. First red flag that it's a PSYOP is the date. You know, in fact, last night we were talking about how one of the linchpins that shows me how connected all these things are is how timed they are astrotheologically. Like, these are holidays to them. So the fact that it happens on an anniversary, like for example, last year on July 13th, there was a blackout in New York on the 42nd anniversary to the day of this epic historic blackout. You know, we have these reoccurring themes, and this is just another one. Mo22 says they had to blow up their Wayfair shipment. Yeah, they may have been receiving a ship full of, you know, basically adrenochrome and children in cabinets. All right, let me see. I have a link here. Thank you, Brogetta. Let me go ahead and peruse that, and we'll go back to the RT piece. Again, another red flag is this bloody guy with the cheesecloth. We'll call him Cheesecloth Man. Cheesecloth Man tells me that this thing is a hoax. Okay, new footage. 5 kiloton explosion, at least 40 killed, more than 30 injured. Disclosed TV. Okay, so we see explosion 1 and explosion 2. And yeah, you can see the roofs being blasted off these buildings. Look at that. I'm in the camp of not CGI. But look, just because it's a real explosion doesn't mean the story's real, and that's the main thing not to lose here. So what is the story that's going to be attached to this? Juan Gordon says, looks like a missile from the left entering before the explosion. So let's take a look here and see about that. And if I find any video of interest like this, I will give you a link if we find anything that's revealing. Okay, so supposedly, and this person here, this is Juan Gordon. He says he sees a missile enter before the explosion. So it's a 22-second clip. I'm at 8 seconds. 9. I see a bird. Okay, no missile, although I did see a bird. screenshot. Maybe this is a missile coming in. I'm glad that people are hyper analyzing the footage right away, and no one bought the firecracker factory excuse. I don't see any evidence of any kind of a missile, though. I did see birds. Let's see. Definitely not a bird, says Starbull. King Kong says small black object on the left. Okay, let me take a look again. We have someone here suggesting that it's a missile of some kind, which could have been launched, I guess, from the water. Going through your comments, Strawberry Blind says possible tornado in Rhode Island. You know, this year we did see the advent of the tear gas NATO. We had fire NATOs before, then we have tear gas NATOs, which is what happens when Dad Tifas use leaf blowers to push back the tear gas away from their snowflakes. Like, stop tear gassing my snowflakes, you fascist Nazis. And they blow the tear gas back, and then the fascist Nazis, they get their leaf blowers and they blow back. And so you have two currents pushing the tear gas, and then it ends up becoming a literal tornado of tear gas. Usually it catches up bits of debris, burning debris. Then you have this burning fire tear gas NATO just ripping apart downtown Seattle. I think this is like the 68th night of protests that they've had there. Thirst for Truth says Cheesecloth Man looks like he's wearing a Boston bombing costume. Simi says birds are all CIA drone vampires. Yeah, I thought about CIA drones being used to give us our vaccines. Mr. Bigglesworth says 2,500 casualties, many suffering superficial wounds caused by broken glass. Now, if that's real, it sucks. And you look, I mean, was this area heavily populated? Is that consistent? Does it look like 2,500 people would have been in the path of this explosion? These are important questions to ask because numbers can be fudged with easily. Now, if they're actually hurting people in a psychological operation or a staged event, that's extremely problematic for a number of reasons, because they don't actually kill people at staged events. You know, you assume that there's huge numbers of deaths because of what you've seen in the TV and all the fake news in the past. Sink Lloyd says mushroom cloud meme generator. Zin Vallis is predicting 2,997 dead, like 9/11. Yep, exactly. Simi says tear gas tornado sucking up ass Chazistan incel tears. Absolutely. Okay, let's see. Will there be another explosion on 8/8 or another one on 8/11? Look, I think just the fact that this is timed to coincide with the celebrations, commemorations, memorials of the event 75 years ago. You know, and look, 75 years ago, nobody would have had the ability to have, disputed the big stories, the big lies, like the way we can now. And my contention is that 75 years ago, atomic bombs weren't dropped. Something else was dropped, but I don't believe that these weapons that they describe are what they say that they are when it comes to nukes. But they need us to believe it because they're going to psyop us later. Okay, so I'm going to watch one more time. I'm trying to find this supposed missile coming in from the left. And I haven't seen it yet. But I'm going to... If you can give me... Hey, whoever pointed this out to me, it's a 22-second clip. And this 22-second clip does have, right before the explosion, from 8 to 11, it does have a bird. And so I'm saying it's a bird. Everyone's saying, no, it's a missile, it's a drone. So I see where the cursor is, I see a black dot. Now, either it's a bird much closer to the camera than it is to the explosion, or it's a missile or a drone. And as it moves, it appears to be flapping. I can see wings up, wings down. So it's a bird. It's arcing. It's a bird. It's not going into the explosion. It's much closer. So we can rule that out. Good eye though, but no, there were tons of birds flying around here. Watch, there's a second bird closer up, shaken by the blast. See that? Another bird. So bird, not a missile. Whatever was there was already planted there in advance. No direct energy weapons. No tactical nukes. X32 says, X322, and you're probably right about this, he says, that's the ISS's shadow. That would be consistent. The ISS is 275 miles above the surface of the Earth. And according to the ESA's footage, you can see its shadow. And so you would expect it to look like that, and you wouldn't see it for very long. And it would be vaguely shaped like a bird because the space station does have those solar array, kind of like wings. No doubt. Sync Lloyd says it looks like layered video. Well, you have to think about this like you're in the Illuminati. What would you do? Like, how would you do this? You would have 10, 15, 20 witnesses, and you would have them carry a phone, and you would say, okay, we have it preloaded. The fake footage is in here. Just, present this as your own evidence. Now, does it look real to me? Yes. I'm not really convinced that there's anything fake about it. I just think we're going to be given a fake explosion. The original explanation was fireworks warehouse, bunch of unsold fireworks blew up because someone took a smoke break and didn't extinguish it, and it set off the section where the red smoke bombs were. And now apparently 2,500 people are covered in broken glass, like this guy. And they didn't even bother to take his bloody shirt off. Where did that blood come from? Where's the other victims? And look, I look at crisis actors all day long. I know what they look like. One thing about crisis actors is they have great hair. And you can't say that this disheveled man with this fake injury, theatrical blood, doesn't have like studio quality, movie ready, film ready hair. Okay. Let's see if there's any more developments. Again, look what's trending. 75 years since the atomic bomb. And now it's trending Moab. Deaths, injuries reported after massive blast. Huge explosion shook the Lebanese capital on Tuesday, causing extensive damage, wide-scale destruction across the city. Lebanese Red Cross reported hundreds of casualties. The cause is not immediately clear. Let's see what Sky News has to say. And hopefully they're not going to show us footage from Hiroshima and Nagasaki and claim that it's from today. Because Sky News was giving their footage to CBS and it was footage from Italy. And they were saying, oh yeah, that you can use this. So CBS is showing us these emergency rooms saying, look what the epidemic is doing in your town. This is the epicenter of it. Meanwhile, the footage was from Sky News and they had shot it in Italy. So I don't really trust them, but we're going to see what they have to say. Okay, looks like I have some numbers here, actually. Explosion was heard 150 miles away. They're now saying 2,750 injured. Nearly 50 killed. Very 9/11-y in terms of the numbers. At least 2 massive explosions shook Beirut on Tuesday. And that's something else to consider. We're talking about symbolism here. So one, it rhymes the historical dates. But two, you have 2 explosions, twin explosions. So that's probably something. It registered as a 4.0 earthquake, says Blop Jones. Thirst for Truth says the heat from the explosion should cook any COVIDs in the air safe zone. Yeah, it's a temporary mask-free zone. So if you go to Beirut, you're thinking about where to go for a vacation once you get your Trump change. I would say go to the latest temporary mask-free zone, Beirut. COVIDs has been cooked out of the air. Now you could go without a mask in Seattle and Portland because the tear gas has purified it there. IFEPE says there was a terrorist attack within the last 2 years at that same exact location. I want to link to that. Let me see if I can find something. Okay, here we have Beirut Blast 2015. So that was in November. You had 2, again, twins, 2 bombs, 2 suicide bombers. Worst attack in Beirut since the end of the Lebanese Civil War. After 48 hours, they arrested 11 Syrians who were blamed for the attack. There's your 11 again. Very, very 9/11-y stuff here. 2 bombs, 2 suicide bombings. These events are kind of rhyming here. Happened at 6 o'clock. What time did this one happen? Didn't they say 6 o'clock? It says this one took place inside a bakery at 6. The second blast was 5 minutes later. Okay, so that's definitely the case. So that's probably going to be brought up. ISIS had assumed responsibility for the blasts, but it was posted from an unspecified Twitter account. On the internet, they said it was the Soldiers for the Caliphate. Again, 2 explosions heard 150 miles away. It says it coincides between, okay, this is some of your motivation. It does coincide with mounting tensions between Israel and the Lebanese Shiite militia Hezbollah. Okay, here's someone else. Another, this individual is walking through the scattered debris with the international sign of WTF. Now, I don't see any glass. I don't see anything on him. I don't see a mask, which is problematic. Shouldn't this individual be wearing a mask? This is Washington Post. I'm really taking a close look at any and all photographs of so-called victims. Red Cross told all ambulances to head to Beirut to report for duty. Okay, so here we have some close-ups of the location where it happened. I'm going to go back to the Twitter sphere and look for anything breaking. Again, the timing of it is especially telling. Have you seen any pictures of dead, injured, or wounded? Does anyone here think that there are 2,500 victims? Jordan says, soon to follow major blood donations. Yeah, I've pointed this out before. At every one of these psychological operations, you've got a lot of people crying afterwards when you have these candlelit memorials. They have like these cry festivals at the scenes of the death. They pass around the candles, big group hugs, lots of tears.